of what right and wrong is.
We all
Every
do.
every and I have to accept that everybody I have a certain way of thinking of what right and wrong is. I can't make everybody else think that way. I can try. Some people are persuasive. They may be able to influence people in certain ways and make them believe everything that they believe, and they
Yeah,
just accept it. But I have to
yeah.
accept that it's I would I would be wasting a lot of time trying to do that for
There,
me at
no, I
least.
don't think you would. I think that, but anyways, there are. I think that we can look and see that there are things that we all agree on. Though we can all agree that there's right and wrong. We can all agree that none of us want to have our free will violated. Right? Everybody could agree with that.
Yeah.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
What?
Especially when it comes to talking about um drugs and stuff like that.
No,
I've worked in places where
no,
it's people doing meth everywhere. I
That's
would
not your
not want to.
business. You don't have to be there.
no. We're talking about our own free will. You don't want anybody to violate your free will. You want them to violate other people's free will, but nobody. You don't want them to violate yours. That's what I'm saying. That's universal for
Nobody does.
everybody.
Everybody wants to retain their choices.
Freedom.
Yeah, but everyone's always got a choice. I think even when you're under a jurisdiction, you always have the opportunity to leave. Nobody's keeping you there. So you made a choice to stay in whatever jurisdiction where they have these laws that you're
Okay, but
complaining
you
about or
understand
you
that
don't like.
that's not really a viable option for everybody. It's actually basically a viable option for nobody. That's not a reasonable response to bullshit law being implemented.
So you can't get up and leave and move somewhere else? Is that what
I
you're
can't
saying?
find any place where I can opt out of the war on drugs.
Come to Conservataria, where you can
It's starting
truly
to
be
sound
free.
better and better.
It's a lot of places where you can go that the war on drugs is not a big deal. It's a
Can
whole lot of
we
places.
real quick because I keep seeing this come up in the chat? Can I don't what's the difference between ethics and morals? They're the same thing in my mind.
I
No,
have a different definition, but you don't like my definitions.
Have I already heard it and I didn't like it? Then save it.
I don't
ethics
know.
have
What did I
something
say
to.
it was?
I don't know. I don't remember it.
Ethics is the subjective definition that humans come up with to say what's nice and bad. Morality is the objective definition when people appeal to a higher power like God or whatever to say,
Okay, that's why I didn't like it because people
Okay.
always are making the own decision. Whether they decide to follow God or not, they made the decision. That's not objectively from God. A law from God would be like if you step off the roof, you're going to die.
I thought ethics meant you had to stand true to something that you promised, like a policy, a contract. You got to stand true to your word. That's ethical, which would be different from
the
moral.
dictionary definitions are essentially the same as Flo was saying. There's really no
Okay.
difference the way
Yeah,
they're
Okay.
used.
I think they're the same thing. And to everybody watching or in the chat or whatever, like for the sake of this conversation, I treat the two as the same.
The only way
Uh,
the definition distinguishes it is between the individual or the society. Like society is like ethics and the individual's morality, but that doesn't make any
I
sense.
don't know that. Well, I don't know. Okay, I can see how. I was about to say I don't think society can
That's
have
more like
a
how it's
perspective on
usually
its
used,
own.
but yeah, I get where float's coming from too. It
Well,
can be
just so that people
conflated.
know, I personally am using them interchangeably, so don't get hung up on that
yeah.
distinction when for
Can
my
I take
when
a
I'm
second to point out how hot Cynthia's hair is? I mean, that she's got it going on in that picture. I apologize.
Cynthia's hair got it going on
Thank
all the
I
time.
thought the
you.
camera was better. She cammed up for it,
Shut
but I thought she
up.
looked better on the
It's always
camera.
nice to see her smiling face.
Yeah, she can smile. Holy shit.
Yes, she smiles.
Just
Well,
not at
she
you
ain't
white
pissed
boys.
at you.
Yeah.
Oh, no love for the white
Okay,
bread.
so I looked up the definitions and they are pretty much the same. The moral is concerned with the principles of right and wrong behavior and the goodness or badness of human character.
Okay.
And the definition of ethics is a set of moral principles, especially ones relating to or affirming a specific group, field, or form of conduct.
But that's a dumb distinction because just because 10 of you, your friends agree with your feelings doesn't make it like morally true or whatever. So that's why I don't like that definition.
But then you can't.
That's the
Ethics
problem
is
with
rules for
ethics.
conduct, is what
Ethics is
ethics
just
are.
it's
Okay,
a popularity contest. It's like you may say you think something is wrong, and I say, okay, well, I think you're wrong, but I got 20 of my friends that agree with me, therefore I'm right.
That's
But
what
you
sounds like ethics is part of a group. He must be
ethics, I think, is more society, more social norms, right?
Yeah.
Like it's
That's
not
the
necessarily.
society element.
Yeah.
That's what I'll
If
say.
I walk into Walmart barefoot, then I guess is
It's
That-
not
whatever.
unethical. No,
I'm
it's
about
not.
to say
unethical.
Lindsay might have
That's
pegged that shit in chat a long time ago. She said something about a group and a single person.
Morals. I'll give you an example because I got to butt in because it's bugging me. Sorry, sort of. Okay,
Sorry, sort of.
yeah. Ah.
Go
So
ahead.
morals have more to do with societal standards. An example of morality or morals would be, in general, it's immoral to touch children sexually. A set of ethics is more about the individual person. Like for me, it's
you wouldn't
unethical
want to
to
hang
cheat.
around somebody that's doing that. Is that what it
It's
is?
unethical
Scott,
to
let her talk.
cheat,
Nobody wants to hear you.
or
but
it's
Lindsay, what are the
unethical to
No, we're
be.
fine.
I'm just trying to help with the definition.
Yeah,
Or
no, I know. I want them to stop interrupting you like children.
So Cynthia's totally right. There there are a lot of like. Here goes my voice. Hold on.
oh shit, you got the kung flu too.
I know that's weird. The difference really is when it comes down to the individual versus agreed upon socially acceptable norms of behavior. Does that help?
No.
Yes.
My question to you, Lindsay, what are the ethics on Epstein's Island?
So I looked it up.
Lacking.
The difference between morals and ethics, and Lindsay's right. Morals are based on each person's own principles around right or wrong, whereas ethics is concerned rules from an external source, such as codes of conduct in workplaces or principles of religion.
Kind of
So
like
it
I
sounds like
said to begin
ethics
with.
is that we get from an outside source, and morals are our internal. And that's where I question.
What's the opposite?
All of us have different internals. So what I might see is wrong, somebody else might not see as wrong.
By the way, I think Lindsay
Right.
is saying that she thought it was the opposite, Liz. Or are you saying that you thought ethics applied to the individual and morals to the group?
Morality is a societal structure of rights and wrongs. That's why I used child abuse for one of them, because overwhelmingly, we don't agree as a society that that is okay to abuse a child.
Okay, you were
But
saying
your
society.
personal set of ethics can be different from, flows.
I
You
actually
can't
think you
have a
got the
personal set
opposite.
of
To
ethics,
be
right?
honest
Don't
with you,
you?
I really do think you got an opposite lens. I'm sorry, but maybe I'm
there's
I
a
wrong.
think
code
it's
of
backwards.
ethics.
Yeah.
There's a code of ethics that you go through. I went through real estate every time we renewed our license. You had to go through code of ethics.
I don't have it
So-
backwards. Morality
She
is the social one, societal one,
Yeah, she
and
doesn't have it
ethics
backwards.
is a
I
personal.
If
hear you,
set.
but I
if you're a
mean,
dentist or a doctor, you have certain ethics you're expected to live up to. That's what I call ethics in there. You have to be ethical in your profession, which would give us a hint that that's the one for
this
the
is a group.
groups.
This is
Yeah.
sort of like what's the other thing I didn't want to debate the other day?
I don't
Fuck.
know why a person wouldn't want to debate anything. What's fun?
I don't-
I guess we're just doing this for clarity.
Yeah.
It was a compassion and whatever. The fuck,
Oh
I forgot.
yeah.
Empathy and
Empathy,
comparison. Yeah.
compassion.
Yeah,
Yeah,
which I
like
feel like
at
you had
some
wrong
point,
on
look,
that
let's
one.
Yeah.
let's. I know that there's fucking industry ethical standards or whatever, but for the sake of this discussion, we're just gonna deal with them the way that
I'm
Lindsay
okay
described
with
them.
them being close enough.
So what's
And
the moral code on
compassion,
Epstein's
whatever.
Island?
I wouldn't want to argue that one. Yeah, you're right. That doesn't
kind of
sound
question
Well,
is
the
that?
moral code is that
Yeah,
kids
what
are
kind of
okay to
question
mess
was
with,
that?
obviously.
Because she said morality is what society accepts, and if the society is the people made up of Epstein's Island, what is their moral code?
Well, they
They
have
have-
they all agree that they
How
can
would
They're
we know
immoral.
that? Like, I
They're
don't understand
immoral.
what point you're. Are you making a point, or are you just
They
like?
mess with kids.
ignoring
That's their morality.
We
That
can
the
know it
kids are
because
okay
they'll
to
take a
mess with.
vote. They'll vote on what everyone agrees to.
I think he must be confused because the way society looks at Epstein's Island is that it's immoral, right?
But the people on the
of
Epstein
course.
Island didn't look
At
at
least
it
in the
like
open,
that.
a lot of people
They
do, but there's
don't
probably a
look
lot
at
more
it.
people that were willing to go to Epstein Island too if they wanted to.
Yeah, they
You never
definitely
know that.
Judged on their personal set of
They
So we
ethics.
can't judge everything off public
It's
appearance.
also
Yeah.
called cognitive dissonance when you go against your own set of ethics because you excuse it, which we all do all the time. It's a common thing to do that. It's a common
Speak
thing to
for
go
yourself.
against your like he. Okay, like
I'm just
Epstein knew that what he was doing was wrong, at least on some level, at least cognitively, right? But he chose to say, well, make excuses for it. Well, look, I'm making these girls' lives better. They don't have a lot of money. I'm giving them opportunities, and I'm pleasing myself. Otherwise, maybe they would be in the gutter somewhere, being prostitutes, whatever.
Yeah, that's called
So he
setting
could.
your own morality.
You're kind of
Yeah,
presuming he felt bad internally and not just felt
yeah,
bad
that's what
Right.
I'm
externally.
I
saying.
don't.
He said his
A
own
lot of
morality.
It
these
does.
people
What
don't think
are we
it's
doing here? What are we doing here? This doesn't matter. I
I
don't.
think people just want to argue.
I think
no.
people just want to
A
argue.
lot of these people's devil worshippers and shit. They don't believe these things are evil. So
Yeah, they
some
think they're doing good.
Yeah,
How do
that's
you
called
know
setting
what
their
they
own
believe?
morality.
They
How do
think
you
things
know?
are
it's the same
inverted.
way you know from what you
If
know.
you
read
if you
shit and
worship
look
the
at shit.
devil, you know you're doing evil.
Some
No,
people
I
think
don't
the
know
devil
about
is
all
According to
God.
Well, what if they don't
Haven't
believe
you
in the
heard?
concept in general and just play along for the role?
But
Anybody
this is
that worships something doesn't view it as something they shouldn't be doing, or else they wouldn't worship it.
Some people do.
I don't think that's correct at
I
That's
would
all.
definitely
patently
believe some people
false.
do. Yeah, I
have
can't
you
just say that goes around the
ever
board. Go
Some
ahead.
people are evil fucking people.
Some people are evil and they know it and they like it and they want it that way.
They
Some
want
people
to
And
make
that's
think
more
correct.
evil.
That's a good thing.
some
They
people
want to
think their
drag people
government is
into it.
good, and any law the government makes is good, and so
The
they're good
government
by
is so
following
Why?
suit.
compartmentalized. It's so
Why are you from the
diversified.
agent of fuck up a panel?
Maybe.
Like
That
you
he
have,
is.
he
you
is
have
That
he
the,
he
is
tried.
you have this skill set where everywhere you go, it just turns into a fucking dumpster fire.
He's the Facebook YouTube detractor.
I
And
can
he doesn't
leave
have a
if you
camera. He
if you
never
don't
turns
want
his
me
camera
here.
on.
anyway. I
You
just
don't know
wanted
what
to
he looks like.
help with the definition. How were you using it?
Oh, you made it worse, Lance. You made it
No,
worse.
Yeah, you made it worse,
It
Nick.
came up after
I
Spy. I'm
I
convinced that
def-
Spy is a chaos agent.
I am.
I
How did you
defined it.
score? Don't go.
I already researched this and I defined it and I defined it accurately.
Sort of.
I agree.
Sort of.
I
I
But
disagree.
you didn't use it
disagree.
in a.
I disagree.
There's
Drop that mic,
colloquialisms
Lindsay.
I
that
feel
you.
I'm gonna die on.
I can't help it if people
I
don't
won't change
understand
my
it.
mind because I don't have to. Because I'm an American. I won't change my mind on anything, regardless of the facts that are set out before me. I'm dug in, and I'll never change.
America.
Would you like me to prove it?
America.
Would you like me to prove it?
Please.
Sure, if you
dude.
want, yeah.
If you
Okay.
got more, I thought you already proved it. But go ahead.
Show us what you got.
Well, apparently you guys want all the proof, so I have to Google it real
Giddy up.
quick to back myself back myself
Wiggle
up.
it
What are
just
you
a little
Googling?
bit. Jiggle it just a little bit.
Scott,
I was hoping she'd do a flow state ad for you. Where's that shirt?
hold on, Scott. There you go. You want attention? You go hot. Got it. This is this. Welcome to the Scott hour of the show, where Scott's going to tell you all about all the famous people he knows.
Michael Jackson.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Flow State International, where
Oh
you can
no,
find
it's all
out
about Scott.
what you need, what you don't need, what you want, what you don't want, and for $1 a month, you can find out what everybody else has no idea what
Brown
you're talking
noser.
about at all.
Brown noser.
Yeah, that was a total brown nose, but it worked.
Appealing to ego never fails.
Ba-dum-bum.
It's a good course of action with me.
There we
It's
go.
the only one better is appealing to my wallet.
Yes, that'll do it.
Speaking of which, I just made Speakeasy a shit ton of money. So see, you should
By
invite
being
more.
obnoxious. Yeah.
Okay, I have to concede because Cynthia is right. I got it. Well, you guys are all right. I got it backwards. But the basic
I
idea.
won't
Oh, you
settle for
fucked up.
anything less than a
And
blowjob.
Flo
Fuck
fucking
you,
bought
Scott.
it, Lindsay. Flo
Apologies
bought
off
it.
the
I
I'm
square.
gonna-
agree, guys.
And he was up there agreeing
I'm
with you
gonna
the
read it.
whole time.
Just let me read it to be clear. Ethics is a set of theories that determine right and wrong. Morals involve practice in these theories of principles. Moral issues relate to a personal concept of right and wrong. So
Mhm.
Cynthia said that, and I said she got it reversed, and I retract
We
that
all
because
said that.
I got it
All right.
reversed.
But
So
functionally,
the
from what we're
difference-
talking about, how
The
we even
difference
got,
is the
but
same.
the way that we even got here, they're interchangeable, basically. I've
They're
never
close
used
enough.
them.
No, not
I've ne-
really.
No, they're
No.
not.
No, because okay, so let's say you have two. Remember those two serial killers? They got married, and for the wedding gift,
Me
she
and
let
Katie.
She
Oh, wait.
let him kill her sister. Like, let's say they never got caught and they went on to have kids. What do you think that they would teach their kids? But those
Look,
kids wouldn't do.
anybody with half a brain knows you don't do illegal shit in front of kids
No, but they
because they'll snitch on you.
no,
Right.
but those
For
kids
real.
grow up
Grown,
not
man.
thinking that this is wrong
And
because this is
bad
all
role
they
model.
know. This is what they were taught.
What
This
they
is
do have, what they
Why
do
would
have
you
in,
think? Go
in
ahead.
common though is that they can both be situational and contextual.
Also,
Yeah,
you
but
need to
why
learn
would
that-
you think that just because somebody likes murdering that they don't realize that they probably shouldn't teach their kids to murder?
I think it's more
they
like drugs,
I'm
doing
not
drugs
they
in front
wouldn't
of people.
necessarily teach their
She's-
kids, but they would they would they would have a different set of morals than say someone who
She's
didn't
saying the
do
environment
that
be
to
more
people
conducive
Right,
and
and I'm saying I think people are smart enough not to
remotely.
murder around kids because one, you're going to get snitched on,
it's
and
not
two,
about them, it's about their principles. Like
The
it's
how would
about
you
majority-
know that your parents have serial
right
killer
and
principles?
wrong.
She could have
Hey,
changed
Dad.
it to something else, like selling drugs. Suddenly, you don't think
That
that's
would
wrong.
work,
Beating
Cynthia.
up black
Please
folks.
help
My
us
you don't
daughter
think
would
that's
never
wrong.
have known that I was doing anything with drugs if the cops hadn't kicked in the door and told her.
Sure, she
As
would
she
have
got older, she
eventually.
would have gotten wise to it.
Maybe she would have, but at that age, no. Was I doing it in front of her? Fuck no.
And
Was I
she's
teaching her
also
about it?
one that,
No.
like you say, she's harder than you. So what I'm saying is, like your
Yeah.
morals and value, your morals, you put on her. So she has a different set of morals than say somebody else who like will just put me in it. Who's like, oh, cuddled my son. Oh, baby, you're the best. You know what I mean?
Well,
So
look at Woody
and neither
Woody
one is right or
Harrelson.
wrong. Neither one is right or neither one is wrong. It's just different sets.
Blurred lines.
What
Tim
about
Bob's got a
Woody
good point.
Harrelson?
I like that.
What's he say?
Yeah, I agree.
There's a lot of good to be said about serial killer couples.
Absolutely.
Well, look
Well,
at
the
Woody
typical-
Woody
You know
Harrelson's
you're
dad
never
was a
alone. You know that if you got a
contract
problem, you can call
Not
me.
all serial killers are bad people, okay?
Here's
They
an
just have a bad
example.
hobby.
Here's an,
Or they just have that switch that turns on, and they can't turn it off until that beast is fed.
here's an example,
Unfortunate.
and I hope I don't mess this up anymore.
Yeah, you've fucked up a lot of things already tonight, haven't you?
Yeah, and
Yeah,
Flo
Right.
just bought it,
What are you
Lindsay.
talking about? I messed
Good
up a
to
lot of
know,
things.
Flo.
Right.
You got Flo, girl.
You also got a little bit of echo, just FYI.
Okay, let's look at Robin Hood. This is a very simple example. Robin Hood stole from the rich to give to the poor. Some people think thieves are absolutely disgusting and wrong and immoral. Other people might look at the situation and say, hey, you know what he did? He's a hero. He actually stole from people who have too much and gave to people who have too little. So there's different ways of looking at it. Sometimes cheating might be okay to somebody, and sometimes stealing might be okay to somebody given the situation. But
Yep.
not all situations are the same. So both of these terms, whether personal or societal, do have the common factor that they can be contextual and situational. Flo is a good father. Flo was doing drugs. Both are true.
Absolutely.
I want
So
you
it's
to,
moral,
Lindsay. Tarek's mad at you for something.
Oh, Terry.
That's
Terry's hot to trot. God damn.
He's really
Tarek
on me
just looks
today.
at Lindsay.
He
Because
is.
Cynthia is on panel.
Right. Tarek, do you want some
Tarek
attention?
doesn't like me.
Yes, Lindsay.
Because
He's
Terry-
in love with you, Lindsay.
loves
Because
you.
Tarek has also been rated, and we hate bootlickers. And this topic brings out the boot. I haven't seen Lindsay be a bootlicker, but like I
What
can
was he
feel-
rated
I can
for?
feel
Did he
Chuck-
break?
I can feel
Did he
Chuck's
break the
bootlicking
law?
tendencies bubbling up.
Did he
Tarek
break
is
the
mad.
law?
Tarek has, yes, I don't know what he did. He told us that he had a very terrible experience a few times with the cops and that they treated him horribly.
Tarek,
It's not that I'm saying I
there's
love,
one spot left open on the panel if you want to join.
Oh,
no one's
boy.
happy that you were treated poorly by the cops, Tarek. And I'm not out there supporting cops and paying them to beat you up. But you are acting like I'm taking this stand against you, and I'm not really sure why it's me of all people that
And
you're
we
saying.
don't have
I think you're projecting. I didn't do it to you, and I wouldn't do that to you.
and we
You
don't
might
have
on
the
your
whole
hair.
story.
All right, cops
Lindsay.
coming in that.
Tarek
Well, if
projecting.
we don't have the whole story, then we can't be held to
Why
that
was he
expectation.
raided?
that-
Who knows that? Lindsay, do you know
Well,
that?
nobody knows. He won't tell anybody because I think it's still an open thing. But
Is
He
it
won't
actually
specify.
true?
No,
Is that
Terry got
confirmed?
raided, and he thinks that Lindsay what?
He's mad at me
Narked on him.
because I take a stance where I think that there is a need for cops. Not you
Wizard, why are we looking at your bloody eyeball?
What the fuck?
Wizard.
remember what he
I
did
told
last
you I
time?
was sorry, Wizard. Why do you keep showing that?
That'll teach you.
Is
to
that
fuck
what happens
back.
when you get nut in your eye?
Wizard's more.
Jack.
Let that be your lesson, Wizard. Don't ever talk back to me ever
I
again.
think this was his. I think this was his bike accident when he fell forward
Well,
on his
there's-
bike or something.
There's
Yeah,
the Wizard
okay.
looking for some
Yeah,
dick.
okay. It was a bike accident. Yeah.
Lindsay, what were you saying? You have to excuse the children in the room. What were
Jailhouse
you
fight.
saying, Linz? Because I was.
I'm one of them. I don't know what I was trying to say.
You
I
were
guess
saying
I was
about
going to ask.
Tarek about the cops and that
He's projecting
Oh,
his
yeah, and
anger
he's
and
taking it
frustrations
out
with
on
the
you?
cops on me because I believe that law enforcement is more
necessary. is what
beneficial
you said.
than than it's not. You know, I
You're in the
rate
wrong room,
That, like, see,
sweetheart.
this is like this
Right,
is what
I
I'm
am.
talking about. When you have your own society, you will have somebody like Tarek that's gonna tell someone like Lindsay, "No, you don't think that way. You think this way." Like, it's
well, he
good
thinks
to
I'm
have some
supporting the whole
rules
thing.
of
He thinks that
regulations.
You better check your white privilege at the
I-
door, young lady.
I
Okay.
specialize in that shit, Cynthia. I don't believe nothing that someone come out their mouth, especially when they talking about themselves and what they believe.
Hey,
I think-
Flowstate, can I make my
The cops? Are
society
you talking about
ethics
the
point?
I'll
cops?
give you an example. Everyone would tell you, hey, yeah, support the homeless, blah blah. Let them homeless motherfucker move in around their crib. They're like, get the fuck away from here. They say
Exactly.
that, but then their actions would reveal what they truly are. So
Yep.
I don't see nothing necessarily per se with Terry saying. I know you say one thing, but I think you believe another. If
There's a
that's
good
what he's
reason
saying.
not to let
Hey,
not to want homeless people living in your
Speaking
neighborhood,
of
though.
that, Brave reached out to me on one of my videos. Did he
Who
reach
did?
out? Be Brave.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, did he reach out to you?
I don't think so. I haven't seen it. I don't think he has.
Okay.
Not since he came over here the other week.
No,
or
it
the
was
other
just
day.
like a couple hours ago. He was like, "Yeah,
Oh, I haven't checked my email. Tell him to come up here.
I did. I told him, hey, we really enjoyed you. Come up."
Dennis said go in there on Chuck and say lick boots like hard candy.
Thanks for coming up here, Tarek.
So, Tarek, how much do you love Cynthia? Be honest.
Shut the hell up, iFi.
Come on.
Derek, tell the people about it.
Tell him how much you love Lindsay, Tarek, and not.
Hey, don't be
Oh
don't
my
be talking
God.
about my baby mama. Don't be talking about my baby mama.
Wizard, Tarek.
Everybody asked him to come up here, and no one gonna let him speak.
He was
He's
mute.
still on mute.
Speak, Tarek. Speak.
Get them balls out your mouth. You can do
All
it.
right, that was your opening, Tara. So,
It's,
like I
it's
was
okay. It's
saying,
the hair,
We
isn't
can't
it?
hear you, Tarek. We can't hear you.
It's the hair and the glamour shots. Even I was
He
getting
has
brandy for it.
he's having
Earth to
audio.
Tarek. Earth
Eric,
to
Eric,
Come in, Tarek.
You must speak now.
you
Tarek.
can do it.
Oh,
You can
you
do
did.
it, man. Go ahead, jump.
If you can't hear me, I gotta go
It's not too
outside.
deep.
Could you hear
All
me
right,
now?
we
there
can
you
hear
are.
you now.
Yeah,
We
Tara.
got you got terrible
All right,
stage
There you
fright.
go.
I know I gotta go outside. No, I don't. I don't have terrible. I don't.
Right there,
No,
just stay
it's just a
where
bad
The
you're at.
signal.
water's
Stay where you're
fine.
at.
Okay,
All
it's
right,
all yours.
beautiful. Okay, what I was saying first to Cynthia, I don't love Lindsay. I love everybody. Okay, that's first thing, including you,
Not
Cynthia.
me, no
Second,
homo.
The bullshit.
He
no,
doesn't
I
like
mean I'm talking about in terms of a human being. Second, I've
He
been
doesn't think I'm cute anymore.
arrested by so many cops and dropped and kicked and slammed on the car. They're all fucking abusers. They have anger issues. They abuse their power. And the problem I have with Lindsay, which fucking drives me crazy sometimes, she's not stupid. She knows this shit. And she still says she supports the system. She acts like this shit doesn't
So?
happen.
But why
So?
did she align with your thinking?
Technically, she didn't say she
Derek,
supported the
you
system.
can help
She
support.
said earlier she supports law enforcement. Yes or no?
She
But
said
if she doesn't
generally
have that
they're good.
experience with them, why does she need to align with your way of thinking?
No,
Because
she
he's a
doesn't
man.
have to align my way. We're talking about the truth here.
Tarek,
Do
can I
they
No.
abuse people?
answer
Yes or no?
can I
You're
answer
true.
your
Go ahead.
I liken this this situation to, let's say I had a bad experience with a homeless person. I gave him $5 and I found out that he was faking his injury. You know, I felt sorry for him because he had an arm brace on. I found out not only was he faking it because it was off 5 minutes later, but he went and bought some drugs with it or alcohol or whatever. So
Okay.
I had a bad experience with this homeless person. Does that mean I should hate all homeless people and assume that they're all drugged out?
Absolutely
Bad?
not.
You
Absolutely
can
not.
hate all
Well-
scammers. He scammed you.
No.
You can hate
Yes.
I don't like the scammers. I don't like the crooked cops. It's the same
all cops
argument.
are crooked. It's inherent in the job
But
description.
here, yes,
That's
Flo
wrong.
is right. And, yeah, I hate to. It's not. I hate to hear
80 to
Flo.
90%, I'd
Flo
say.
is right. Okay,
What did
this
you
is what
do
this is.
The only
Okay.
moral
to
thing to
get
do
the
is pay me to
treatment?
get rid of Lindsay and Chuck.
You know,
Oh my
all
God,
cops
so I'm about to
are
dump it for the whole
city.
night.
Do you see
I'm about to
cops
keep it for the whole
turning in?
night. Lindsay, didn't I ask you
Flo, I'll
earlier?
give you an IOU.
I asked you earlier one question. Do they have to follow the chain of command? You said yes, correct?
I think I'm about to get kicked. So how can I
Obviously.
answer?
No,
No,
you're
no.
not getting
All
kicked. Speak your
cops
mind.
have to follow the chain of command. I'm
Bullshit.
telling you, I know these people personally.
No,
Hold
they
on,
don't.
Tarek.
That's
I did
the
not.
plan.
I did not
Oh
put your
my
face to the ground
God.
and beat you up. We can talk like human beings to each other. We
You're
don't have to
stressing
yell.
me out for no reason. You're acting like these
No,
cops
no,
are
No,
no,
all
you're
no,
innocent.
no.
They're
stressing
not
yourself
fucking
out.
No,
innocent.
no,
I
no.
mean, people have to pay taxes, but they don't do it. So
Take your own
shit, they don't have to
responsibility,
follow the chain of
Tarek.
command.
Don't let another motherfucker or blame another motherfucker for your reactions now. Let's not do that.
That's right.
Hey,
Tarek's
Hey,
all
Tarek,
all
caught
right.
up in
I
his
What was it
feelings.
again?
I've seen cops do
What?
great things,
What have
life-saving
you?
things,
What?
and I've seen
What?
them.
Hold on. What? What have you? What?
Oh, like my example was personal. The one where I got helped when I had somebody.
Where he
when
didn't
I
give
had,
you a DUI? That one?
no, that wasn't. I
Oh.
blew under.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Under the
Okay,
gun.
okay. So we'll go the other
I-
way real quick.
That wasn't my example though. My example was I was having severe hypoglycemic attack and a cop helped me. He didn't have to, but he helped me.
Sounds
And
like you're taking one instance, Lindsay, and
yes, I
using
am.
it for everyone.
And that's
Anecdotal.
fine. That's what I asked her. I asked her for one example. She gave one.
Yeah, I'm
But
just
I
giving you
mean,
one anecdotal.
I have a question for Tarek.
Yeah.
What are you doing where the cops just show up and start beating you up and stuff? Like, are you just minding your
Yep.
own business, or what's going on?
No, that was a long time ago when I was younger. I was into fights and all kind of shit at bars, you name it. It doesn't matter. What I'm saying is,
Yeah, it does.
they
The
abuse their
situation
power.
does matter.
No, it doesn't. Cops don't have the right to beat the fuck out of people because they disagree
Yeah,
with
they
you.
beat the fuck and they jump me. It's not just one fucking cop. It's many
God.
cops.
Do people have the right to try to fight cops when the
No,
cops are
no.
trying
No,
Is that
I
what
never
you
want
do?
to fight. I never
If you whooping
want
your
to
ass,
fight.
I'll say fight it back. Fuck the bullshit.
Technically, it's
Eric,
still
we can hear
legal
you
in
very
some
well.
states to
That's
certain
not what he's
degrees.
saying
Okay,
he
I
was
didn't know
doing.
if you can hear me.
Here, and I can give an anecdotal example. I've got a buddy who was in jail here in Johnson County who I picked up when he got out, and he was telling me all about this dude. They had arrested a guy, amongst other things. He had fought back at the cops, just regular fight. He punched one cop in the mouth, gave him a bloody lip. That night when he was in the shower, 5 cops came back. They beat the fuck out of him. They broke his arm. They handcuffed him to a steel chair. Beat the fuck out of him some more while he's handcuffed to the chair, and then left him naked, handcuffed to the chair under the cold water, screaming for like 3 hours.
Did the
That
good
shit-
cops call in, and did his good cops tell the story and turn them in?
Nope.
Is that it? Lindsay, and all of these videos that we watch on YouTube, I don't know if you watch them. I watch
a lot of them, and I see a lot of cops.
Very good.
being
When
abusive,
you
and I see a lot
see
of cops being-
these cops doing this bad behavior and all these cops standing behind them, do those cops arrest the cop that did the bad thing?
Absolutely not.
They,
All
The
right.
power
So
yes,
goes
they
around
don't.
that they have the power.
you don't think they have the power? They have the obligation.
Yep, they have the obligation.
I've
It's
seen
sad.
cops turn other cops in certain instances.
Like super rare shit, though, right? We're
Rare.
talking about
Do you think that they
99% of
report it
cops
later, though?
never.
You guys
Uh,
all want me to agree with you. I just can't do that because I don't. I haven't
Lindsay,
had
I
your.
think you just
I
got there.
haven't-
You said
Lindsay,
I haven't
what you're
had-
gonna
cops don't do shit when they see other people when other cops doing bad
How do you
behavior.
know they don't report it later? Just
Because
because
I study
Exactly.
this shit. No, not
Oh
just
my
We're not
because
doing
God.
something at
because
the
I
time, though.
specialize in this shit. I pull the records myself. I follow this
for
shit
every
endlessly.
single agency,
You
world,
don't need to know every single instance to recognize the pattern.
Yes.
And I
So every
probably,
drug
along with
dealer is
my
a
friends,
killer.
we pull like enormous
You think
amounts of
every
fucking
drug dealer
records.
has killed somebody just because you're too stupid to realize your brother's pot was laced.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm just a situation.
No,
That if you
what
get
you're doing
drug
is you're being
dealers,
intentionally stupid. You're stretching intentionally stupid logic. I've had this conversation with you a ton of times, and every time you reapply your stupid logic without refuting mine.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Flow State International. For $1 a month, you can get in on
Local news
these
details.
topics and many, many more.
Good
I don't know
try.
how many times we have to go over this loop. Every drug dealer is bad. No, every drug dealer doesn't kill people.
Is
That's
that true,
true.
Unless you want to say
sir?
every
Look at the
candy bar.
Pelican.
Unless you want to say
Likewise.
every candy bar kills people, like every candy
Yes.
company is
Not every
responsible
cop
for.
kills people and
I was
mangles them
gonna
and
go
shoves
there.
their face into the ground.
But every cop
Lindsay,
is
we're not
responsible
saying
for
every
hurting
cop
people that
kills
don't want to
people.
get hurt. Every drug dealer engages in voluntary transactions with their customers. People are allowed to make bad decisions for themselves.
They
Yeah.
are prostituting their morals for a paycheck, though.
Double bacon cheeseburger.
I mean,
Bad
the,
decision, bro.
the distinction between these two things is so obvious, and I've repeated them so much to Chuck. I think he's just trying to give me a fucking stroke.
Those,
Calm
and those
down,
buying
bro.
those
Deep breaths.
and those
Chuck.
No,
And
that's
those-
not Chuck doing it to you.
So
Flo.
on to
It's
Mrs.
Chuck and IFI.
Hey,
No, it's you
calm
doing it
down.
to you. Just don't give them a reaction.
I was gonna calm you down, but if you just chill out for a second.
All right, IFI, calm me down. I've never seen you calm me down ever. Go
Okay,
ahead.
so to respond to Mrs. Flo's comment, I agree there is psychology involved with the gang-like behavior, and what's worse is they have the power corruption that is involved with gang-like behavior, so it's even worse. That's why most people perceive cops as pigs, because most of the times that's what happens in that system. So Lindsay is of the impression that most cops are good because she's.
I
had
did not
good-
say that. Straw man and a half
sorry,
right there.
sorry.
Oh, very good. I thought you did think the most.
She did say that earlier, but now she's
I thought
denying
she
it
did.
because
She did
No,
say
I
that,
didn't.
but she
Oh my
retracted.
god. I'm about to have a stroke after he
Go
said
ahead.
After
What were you
Flo,
saying?
you gonna have one after Flo?
No,
Lindsay,
go ahead. Say what you gotta say,
Give us
Lindsay.
your
I want to
position
hear it.
now, Liz.
Yeah.
Lindsay
Jesus.
said all cops are not bad, is what she said.
We
I
never
did
said
say-
all cops are bad.
that
I
all
said that.
cops are good, and I didn't say that all cops are bad.
You said all cops
Yeah.
are not bad.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what you said. That means not most of them. That means
Okay,
most of
let
them
me- let
are.
me-
No, it doesn't.
Yeah,
It
let
means
her say
exactly
that.
what she said. Not all cops
What
are
you
bad.
say? Okay, so
I
that's
do
true.
think not
Okay,
all
that's what she
cops are
says, isn't
bad.
it?
Yeah, that's
All
what she
right.
said.
Tarek, and if you
Okay.
weren't an asshole in bars and lose total control of yourself and drunken and beating
I'm
up
not.
on people, you probably have a lot better experience with cops. I'm just saying.
You know, Lindsay,
that's
I
one-sided.
Lindsay,
promise you,
you
there's
can
some
also
situations
buy
if I get
Tarek
into it.
down.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm just saying.
No,
I'm just
if
throwing
I
it out
tell
there.
you-
You know what? I haven't done an advertising in a minute. This seems like a good time to break up the tension, let you guys brush the sand out of your vaginas, and remind people
We have to
that,
in our vaginas?
that
That's what the
membership
lady
only
of
costs
Mr.
$1.
I have a
It's the
lady in
best dollar
Mr.
you'll ever spend on the internet. You can buy one for yourself. You can look cool as fuck by buying 5, 10, or 20 more, making it rain in the chat, and then you and your friends can all use the custom emojis because that is the only benefit. Oh, I guess there is one members only stream that's up.
There is.
As well as that, if you look in the description box, if you get tired of somebody in chat, somebody on stage, whatever, you can pay to have them timed out for certain periods of time. You can also change the names of members on the panel. There's the what else I got? Great Reset drops everybody down for 2 minutes.
The
And,
wheel.
The Wheel of Death. Yeah, thank you, Chuck. The Wheel of Death is a random spin that kicks somebody off the stage for 15 minutes. So don't forget to buy those things. Support your local retired drug dealer. And Scott, I'm gonna fucking kill you.
Retired
Oh
drug
my
dealer, by the
God.
way. Retired drug dealer, by the way. He dropped my cash out.
What?
He say support your local retired drug dealer. I'm a retired.
I was talking
drug
about
dealer.
me, not Joe Cool.
Oh.
Yeah.
Joe Cool, you can. I'll help promote Joe Cool when Joe Cool helps promote me.
Exactly. Exactly.
That's because I'm here, Lou. That's why. You're welcome. So, Lindsay, maybe I misunderstood you. I thought you said that you felt like most cops were good. Did you say did
I
not
did
say
not say that. You
that? Oh,
did misunderstand me. I said
okay.
not all cops are bad.
That's
I
what she
like that.
said.
Can you share with us whether you feel like some, half, or most cops are good?
Or
What?
shitty.
Why? Why
Don't.
are you trying to back me in a corner because you
I'm
guys
just
want to make
curious
a
because
certain
maybe
argument? Well, just a second. Most of the people agree with Flo that cops are shit, basically.
I
What about
So
do.
you?
if somebody with a dissenting opinion comes along, and why are you attacking them just simply for having a different experience and a different point of view? I feel slightly different than you. Like I think that there is law enforcement. There's some need for it. I'm not in love with it. I'm not in love with
I
cops. I
agree
don't
with
think
you.
cops.
Me
I don't
too.
think cops are perfect. I think everybody is a person before all their other titles, and that's another thing I was saying to Tarek before he got bad reception or whatever. And I know for sure that we are all flawed. We are all messed up in some way. I acknowledge that. I do not condone and support cops who misuse their power.
This
So if
is the
we're clear on
longest
that,
dodge I've heard
don't
today.
try to get me on the other side because I simply don't.
Hi,
That
Margot.
Margo,
that's good for 15 minutes.
there is no permanent timeout option.
That's good for 15 minutes though. It's
I think
$10.
I don't know, Margo. If that was intended to be a timeout, let me know. I think it might have just been a jab super chat.
Mm.
Hey, Les, I noticed you didn't answer his question. Do you think most cops are bad or good?
She didn't. Yeah, she
She
whined herself
Actually,
out of it.
backed into a corner.
Guys, let her answer the fucking question instead of everyone jumping
Cynthia,
over.
For real.
and Cynthia and I somewhat agree here. I haven't listened to her. I went and ate dinner, so I missed some of it. But we have
The
the same.
hell?
We have the somewhat of the same opinion in that cops are necessary and the risks. I mean, don't outweigh the benefits of having some kind of enforcement. Now
I'm
that doesn't
Derek,
sorry.
mean
I'll
that
see you at
one of us.
22.
Hold on.
Who's
Let
making
me
all the
get you a
noise?
new pair of dancing shoes because you're gonna dance those ones to death. They're probably worn out by now.
You're so see, and then
no.
when she was saying you come up with one little slight
I heard
difference
what she
of
said, but
you,
I noticed
then
she
y'all
didn't
just
answer the
belittle.
I
question.
was going somewhere
Tell
with
me
it.
about Mars and shit too while you at it. Or
I
you
was,
can answer the
I was
question
trying to
first,
go.
then give me this long ass soliloquy, yeah?
Joe, be nice. Let her answer the question.
Exactly, Joe. Let her be her.
I realize that there's dissenting opinions. The dissenting opinions are unpopular. When I said that Cynthia and I have and Chuck, somewhat similar interpretations of how we feel about this. And what my question is, so why aren't you all over Chuck? Why aren't you all over Cynthia? Why am I this scapegoat, this person that you should pick on and tear apart? Or my argument, because there's three of us at least here that slightly agree. Why are you being so harsh with me? Obviously, I'm not the one who condones the behavior that you receive from the cops. Not at all.
Personally,
So
I'll just
what's the
attribute it to
deal here?
frustration.
So, what was the answer?
I think more cops are. If it comes down to that, and I have no absolute choice, which I don't think is fair, I would say more are good than bad. Am I talking about 90% are good? No,
You
I'm
know
not.
we knew that. I'm not gonna push you because you gave an answer else for all of that. You know we knew that when we started fucking with you.
And just real quick, when you time somebody out, unless it's for like the whole night, I just drop them backstage and let them wait. The only thing where I always kick people out of studio all the way is the Great Reset. So whoever's trying to get in, Tarek is still backstage. I'll bring him back up at 22 if he's still here. And that's for I saw somebody over Jesus here. She has more holes in her story than my sandal.
I don't understand why somebody would say that.
It doesn't matter. It's funny. It's Jesus. It's hilarious.
Hey,
Liz
Joe
had a
Cool.
great point.
No, you know what? I'm not.
Like you couldn't have said it any.
This
Lindsay,
is just
it's fine.
Liz
I
made a great
understand the
point.
point.
later,
We
Just
and
shouldn't
then
beat
y'all
up.
turn around and do exactly what she said.
let the troll be funny.
Listen, I think that every cop out there has.
Then why do y'all back her into corners?
Hey,
When
Joe
you
Cool. Do you notice
said,
the
I don't
part
want to
where
be backed into corners.
Joe
I didn't
Cool?
want to. I just had an
Joe,
opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
you
But
notice the
Joe's
part
full of
where I
me.
was
Joe and I
right
are
and then
friends,
she
and Joe, you're
corrected
being a
me?
total dick.
I can't
Like,
hear you,
what the
Tom.
fuck, dude?
Yeah, I'll wait till she's done. Did you notice the part where I
High
was
five.
right and then she corrected me?
Jesus
Well,
Christ.
you was right, and she corrected you.
Yeah, did you notice that part? I was like
I didn't at
feeling
all,
bad about
actually.
it.
I don't know about that. I don't.
Listen,
maybe it
I
happened,
think-
but her track record is way better than yours.
She had a good
Ultimately,
point.
the problem
though.
we have.
we are picking
Excuse
on
me,
her
Joe,
too
for a
much.
minute.
We should
The
pick
problem
on
we have.
Cynthia more.
All these
What?
cops out here are individuals, and they have good and bad in them, good and bad intentions. Some get in for the right reasons, some get in for the wrong reasons. And ultimately, as time goes on, sometimes different locations, different departments push them in the wrong way. And
Has
even the
nothing to do
worst
with
thing that
nothing.
happens is they get in trouble, they can move with impunity to another agency. And that's causing a systemic problem all over the
That
country.
that accent of that is true, but the first part of that, you're saying they're good and bad. No, all cops delegate their morality to the guy who gives them orders. So there is no such thing as a good cop. Because if he wanted to be good, he still got
How
to
do
do what
you
he's
know
told.
that?
It's
How do
just
you know
logic.
that?
It's just
His,
logic. If
But are
maybe
you employed, Joe?
maybe his morality aligns with what's written. Did you ever think about that?
yes, but what's written does
What's
not.
written is self-contradicting and varies throughout the country.
He may not see it that way, though. The point
It, no,
being is that his
then he's not
odds,
looking
bro.
at it. How could you not
true.
see
You
that
could
marijuana
be.
laws are
It
different
could
across
also
the
be
country?
specific to each community as well. You know what I'm saying? Some communities might
But
have
he's
influence in their legislation to where they might get certain laws passed because of what they feel like their community needs.
and the troubles they're experiencing may be attributed to.
Nobody's morality is shifty enough to shift with the law everywhere unless they think the law is where the morality comes from.
A lot of people thought marijuana was poison for many, many years. Okay,
It
the
is.
propaganda against it was
Shut up,
It's
absurd.
Chuck.
not, Chuck.
Is
Your Mountain
marijuana
Dew is
poison? Who said
poison.
that?
The Mountain Dew is
Chuck.
poison.
Don't I have a right to think that it is?
Chuck, then why did they
You
use
have
it
a right
for
to be retarded. I have a right to
10,000
call you
years as
retarded.
medicine?
Okay, why
See,
do you
Lindsay,
say
I
it's
took the heat
poison?
off you.
There you
Huh?
go. Way to go.
Why do you
Snap.
say it's poison,
After I
Chuck?
did all that work to get the heat on her, fuck you, Chuck.
She's always going to be hot. There's no way you could take it off her.
You're an idiot.
That's right, Scott. I don't know about y'all. I'm fucking right in the golf cart. Right, Scott.
If you
Yes,
can't put up with the stigma, then don't be a freak.
you can
I'm
drive,
right in the
Cynthia.
golf
I
cart.
think y'all understand ethics better now that you're talking about all this stuff about feelings and when it's okay when the large
Hey,
group of people does
cops.
it, and written laws, which are ethics.
Yeah, and Scott, Chuck, whichever one of y'all came with that argument that perhaps the cops agrees with every law that is written in the books and stuff. I think that was a bit of a stretch. You'd have to agree that the cop, if I feel like it's wrong to write someone a ticket, I still got to do it, or else I don't get my promotions in advance. But if I feel like it's wrong, I feel like niggas should be able to drink alcohol and smoke weed. I don't get to fucking do anything about it. If I think it's wrong for someone to lock them up or hurt them because they're smoking weed, I don't
Joe,
intervene. Yeah,
you know you can't overdose on smoking weed, right?
you cannot.
Scott.
Yes, 10,000 joints you can overdose.
It's really
But you
hard.
have to do
I've
it in under 2
tried.
hours.
I've tried, bro.
In under 2 hours, if you smoke 10,000
So,
joints, you will OD.
Joe,
I think
Yeah.
that's
you don't
smoke
think
inhalation, but just the
okay,
same.
You say that to Snoop Dogg then.
Yeah.
To be fair, Scott, you can also overdose on water if you drink enough. It'll kill you.
oh
Big
my
fat.
God. So, Joe, you don't
Yes.
think at any point the cops can be like, all right, look, this is this. Instead of taking you in, you've been super cool. I'm going to
Yes,
write
they
you a warning.
absolutely
They
do that.
do have some flexibility.
Yes, but we
Okay.
know that But what? They all still must write tickets. They all must still
But
arrest
they
the
have some
motherfucker.
flexibility. They also have the choice not to write the ticket.
No, you do not have the choice. You don't remain a cop long.
Is
That's
there
not a
no
thing.
benefit to tickets and traffic law and any of that shit?
But what
Is it-
guy's gonna turn down an ego trip, man? When
I
you
mean,
got that power, obviously
yes.
they're gonna use
Let
it.
me ask you, Jalen. I think that was you who asked me that. What is the benefit to giving me a ticket for not wearing my seatbelt?
To pay, make his quota.
Make you more safe, man. I don't know.
Yeah.
Joe, have you heard that you can take the ticket, sign do not wish to contract, turn it into the clerk, make sure you
Shut up.
Oh my God, Scott, you're gonna get people in trouble.
You know, I heard that from this guy I was locked up with. He said he tried that shit
That's
and he
right.
got his ass
Yeah.
off.
That's where
I
I
was
heard
with
it.
this locked up guy who tried it. That's funny.
I got it in the book I got it in jail, yeah.
I always get all my legal advice from when I'm in jail.
Here's
Look,
the one thing I
Scott,
want to
you're
say
not
about cops
you're
being
not
mean.
the
Hey,
you're not the
shh.
motherfucker online who figured out how to beat the system. If you
No, I'm
shush
gonna
me, I'm
tell
gonna
you
fuck
this.
you up.
I'm going to tell you this.
No, you're not. You ain't telling me shit.
Yeah, dispute
Oh,
that,
boy.
Scott. Are you the one guy who found a way to beat the system? Because I've talked to a lot of them and watched a lot of YouTube channels. You that guy, Scott? Because you suck at getting it across it.
He's backstage, Joe.
Oh,
Nobody's beating the system unless you're gonna beat it together. If we ain't beating it together, we're not beating the system.
So, Joe, I got a little brain teaser for you. Are you ready for it?
No doubt.
So is it ethical when a nation like back in the old days, there's this group of people called Aztecs, and they would do like human sacrifices and shit.
Yeah.
And according to the government and the culture and the society, that was a good thing, and everyone morally and ethically agreed to this practice.
So
Does
you're
that
gonna talk to God and figure out the real way to be right, huh?
It's because
I love it.
it's
I
fitting
love
your
the
own
argument.
morality.
Can you
can fit
argue
your own
against
morality.
that, Flo?
You know why I love that
Yeah, I
argument?
can. Because
How?
God didn't give you the Bible.
No. I'm talking about like if we were citizens of the Aztec Empire, according to the government and all the individual citizens, it is
You
good.
don't know that. You're speculating like a motherfucker.
Well,
We
it's
know
the
it's
same shit that I've
No, I
read
ain't gonna
as
lie.
well. In
That
fact,
is
there's
supposedly written history if we're talking about
they
historical
died
facts.
out. They killed so many people.
That'd be
threw
like
them in
saying
there
that,
drinking
like
water.
if some future idiot looked back at us and said all the citizens there were happy with abortion. No,
dude. They have the whole
All right, good point.
around human sacrifice.
All right, we can't say
I
all.
agree with you
We
on that,
can't.
but
We
as
can't
far as
say
the
all. But
overall society, that's what was allowed.
Right,
Abortion.
according to ethics and morality of that culture,
no,
It
morality
agrees.
is internal.
they all eternally agree. No one.
damn,
How the
sci-fi
fuck could he
Scott.
possibly begin to know that?
We ain't gonna
It's
say nobody
logical.
rejected it, but we'll say that as far as the governing body, they agreed to accept it, but for whatever
Right.
reason that may be.
Right. No. Fi, you better answer this directly. How do you know that they all accepted it?
I don't know for scientific.
Thank
fact.
you.
We know that they all did not. We can surely say that.
We
It's
can
safe.
surely assume it seems logical that they would not all accept it. Just like people today don't all accept wars, don't all accept abortion.
It's safe to assume that enough people were okay with it, or else there would have been a revolution and they would have
There is
overthrown their
safe to
government.
assume that a big chunk of them agreed. Yeah, I agree with that.
It all depends on whatever that ritual was, because obviously these are all rituals for whatever reason.
Where,
it
Yes,
might
where was
be.
the
but
power? Lots like everybody can think marijuana should be legal,
yeah.
but like, what are we all going to do about it? Y'all
Right.
going to get together and go to war against the government because you want to smoke
You
weed?
can.
No.
You can.
Things are more complicated
This is how
than
they.
I-Fi's simple brain tries to make them.
This is how
I'm
they
just
died
going to
out.
keep smoking.
This is how they died out. They sacrificed so many people into the tower. It drops down into their water supply. They were poisoning their own water with dead corpses until they all
Yep.
died out, and the remaining had to move. So
Nature
we
killed
can
them.
know that they killed more people to make shit better. We know that they held that belief. We don't know that they all did, but we can assume that they were trying harder. They were voting harder to make that happen if you put it in today's form.
You don't need all people to believe, Joe. All you need is enough people to believe, and then you can
You
support a
need
society.
you need the right people to believe. The
I
people
like
in
it.
society are not equal in
Like for
terms of the
instance,
power that they have.
like for instance with this war, we can be pretty sure that there are very few. I think it's a good idea to keep giving them money. However, the right people do agree, so that our shit don't really matter.
What
Until you
war?
run
Which
into the North
people?
Authoritarian group, and then it doesn't matter if everyone's against it, because all you need is the monopoly on power, and then you can
That's
do
what
whatever you
he
want.
just said. Yeah, the
But
right
that's
people,
just
as he
our
put it.
country. We're completely fucked.
Lindsay says even a front wedgie.
That's
Huh?
a thing.
I'll buy that for $1.
Videotape.
All right, that was funny shit, actually.
Pictures or it didn't happen.
Hi,
Hi, Margo.
Margo. Hi, everybody. Happy
Hey, you.
Friday.
Happy
Happy
Friday.
Friday.
Hey.
Chuck, you're getting sloppy, man. It's live stream or it didn't happen.
What you got for us?
Oh,
Hi, Margo.
Hi,
Watch
Margo.
out.
Lindsay.
There's blood dripping out of people's mouths. You gotta take it easy.
Yeah, how do you feel about
Yeah.
cops? Damn it.
Just say
I
you agree with
know.
everything I said, and you'll be smart.
I signed on, and it was just like this mad rush to yell at each other.
I
That's
know.
because I'm on panel and Flo gets cranky.
There's a lot of people on panel that pissing me off. Honestly, I5 is always annoying. Scott's always annoying. Chuck is not usually annoying, but today he is. This is one of the topics where Chuck is annoying.
Is it that time of month?
Lindsay and I aren't annoying though.
No, us girls are never annoying. Flo, I
Nope.
think maybe are you tired?
right.
Do you need a nap?
No,
It's his
I mean
nap
I
time.
probably need some food. That's why my camera's off now.
Blankie
I'm
and a
eating.
Baba.
Look at this shit.
Are you eating?
I took the whole tray.
Oh,
shit.
Okay, good. Good.
See,
good job. Save
The
on
whole tray
dishes.
of what?
say some distance.
They're like these Italian cheese roll-up things. It's like noodles wrapped around cheese.
Yeah, sounds good.
Hey, I got a quick question. Have you
Yep.
guys ever been to Kanab, Utah?
Never even heard of it.
What's in
Sorry,
it?
Rob
laughing
and
at the
what?
name.
Well, I'm planning my trip to drive up to Washington, and I decided I was going to stay in places I've never stayed before. And
Yeah.
Kanab just
Yeah.
sounded like it kind of sounds like another name for a penis, right? Kanab.
Yeah.
Well, I heard there's a room available at Talcott.
Hang on.
Yeah.
What is it? How do I spell it, Margo?
I think the K is silent.
It's
Isn't there
K-
someone on these
Kanab,
YouTube
yeah.
streets that did a penis thesis?
Kanab.
Okay.
All right, that's better.
Kanab.
Maybe it'll be the golden penis, according to your theory. Or was penis gold? Is that how you put it?
Penis gold, yeah.
Yeah, most people don't know about that, so they just look at us like we're nuts.
Kanab.
But there's truly penis gold, and unless you are in on the story that the theory that Margo has about penis gold, you are really at a loss.
It's probably Mormon penis. So just wear your magic underwear. You'll be fine.
Oh,
if I remember correctly, if I remember correctly, I was also awarded the penis gold trophy as a gold penis haver.
No, it wasn't so gay when the women were talking about it.
Okay, so
I'm talking about my own penis. You might be gay for listening to it, but I
Well,
am.
and Flo, I gotta say that you present as penis gold. You would make a good.
That's right. I
Is
forgot.
this another word for good dick or something?
No.
You don't know.
Margo.
I mean, my bad. Maybe I'm just
Margo, before we get too off, I just looked up the Kanab, Utah, and it looks fun. It looks really good.
I've been to Utah. It's fucking gorgeous.
It was actually the filming location for a bunch of the old westerns, and it has apparently rich canyons and stuff like that.
I know they call it the
Mountains
Little
and shit.
Hollywood. I think I'm gonna have a
Yeah.
great time there.
I think
So-
it will be fun.
Yeah,
So what you're saying is skip the magical underwear, not needed for this trip.
The red dirt. Oh yeah, I think that'll be fun.
As soon as you slide into your
do a live video there.
Yeah. The scenery
That's not-
is so peaceful.
That's not that atomic test site where they shot a few of the movies, is it?
Stop it. No.
No.
Look deep.
Okay. The one
might
like John Wayne made, Barbarian or
Are
something
you
like
a
that.
hiker, Margo?
Well, I'm gonna have my dog with me. I am a slight hiker.
They do offer different hiking adventures.
Well,
Thank you
and
for
they've got a
breaking up
couple.
the tension.
I know they have some caves there, and one of the hikes,
Yeah.
it's like really hard to get a permit.
Then it's not gay if you jag yourself off, but if you could blow yourself and you did that, it's definitely gay. So you
They
can't be
have
gay.
that once.
campfire s'mores.
That's
and
why you say no
stars
homo,
for it.
Joe.
I
Right.
bet
The
you
power
the
of no
stars
homo is
for it would be fun.
no homos are pretty strong, but they can only carry so much weight.
Yeah,
Margot,
they've been
you're
tested
brilliant.
on the internet. Yeah.
You can blow yourself with a no homo. That's still
Margot,
gay.
Look how
Margot
they
broke
help
it.
it. Like
Margot
they
broke
just
it.
can't help it.
What, Lindsay?
I was going to say you're brilliant because you broke up the tension with the penis. Thank you.
You're welcome.
No.
Well, and I think Tarek left, which made my night.
I don't think he left willingly.
I was about ready to box him in the nose. So any kind of gold penis gold, whatever theory or whatever Kanab, Utah is perfectly fine for me. Calm me
You're
down.
about to smack the black
I
out of his
gotta
eyes.
say, is
The K
Tarek
is
ever
silent.
in a good mood? I've never seen Tarek in a good mood.
Yeah, he is. He can be a fucking soft, squishy, friendly little giggly guy, but he's always
Paul's around.
That's a good point, though, Margot. Most times he is angry about something.
Oh, Margot, he just kicked you.
There's your answer, Margot.
I'll see you at 31, Margot.
12:31. I'm gonna write this back. 12:31.
That got a long howl out of Joe Cool.
What if she pulls her stream looking for a job in Kanab?
Give me 10 minutes on Tarek. I'll pay you when I drop off.
I bought my car in Utah.
10 minutes on Tarek in the chat.
Yep.
All right, let me get
Oh,
if it'll give it to you.
she's making us all get along. It was great for while it lasted.
Yes, thank you, Margot.
Let's
Won't
see,
forget
Tarek. Let's see. You've got a 10-minute timeout. The good thing about timing people out in the chat is that I don't have to remember when they're off timeout.
Very good. I'll do it for you.
You don't have to set the little timer.
Well, I mean, when I drop people off stage, I got to remember how long so I can pull them back up. But I just time them out for the, when I click on somebody's name, it gives me options for how long I can time them out for.
Cool.
That didn't used to have that, right?
That didn't used to happen, but
yeah.
But yeah, they changed
You're
it.
the first person I saw. I had a wrench when you still used to get black people wrenches. And I saw somebody timed out for like thousands of seconds. I was like, how the fuck did you do that?
Yeah. No, I took away most of the wrenches. I took away all the inactive wrenches, some of the questionable wrenches. I left wrenches with people who I figured would throw a fit and who use them regularly.
Yeah. I can't lie. I be wondering why people give me wrenches when they know I'm not going to use them. But every now and then I want to post a link or something, and that's the only time.
And that's normally how I get people wrenches. But when I started doing the timeout chat option, I didn't want to have a whole bunch of people who couldn't be timed out, right?
Yeah, and you would have had to pick from us, right? You'd have had to chop some of us. Would have had to be on the block because we're the ones up there. We're the ones need to be timed out. Yeah.
Right, and yeah, and I also didn't want to get the option of timing out mod. Like there is a timeout the mod option. I think I left it on there for a 5 minute. There's a 5 minute option for mods, but I also didn't want somebody who's being a good mod getting timed out by trolls.
You should have made the dub then or something, and then that mod would have had to be in your corner behind that shit.
Hey Flo, I think I'm gonna head out here in a minute. So can I have like 2 minutes to recap our politics stuff that you skipped out on?
20 seconds.
It won't be 2 minutes. It won't be 2 minutes.
You can't give me 2 minutes, Flo.
You know it won't be 2 minutes.
You never really leave, I-Fi.
I will
seconds. You're
I
losing
will
time.
leave willingly after my 2 minutes are up.
Why do you think it will be 2 minutes? You don't think it will be 2 minutes?
45 seconds max.
Okay, so I'm gonna play a little game where I'm gonna read off terms. I'm gonna
20
say
seconds.
left wing equals blah, right wing equals blah. If anyone on panel disagrees with what I say, I'll leave as soon as they disagree. Is that fair?
I disagree.
I see the trap that you're laying.
Please.
Yeah, I'm not playing.
I disagree with your 2 minutes. I disagree. You're a
Oh, come
nefarious
on.
chaos agent, but go ahead.
Okay. So as soon as anyone who disagrees, I'll leave. Second, someone disagrees. Left wing is Democrat. Right wing is Republican.
Agree.
I disagree. Don't get up out of here.
All right.
I knew that was coming. He set himself up.
Sayonara, man.
Bam.
You made the terms, dude. He just didn't
Yeah, I
read. You
agreed
didn't
to
have to
terms.
say.
Thanks, guys. It
All right,
was fun.
later, Fi.
Talk to you next
Not like
time.
a kamikaze.
Killed him on a technicality. That was good shit.
Nicely done.
Now that we're done. with
What
that,
time did I say Margot comes back?
31.
I thought you said 30.
No, Margot comes back at 12:31. I
All right,
put it
thank
in
you.
the chat.
Look what Tim Bob wrote. Self timeouts are free. There's a lot of things for free on the Flow Show.
Everything's for free on the Flow Show. Well, mostly everything.
You could be obnoxious for free.
Even
You
if
could
you
be
buy
obnoxious
something,
for
it's
free.
not expensive. It's only 99 cents.
You can get some
Yeah.
nice shade for free.
It's kind of an interesting paradigm, like for me to be doing something where I'm trying to sell a free product, right? Because it makes me creative.
That's
I
the
don't know
total
who
grip.
Nightshade is, but I just don't trust that name, man. You sure that we're not going to get porn?
That's him.
If we get titty bombed, I think I'm all right with it.
Right, better porn.
Like you know what? I don't have any strikes right now. We can play this one out.
Scott's gonna go first.
Okay.
No, Scott
Well,
would
Scott-
get my channel struck off, and I would be mad about that
Scott's
too.
got the titties, so
Hey, Flowstate, can I play a song?
No.
no.
Why? It's an original.
Thank you for that.
Mm-mm.
Why would we want to hear that? Well, you know we don't want to hear
It's
that.
hilarious. It's the one where you get way drunk and you go ahead and record one.
I'm not drunk.
I'm disappointed every time.
No, we wrote it and
It's so
recorded it. It's a
weird.
very good song because it was edited. Don't worry about it.
It's so weird how
We're
they
not.
just drop in their random promo stuff.
It's
This wasn't
there's
promo.
only a handful of people. It's
This
like
is the one nobody wants to take.
it's
credit
like
for.
Scott does it, and
This isn't a
fucking
good song. It is
We
a
don't
great
wanna
Miss
hear
song.
it,
W
Scott.
is terrible about it, and Tommy's pretty bad about it too.
Can I share my opinion about talking about politics?
Yes.
Please do, because I know where this goes, and I love these things.
If someone doesn't ask you about what you think about politics, they don't want to know what you think about politics. Shut the fuck up.
Who gives a fuck what another motherfucker want, though, right? You
Yeah, but
open
people
your
are-
mouth,
Good rebuttal.
you open your mouth. You know,
An
you never
officer
know what
walks
you're gonna
up to you and wants your ID.
I mean, I don't know. I don't run around thinking, oh, you know, I don't talk about religion and politics because sometimes people get upset. I don't care. Well, I don't like to talk about this, Joe. You probably know me well enough to know I do not care.
Well, I mean, I think it's interesting to listen to people talk about politics, but no one gives a shit what I think about politics. So I'm going to
Yes.
talk about penises.
No one
Because
gives a
everybody
shit,
wants to
but
hear
you-
about that.
Yeah.
I want to hear about that, Margot.
Right?
Wait. I said I didn't want to hear about it. You ladies did not stop talking about the golden penis. So
That's me.
Well, it's
Oh, I
penis,
need a new icon for my profile picture for the golden penis.
according to her theory.
yeah, see
Penis
how
gold.
Lindsay, you see how uncomfortable Lindsay is intentionally making me after I told her I don't want to talk about politics. I mean penises. It's the same thing.
Lindsay just got through saying she didn't want to be backed into a corner with a question y'all were asking her, and you still kept bugging her until she answered the question.
Well, I admit
So what
that
are
I'm
we
a
really
lousy
saying
dude.
here?
Good
I mean,
again.
the fastest way out of that corner would have just been to answer the question, not to tell two stories.
I took my whole thing.
But she told you she didn't want to answer the question.
Who cares?
Exactly. Who
You
cares that
open
you don't
your
want to hear
mouth.
about penis? Some
Also-
of us do.
Who cares about my answer?
I care, Lynn.
I care.
I care.
It's just another person's opinion. Right?
Tarek
I
cares.
Roll is here to
I
stay.
You know what?
care too.
Scott,
the
we don't
amount-
need that.
He
I
does.
care too the amount.
Is
that I'm
Scott
gonna
singing a fucking song?
I just
Yeah.
think it's better to
Yes.
burn out than fade away.
Start him one day, hoping he's going to be discovered on your show.
You have so many famous rock star friends that if you had any talent, you'd have been signed by now.
Yep.
I'm not trying to get. I'm not singing for.
Great
This
fucking
isn't.
point.
This isn't a talent contest, and I've been signed. I've been around.
You know,
Oh,
that's a
yeah.
good subject. Who is the most famous person you've ever met?
Who are you talking to?
All
Famous as in what regard?
The most
most well known.
How many types of famous are there?
Well, if they're well known, they're famous.
Right. I think it's
The most famous person I
Wesley
caught a
Snipes.
picture of straight up about 20 yards away from him was
No,
Barack
not
Obama.
stalked.
No,
Met,
no, no,
met,
no.
not stalked.
Everybody
Wesley
thought I
Snipes
took the most
downtown
racist picture of him too, and I took it
Chicago.
down.
Bill Murray.
I met Bill Murray too.
Did you?
Yeah.
He's
I ran
awesome.
into
I
him.
never met him.
He made 2 movies, and it just so happened to coincide where I was at both times.
Oh, I forgot.
Which movies?
I was
Who's more famous, Marcus Allen or Ron Jeremy or Jared Leto?
Marcus Allen. Or who? Last one?
Jared Leto.
Leto.
wait, give me 3 again. Marcus Allen.
Marcus Allen, Ron Jeremy,
Yeah,
Jared Leto.
I think maybe it'll be Leto, or it wouldn't be Marcus Allen. It'll be Leto or Jeremy. Maybe
Yeah, Leto
Jeremy.
with Ron Jeremy.
Yeah.
The
Yeah,
Hedgehog's
since
pretty
you're
famous.
the penis boy, it'd be Jeremy.
The Hedgehog's pretty famous.
So I was in a movie with Woody Harrelson, Wesley Snipes, and what is that girl named? Goldie Hawn.
What?
Wildcats.
You were in a
I was
movie?
an extra. I was an extra in Wildcats.
Wildcats?
Did you meet him? Did you meet
You
him?
was in. Oh,
Yeah.
shit. You
Well,
for real?
well, I met Wesley later downtown Chicago. Then I met them all because I was an extra on the team and all of that shit. But
Oh my
we
God,
didn't
Joe
get to
Cool is a movie star.
Oh, that one's out.
He also is a rapper, and you've met a lot of rappers too, Ice-T.
I've
And
met a lot of rappers, and we had albums out, and yeah, we used to open when they come to Chicago. Yeah. We also had magazines. I used to tour the country and do speeches about the magazines we put out. Also been.
Were you one of those door-to-door magazine salesmen?
I was not. We didn't sell it. I don't know. Mostly it was for colleges, and then we ended up getting gigs teaching teachers because it was all of us were from the inner city, drug dealing, so and so's. All the teachers that were going were booking us. They had to teach in the inner cities were booking us, and we would go to different colleges, and they put us up in these
What was
crazy.
it?
I love
Mormon
that.
Week in Review.
The first was called Journal of Ordinary Thought. That's where I met the guy. His name was Hal Adams. He was the publisher or the, whatever the fuck it was, not whatever. He was the guy who did the book, and then we did a couple of those together, and then we got the funds for me to put out my own book, and that shit just went crazy. I got all cats that I know, which we're currently drug dealing gang members and blah blah blah. So all the stories were fucking great in the magazine, and every college we went to, they lost their fucking mind. We were superstars.
Make money, make money, make money, make money, make money, make money. He's a motherfucking woman. He makes money.
Margot, I'll see you at 43.
You know who that is? I'm with right there. I know you don't
What?
give a fuck.
What'd you
We
say?
don't give a fuck.
I didn't even hear what you said, but I bet I don't give a fuck.
Who is in the meme with me in my meme?
Your icon.
Yeah, the icon.
That would be. I'm scared to zoom in. I get kicked off sometime when I zoom in too hard. That's what just happened.
Oh, is he trying to drop names now?
You don't have to if you know.
Oh, we've done this before.
I don't know who that is.
Who was that again?
Sonny Bono.
He paid the man $20 to get his picture taken.
It costs more than that. You have to buy backstage passes for that shit. He got good tickets.
No,
for
that's
concerts.
on the set
Let
of
him have
fucking
some
Infiltrator.
fun.
Who
That's
is the
literally on the set of the Infiltrator when they were filming the dog
It's
race
Michael
scene.
Jackson. It's Michael
No, it's
Jackson.
not.
We don't
you
let
know?
Scott have fun.
It's
Oh.
Breaking Bad's Bryan
Let us
Cranston.
have fun by being mean to
fuckhead.
Scott.
I met
It's
Pamela
what's that?
Anderson. That's mine.
It's Bryan
Ooh,
Cranston
how'd
from
you
Breaking
meet
Bad,
her?
Joe.
How did that?
Scissors?
I can imagine how that went. I bet you guys were great together.
Scissors.
I met her at Spago's. And you know what? You know how
Is Tommy
Chrissy
with
Creek
her?
has a certain way of talking that's really, she has a really sweet voice. Pamela Anderson's voice was just like that. And she was 100% humble and very, very kind. And she was more than glad to sign an autograph for my little brother. And she was extremely sweet. I was impressed. I thought she would be stuck up or something. Her boobs are ginormous in comparison to her tiny little body. I have nothing bad to say about her. She was great.
That
That's all.
last part, we all knew. All the guys knew
Was
that
that
Oh,
with
last
or
part.
without clothes?
she is smaller than you imagine. She's just a little thing.
Thank you, Nice. Is Nice and new? Nice. Are you new
I
here?
don't know who that
Yeah,
is.
I think so.
Well, Nice. Welcome. Hold on. Let me get this. Actually, I just played the money song. Let me get you with.
I need every bit of money you can bring me. Pay me.
I need my money. I'm at the bank about to withdraw all of it.
All the money, all the banking, all the jobs, all the material things. I love spending money. And all these people here know I love spending all that money.
Good going, Flo.
Damn, which show was that from?
That works out good for you, doesn't it, Flo?
Every now and then I see something like that, and I don't know what I'm going to do with it, but I know I'm just going to screen record it, and I'll figure it out later.
I'll do the same with Adam and Joe.
Yeah.
Some shit that might be a year from now. I pull that shit up.
He'll be, and then Wizard's like, why do you think I'm grifting?
I got one for a
Is that
chick
Lindsay?
now.
You don't understand how I was being facetious there, do you?
I'm not sure you were.
Well,
yeah,
you would have to go watch the video.
You're arguing with Wesley. I understand that you're playing a game.
Yep, that's what I mean. I understand the context, but she doesn't. She doesn't understand what was behind it.
Who is she?
Me.
Yeah, that wasn't
Cynthia?
like a literal and plain interpretation of the. I
No,
took
I
him
know
out of
there's like
context.
others. I didn't know who he meant direct. If you meant someone directly or just in general, I didn't know.
Yeah, those were taken out of context.
And knowing Wizard, you know what he think about banks and all that bullshit.
I see Wizard has helped illustrate the story about Pamela Anderson.
Oh, I thought that was your picture.
Her boobs are bigger than those little pinatas.
True. But
Yeah,
I think
they-
she did get them unstuffed at one point.
Yeah, I think so.
Have you seen her documentary?
No, I read a biography on her, but I did not see her.
She has a very good documentary.
I know who watched the Pam porno.
And
I see you, M. I see you, M. I heard you, Scott. We already knew Scott did because he
I'm
loved.
busy. I'm doing book stuff right now.
You've never seen Pamela Anderson give Tommy Lee a blowjob on a boat, M? Is that what you're telling me?
No.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I didn't.
Scott, did you just put up another celebrity picture?
He's not a celebrity. He's a fighter, boxer.
He's fishing.
Oh, so athletes don't count as far as like famous people, because if not, then I don't know anything. I ain't never met a famous person or seen a famous person.
That's Bone Crusher Smith.
He knows athletes count.
Nobody
He's
said. I've
gotta
never heard of
do
Bone
it.
Crusher Smith.
I'm a boxing.
Nope.
fan.
I approve of Mrs. Flo's outfit.
I'm telling you.
I want to see this one though.
Wait, where is it?
Oh, hold on. I'll put it. I just closed the window. Hold on. I'll put it back.
Oops.
Good
Sorry.
picture.
I don't know. That Lindsay shirt shit gonna be hard to beat.
Well, this one will give it a run for its money. If he can find it.
Yeah, I got it. Hold on. My desktop is just like loaded the fuck up with icons.
Miss Flo taking new photos. Hurry up, man.
Well, Mrs. Flo's outfit you can wear in public. That T-shirt I keep.
Okay. Oh yeah, I did that
You
outfit.
can wear that in public without getting busted.
Yeah.
The Flo shirt's got to go though.
God,
did
how
you
many
did
years
you
ago was
butcher it that
Flo?
bad?
I butchered the
How many-
heck.
Who are
How
the
many
guys
years
I
ago
know
was
I'm
that?
supposed to know 'em, but
That was how many years? It was before I got rated. But not a lot before.
Really?
Probably 2016 or 2016. Maybe
Yeah,
maybe the beginning of 2017. Actually, I
she
think it was
looks
the
young
beginning of
as
17.
hell. She looks really young in that picture.
I know she's aged a lot.
I didn't say that.
Up. That's a picture I have.
Oh, she sleep.
No,
Oh,
you can't,
it's time for Margot to come back.
yeah, she's sitting in the room.
Margot, where's Margot?
My girl be losing her mind right now.
Oh, is
I don't
it Margot time? Sorry, hold on.
I hope she didn't go to bed early because she was entertaining.
I
I wanted to
haven't
hear
gone to
her
bed yet.
latest Jack story.
Wow. Go ahead, girl.
Oh, I do have a little bit of a Jack story.
Do you have a
Oh,
late on
yeah.
us, Mama?
You deserve it. All that time you've been back there with
How long? She
your
wasn't back there much longer, was she? What times?
I got
2
no idea.
minutes.
I feel like I ain't seen her in 20 minutes.
All right.
Yeah,
she's-
so
it's been
if
an
Tara
hour.
tries to sell me out
Come on.
again, I only have to go for 3 minutes.
That's
But
true.
Come on, Margot, jack us off.
so
Sure.
Jack went to court the other day
Good one.
and said he needed, they said that he could have 2 more weeks to secure shelter,
A continuance, yeah.
right? Well, they said he was going to be looking for places to live. Well, he's not. He's going to lunch with friends and other places. They know he's not looking for a place to live, and it's kind of the joke.
Jack has friends?
That's what he told them.
And who
apparently
is it that doesn't know? Like, who doesn't know the people, the courts, or who are you saying doesn't?
Well,
know?
he went to court and they gave him a 2-week continuance to seek shelter. Well,
Gotcha.
he's still spending time with the people that he does know in Spokane. Everyone knows that he's not looking for a place to live.
He's probably on the internet every day, yeah.
He's going to live with Tarek.
Well, what did that lawyer from the legal aid do for him?
I don't
yelled
know.
at probably. Jack probably told him he was stupid and yelled down over and told him, why won't you help me? I'm only asking for help. Yeah, some of that shit.
I don't know. That's all I've got on Jack.
And then started to try and help her or whatever, whoever it was. Well, you need to know about
That's
wars.
not how Jack told the
So-
story, though.
I noticed Chuck got
I'm
bought.
interested
But
when
Chuck,
you get a
before you
chance.
go,
Yeah.
I noticed that you and I are like the backup dancers for Flow, because it's always, and then people like Paul, Flow State, Chuck, Cynthia, like we always get thrown in it somehow.
I think I know what you're saying.
You mean
You
when
mean
he's
over at
low
Jack?
stating them?
Hold
Yeah,
on,
we
real
don't get-
quick. Tonight is the first time I've streamed to X. Shout out to the X people. There
What
must
Hi,
be a lot of.
X.
I can't
Twitter.
figure out how many people are watching from what each thing, but I know I got 76 here on my YouTube channel. i5's restreaming. He's got 1.
No.
Rumble's
Good, I5.
So I think a lot of people are watching. I think that there's like 50 of you all watching on X. So shout out to the X people. If you follow the link in the description of my channel
Damn.
here, there's a link to join the panel.
Yeah, I feel
I'm
great.
streaming it to a group of North Korean hotels.
You're not
and-
streaming it anywhere. The things that I've got my channel, my X, and my Rumble, and I didn't check Rumble, but Rumble rarely has a big
I'm
crowd.
streaming it a different way.
You stream these nuts.
Scott, no
No,
chance
thank
you
you.
remember what you were saying, right? You were saying something I was interested in before Cynthia asked you something. She was like, hold on, before you continue. And she asked you a question. No.
Joe, are you going tonight?
Am I going where?
Down on these nuts.
You got nuts, Lindsay?
I'll be right there.
They're little and they're tucked behind the labia, but they're there.
Where in the fuck do you find these people?
They seem pretty solid too.
I love arguing with that dude.
I don't think he feels the same way.
He does. He boots me every time. But you know what? I still got a wrench in there. It's crazy, right? It's crazy.
A Ric Flair, Joe.
And Dave, bro. But he kind of rich because everybody would be tapping me out to no fucking end because I'm the only round earth that come around and shit.
I got tired of getting thrown out. That's why I quit going.
You're tired of getting thrown out?
You never get tired of that at Jack's.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't even get on board to get thrown out.
I see you
Oh,
in there.
it was about Jack. You said that Jack told a different version, and I'm interested.
Oh, he said that when he went to court, that the lawyer from Legal Aid, I take it was a female, gave some sort of spiel to the judge and got a 2-week continuance.
How's that
Is what
different
he
from
said.
what Margot said?
Hold on. What time
Well,
is it?
the
Chuck, I'll see you at 55. Thank you, Mr. Pie. Where's my rap song?
Make money.
Well, the spiel was that he was going to work diligently to find a new place to live, and he needed 2 more weeks.
Do we think that once he gets into a new place, well, dang, do we think that it's going to change? Like, do we think it's just about to get better, worse?
Why did
or...
you say subliminally news first? A news chain. I think we should invite him up. He's probably watching this.
What? I didn't say news. I mean, do we think it's going to get better or worse for him
What is?
when he gets his new place, a new location?
He doesn't have a new place. What's his new place going to be?
If he's in a shelter, he's going to get help there. They're going to help him in some type of way.
I don't think that he's
wants help.
I don't think that it's not like he just needs to get off of bath salts or something.
It's probably harder to get off of what he's on.
I think that this will continue, Cynthia.
So here we have a shelter that we help out
You can let the
with.
homeowners association get him out. That's what the big deal is. If y'all you hate him that much, why not do that?
Do what?
Say again,
Who said
Emmett,
anything about
You can
hate?
file a motion with the homeowners association and have him kicked out. It's not hard.
It's not about
It is.
that.
It is
He's
kind of
guilty.
hard. And why would we do that? And how could we do that? And
Because y'all
he's
keep
already.
bringing it up. Y'all keep talking about what is he going to do. Obviously, Margaret don't even like him.
That is not correct.
Yeah, and we can talk shit about Jack here.
I know that. I know. That's why I was just
And he's
thinking it.
not in a homeowners association.
Well, then he should just be able to get evicted if he's not paying his rent. That's not hard. But I don't know
It's
about
not
that.
rent.
It is
He
hard in
sold the
Washington
house.
State.
It's a process, though.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Jack is absolutely a topic that's welcome. He's gonna kick me off his panel and talk shit about me in my absence. I'm not gonna protect him at all.
Good.
And in fact, if anybody
we
hasn't
all do
seen my
that.
new,
Everybody talks shit about everybody on their own panel.
I guess.
Okay.
What's the point?
If anybody hasn't seen my
Yeah,
new
that's what I'm saying.
shorts, there are some
Oh.
shorts about Jack. Not new, but
They're
like
good.
newish.
I've been seeing some of your shorts.
I haven't seen Jack in over a week.
I can't play the shorts on here because most of them have music.
Oh, they get copyright every time or partially blocked.
Well, I mean, you can, with the shorts policy, you can get away with a full minute of a song on the shorts, but you can't do it on other types
Some of my videos will be okay. Like my older videos, I had the paintings and stuff. Like I'd have music playing in the background, and the only thing that would ever get me struck is like bigger. Of course, if Metallica is playing, the whole thing will get blocked. But other shit like Red Hot Chili Peppers or something, they'll do like a blocked in certain areas.
Yeah.
For
Hey,
different
flowstate.
Have you ever looked at the map of where it's blocked at? Because I bet it's blocked at like everywhere except for like Afghanistan and North Korea. That's how those things go out. I don't remember the website, but there's a site where you can just put in the link and it'll tell you the location.
Yeah.
Of what the whole world or just the map?
What countries the block is affecting.
Hey, Flow State, would it matter the song that I want to play is called Big Balls in Your Mouth?
I could not care less at this point. Like, I don't want to hear you song.
Do you have D's nuts in your mouth?
You could if you'd
What
like,
is
babe.
your obsession with singing, Scott?
No, I wanted to play the song. It's actually a recording. It's hilarious.
No.
It's a very funny song.
We don't want to hear it, Scott.
That's because you're a fucking showboater.
It's because your songs aren't good, Scott.
Oh, how would you know? You've never heard one.
I've heard a few.
You've only
You know
heard
what
me
everybody
say,
hates?
"Fuck you."
Everybody hates that guy that walks around the party with a guitar. Hey, do you want to hear my shit? Like, hey, you guys want to hear my band? Nobody likes that shit ever. Like, yeah, you know what I was doing? I was sitting here waiting, going, you know what? I hope that somebody comes up and takes up 5 minutes of my time and watches me while I listen to something that I've never heard of before. That's what I
Even
want.
better, Flo, when I tell them no. I really love the guy who just keeps asking after I've told him no. That's really
Joe, go fuck yourself.
Scott, I'm going to give you help. Are you ready?
It starts out as Friday night. You know what's up? It's
Wow.
a chick to chug a
God,
lucky
nobody
scotch.
wants to hear your song.
Help me
The
out,
only
Lynn.
song anybody wants to hear is the one you sang to Miss Flo that I uploaded as its own video.
Blow me, Flo.
You just gotta spit bars like me. You just gotta say, "My bitch's booty stanky. I had to put an orange Tic Tac on the tip of my wanky."
Were you like just coming out of surgery or something? What's on your head?
I was just gonna say the same
And your
thing,
V-neck
Flo.
shirt and you're a doctor? Are you a surgeon? We didn't know this. You're a nurse.
What does that say on your shirt? What does that say?
It says gynecologist.
No, it doesn't. That's what I thought.
Have you been doing pap smears this evening?
That's what I wonder.
Do you
I'm
want to do
certified.
Delivering babies. It says here. Spring. Are you a
Dr.
Dallas
Love.
guy?
You guys ruined my flow, damn it. Scott, see, now you're gonna have to listen to Scott. Scott, do your flow.
Neither of you guys have flow.
Are you in Dallas, Mr. Pie?
What the fuck is going on, man?
Yeah, I'm from Dallas. I'm from Dallas.
No,
Is there somebody
you
backstage
have on the
still?
Cedar Springs.
Where's-
You have on
Oh,
the
did I forget Chuck? How long has Chuck been backstage for?
Yeah,
An hour.
he's got a
2
couple
hours,
extra
2
minutes.
He got 1 extra minute. That wasn't too bad.
No, it was 55. He has 2 extra minutes.
It's 56 right now.
Oh, it's
57 right now.
57. Chuck, you
I'm
and I
looking at
have
my
2
clock.
minutes.
Oh, now it just
You-
rolled
you and I
over.
each have
No,
2
it did
minutes.
it. You're lying.
Yes,
What's
it
up,
did.
Margot?
You and I
What,
each have
Margot?
2 minutes.
Oh,
Who's
in
tech
the bank?
Yeah.
Tech support is Margot.
Okay.
Damn, I guess everybody thinks that Chuck has 2 extra minutes. I guess I'm the only one whose fucking computer is off.
Yep.
Yeah, it
Sounds
was
about right.
too slow to look.
What do you mean?
That's about par for the cars.
Did you say
Are they
too old,
tires?
Joe?
I say too slow. You know.
Oh, too slow.
By the
Okay.
time I reached for the phone and shit, it clicked over. Even on flows and shit, I was way too slow to see what time.
Back to the gynecologist.
Joe, how old are you? Someone asked in the chat.
79, no, 50, 56.
Oh yeah, that was Mrs. Flo. You can't get away with those extreme stretching that too far.
Joe, you were born in 68?
7.
What? 67.
67, yeah.
Damn, you're old.
Bet you wish you had bitches like me, though. Bet you wish it was me, though.
But, I mean, we don't see a lot of them walking around backstage.
Yeah,
You got
well,
bitches like Paul.
I got one now, but oh man, bro,
Lifestyles of the
we
rich
could
and
talk
infamous.
about stories forever. Not only that, I ran chicks. I don't know if I told you about that part. When I just stopped, I had 3 chicks that I was running.
Running?
Yeah, you know.
Where'd you run them to?
His pimping hand is strong.
He was a life coach.
So, and the life I lived in, it's so many chicks, it's dumb.
There's a lot of girls out there working. It's a crazy world.
Yeah.
Brielle says gaping hole.
What?
Indeed.
Must be her butt or her mouth.
Gaping
She's
hole.
she's talking about Mr. Pie's holioscopy.
Oh.
We ran him off that quick? No, Mr. Oh, there he is.
There he is. He had to go
Yeah,
do
what have you
one
guys been talking about all
additional
day?
exam.
I kind of missed out.
It was
talking
We've
about
been
you.
talking about cops. I've been yelling at a lot of people.
Yeah. Also about morals and ethics.
And penises.
In court.
And
Penis.
movie stars.
SEC one.
You know,
Celebrities.
it's just a normal stream.
Yeah, it goes everywhere.
So I didn't miss out on much, huh?
I wouldn't say all that.
Well, you kind of, but boy, you sure killed it when you came in.
I know. You're usually high energy. What's going on?
Buzzkill.
Are you
Oh,
okay? Do we need to have an
Are you
intervention?
all right?
Mr. Pie, why are you depressed?
You have
He's
a
out
lot
of
going on.
mushrooms.
What? Are my eyes red?
No.
Are my eyes red?
They're fine.
We can't even see your
They look
eyes.
good. They're fine. No, they look
Something
good.
happened in between then and now.
Wow.
That's the joke, is you can't see my eyes.
Are you shrooming?
No, I think that's the problem.
That is
Yes,
the
it's
problem.
definitely
Oh,
fine.
yeah.
I think it's been way too long.
As
I'm
much
like-
as I don't appreciate
like
some
2
of the
months.
noises you make when you're high,
Yeah.
I can't have my
Just go
Mr.
eat
Pie.
a
I
cup.
can't have my Mr. Pie being sad up here. That's just not gonna.
Well, and it looks like Mr. Pie's like in an asylum or something.
Yeah,
Like
with
his
the-
walls and the light above him, doesn't it?
Oh
One
yeah.
flew over
Yes,
the
and
cuckoo's
also
nest.
with that green hat, it's like a surgeon's hat and the
You know what? Last time,
shirt.
Mr. Pie was here. I don't know if it was last time, but one time he left, but left his camera on, and I could see a sawzall in the background. If you're in a mental institution, they don't let you have a sawzall.
Okay.
Let us
true.
see the sawzall.
Listen, this is my other theory. He is a surgeon. He has the scrubs. He has the surgeon's
Well,
hat
that's what you
on,
need the sawzall for.
and he has the
Wait,
sawzall
look,
now.
Wizards
He's a
over
surgeon.
here at number 001. What's the room number on the outside of your door, Pie?
Why does it sound like
Neighbor.
Scott's talking with auto tune on?
33.
Maybe auto-tune.
You're
Illuminati
20
confirmed.
You're 32 rooms
So that I
away
sound
from
like I'm in
Wizard.
E flat.
Go
Now,
up the
Flo,
hall and make a left.
Aren't we supposed to be getting Margot, talking to Margot, so she'll help Jack?
Listen,
No.
What'd you say? I was distracted by Rose's comment here.
aren't we supposed to be talking to Margot to get her to help Jack?
I think that what we need to do is to find Rose a plug.
Whoa.
No,
butt plug?
Margot,
Yeah.
Jack put that video out about
Oh yeah. Yeah,
people
I'm
talking
supposed
to
to be able
you to help him.
You got to help yourself before anyone else is going.
Oh yeah, I can pull up that short. Let me play. I'll find that and pull it up because that doesn't have music on it.
Is that Talcott clip collection? Or I can't remember now.
Oh, I don't. I was talking about my short. I don't know if Talcott Clip Collection made one.
He put a new one out too on Jack.
Dude, cracks me up.
No one's ever called me short.
We just call you Jack.
What kind of sucker is that, Mr. Pie?
All day.
How many licks does it take to get to the middle?
Is it a cherry or strawberry or what?
It's cherry.
More grifting, some more subscribers. Hey, go to Flow State and get fucking fiat. He cares about that more than people.
How is it grifting if I'm?
He cares about
Shots
grifting and money more than people. Really, a good motto to live by. One should never point a finger when they're not willing to lend a hand. Margot has not been honest about helping me, right? And I encourage others to encourage Margot to try and make up for what she's admitted that she was maybe not wonderful in the past. I don't want to exaggerate or misquote, but generally she has admitted that there were times that things could have been different. Anyone who runs into her or Flo or anyone else, please encourage them.
No, fuck it.
There's ways that they could help me.
Margot, you gotta.
There's ways
You gotta help
me.
Jack, Margot. You gotta help him. He deserves the
Okay.
help. He needs.
And to the guy who's over, I assume Jimmy Rizzo is over at iFi's. I just dropped a link. If you're watching from I don't know if the link's posted to his chat or not, but I put it in the main chat here. If you're over on iFi's, this is Flow State at Flow State. Yeah. YouTube.com/flowstate. Like I have the Flow State handle, so YouTube.com/flowstate will get you here. If you try to search Flow State, you're not going to find it.
Yeah, I can't.
Poor Jack.
All right, my
Mm.
friends, I gotta get to sleep because I gotta wake up early and figure out.
Are
how
you
I'm
going
gonna
to help Jack?
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta get a good night's sleep so I can figure out how to do that tomorrow.
All right. We
All
can
right.
all say that we kicked
Just for
in.
me.
Later, Margot.
All
Well, thanks
right,
for
love
coming
y'all.
up.
Good
Bye,
night.
Margot.
Bye, Margo.
Well, I feel better now that I assisted Jack tonight.
And Tarek, he's gonna live with Tarek. He said if Tarek said Jack will not be homeless, that he'll be able to go live with him.
I
Flo,
think that'd be cool, but I don't
Joe, did
think it will
you see
last
the
long.
one where he talked about sleeping with that guy?
What? Oh yeah.
But
Jack?
you be more specific. It can't be what I think it is. So
I hope
keep
not.
going.
Am I wrong, Flo?
You're not talking
About
because
what?
he's
The one where Jack was talking about sleeping with the guy.
it was in the
Oh
military, right? And they had to share a bed. It wasn't what I'm
no.
thinking, right?
Oh yeah.
No.
Well, I mean, I read into it. I think that it is something. I'm the one who pointed it out. You saw it then, but I think it is something. I can't prove it's something, but it's and I didn't clip it or save it or anything because I don't want to dox that guy a bunch of times.
Oh, you didn't?
Nope.
I've heard him say, stuff where, he tried to do it or whatever. So I always assumed that he was willing or bi or something.
So the thing about Jack is that he, like, ever since his and my falling out, he started showing. Where'd he go? The night after, I was on my panel. I had Easy was up here, and I told somebody that I was friends with Speakeasy. The next day, he was over on Easy's. Who else? Fuck, he did it to someone else. Anyways, he's sort of a narcissistic networker. Fuck, where did he go? Sasquatch. He contacted Sasquatch.
Oh, did he really?
Yeah, Sasquatch had emailed him way back when about going on his show, and Jack ignored it until just the other night. He responded to it.
It's
interesting.
Yeah.
No,
You
he
wanna
was
play my
talking about
game?
when he
What'd you
tell
say?
Joe the story. Leave the name out, Flo.
Tell what?
Oh, the story of the guy he slept with, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he did. He went on stream and he was like saying something about how Margot went ahead and contacted his friends, and he had one friend who she supported. Who, gosh, they were such good friends. They even shared a bed together one time on a conference trip because of accommodations and and trust. Because
Because
he
the guy was
stopped
really
talking to me.
sexy.
He stopped talking to me, and somebody said why, and he said he stopped talking to me after I called him when I was thinking about self-deleting. So, and he said the guy's full name too. It's like, wait, so you just said this guy's full name, mentioned sharing a bed together, not a room, a bed.
And he got mad because he called
And
him.
this is the sort of dude that you call when you're thinking about self-deleting. Y'all had that sort of a relationship.
I hear you had see it and shit. Just on the sleeping in the bed alone, I see why you hesitated and said you can't prove and all of that shit. And I figured you saw other things that made you think. Yeah.
I didn't really follow that.
Jack's a little shifty sometimes. I mean, I try and
Jack
like
is
the guy.
shifty, and he's underhanded and deceptive, right? Like that's how his aggression manifests.
Well, you guys know who Wes Watson is. You know, Paul and Wes Watson. He literally emailed Wes Watson, and I guess the way it's been brought back is that Wes Watson literally told him to go fuck himself because he was trying to get Wes Watson to believe that he was going to life coach Wes Watson.
I remember that. I remember that.
I wouldn't believe that. No.
That sounds like. Will you hand me one of those drinks? That sounds like something one of the that would be made up too, though.
He played the recording.
Oh, he did.
Yeah, when he called the guy, and they called him back, and they told him to go kick rock.
Yeah, but that don't mean that he played a recording saying, "Listen, I'm gonna teach you. I'm gonna better your life." That's the shit that's gold.
What
He did. He played the voice recording he left for him.
Oh, I wish I had that. That's amazing. I remember when I know that Paul was trying to get Wes Watson on, and
10 grand.
Wes Watson charges 10 grand, and Paul was like, "That's when Paul broke up with Wes."
I was gonna say probably it would have attacked on that be his MO, and then that's the way he think a person to come over if he talks bad about him long enough.
Well, he did. He was all
And he
upset.
never played another Wes Watson clip. Before that, it was like the fanboy fucking.
Yeah,
thing.
I was over there and he asked me my opinion of Wes Watson. He's the guy who introduced me to him, and I asked him, does the guy use steroids? And I forgot what he got mad at me or something. I say, why would you ask that dumbass question or whatever the fuck? I say, because that would be my judge of character for him. To me, he's greasy and he's trying to sell some shit. So I got to think if he's an honest dude. If he's an honest dude, he clearly uses steroids. You're his number one fan. You know he uses steroids. The fact that you didn't say, yes, he did, tells me, and, he got mad at me.
Yeah. Rose is way behind. Somebody in the chat want to let Rose know that she's way behind on the live stream.
You're way behind, Rose.
Fast forward.
I've been there, bro. I've been there a bunch of times.
Oh, we've all been there.
Probably the days of time. Oh, shit. I had a good day, man. I'm having fun working on a fucking video, and the weather was good. My wifey's in a really good mood, and getting my shit ready got a new radio. It's a piece of crap, but I burned the other one. I blew the old radio out.
How'd you do that?
Actually, it started shorting out. I feel like I can fix everything. I opened it up and fixed it. It worked for about a week or two. And then the next time I opened it up, I blew it up. Smoke came out of it. I blew it up.
Electrical shit is a bitch.
Yes.
And my truck, I've told this before. My truck, when I wanted to put in subs and a new head unit, the wiring harness for an aftermarket head unit, for just like my model of Silverado, that's like that 4-year span, that wiring harness is like $170.
Yeah,
I was irate. I will not pay that on principle.
Right.
And so I had a buddy do some splice and dice, and there's some pretty sketchy shit going on back in there. I don't know what all where. So I know that I can't turn on the subs or the stereo unless I turn the headlights on.
The stereo harness, they wanted $100
They wanted $170 for it. Every other car model is like $35.
They told me 300 and something. I had a Chrysler 200. They told me 300, and I called like 3 different places. I was in Denver.
I was trying to buy just the harness, not have it installed.
Just the harness. They say without the radio and all of that shit, the harness alone. I had 3 different people tell me that. I got back here, motherfuckers said it was on Amazon for $20 or something. They tried to get me, bro.
Yeah, this new car I got, they wanted $320 for the wiring harness for the trailer hit.
Good.
All it did was plug into a little box with the 4 little wires on it.
To go with your stoplights.
I went to what the hell is the place called? One of these car places is online, and picked it up for $30.
Rock Auto or something.
Yeah.
There you go.
Same wiring harness.
The YouTube's DIY. If you have
Scott,
something wrong with your car,
Scott,
what?
Turn off auto-tune.
I don't think
something sounded funny.
He's got auto-tune. He's got these little fucking.
Oh, so he can
Is that any
sing.
better?
He turned it on so he could sing. That's what
I'm tired of hearing his auto-tune voice. Yeah, I don't know why. Go ahead.
Hit echo cancellation. One of y'all, Flo, you could do that too. See if that
I'll tinker with your audio settings. Go ahead.
Mute button works too.
Tell me what you hear.
I think you got clear on this.
Okay, go ahead, Scott. Ask your question or whatever.
I've lost my fucking train of thought. Where was that?
But at least your voice doesn't have that echo right now.
Okay. Now, what the fuck did I just say? What were we just talking
Something about a lady boy in Manila. That's all.
That was your brother. That was your brother.
It just made me want to smoke. Just you losing your train of thought is a trigger for me to smoke.
One thing I used to do when before I was banned from eBay for life is they had I don't have any anymore, but they used to have these little. It's called a window breaker, and it was just a thin little ring made out of like pot metal,
Yeah.
with 2 little spikes on it.
Yeah.
And you know what I'm talking about, Wizard?
I do.
Oh yeah.
I
And
had-
I bought those off. I buy those off Alibaba for like $0.25 a piece, and resell them on eBay for like. Well, I had a bunch of different listings, right? Some of them were only $5. Some was like 2 for 25. You know, but
Damn.
But it's the same sort of wire harness scheme because somebody will see it, right? Somebody's going to see that you can get 2 of these punch rings for $30, and it's a novelty item. So they'll be like, "Whoa!" And they have no price point of reference. Novelty items you can get away with that with, and nobody really has a good reference point for a wire harness unless they look for one.
Yes.
What's a
people-
punch ring?
It's the little window breaker. It's just a little metal ring that's painted some color with a spike on the end.
And supposedly you just push it up against the window and it pops the window. You can get out of a car window if you need to.
But it's like a ring with a spike on it, and super cheap. But I'd sell them and mark them up for quite a bit.
I had a Ram 1500, and I went to go work at this place. My buddy, he actually I always throw my truck keys in the cup holder, but I never lock my doors. And when my buddy got out, his fucking arm hit the thing and locked my truck.
Damn.
It was getting getting fucking dark, and I was like, what the fuck? So I could not break the fucking windows on this Ram. I swear, as hard as I could, a huge boulder. Because I called my buddy, I was like, dude, we're in the middle of nowhere. I don't really know how to even get here GPS. He was like, just break the window. I'll pay for half. I'm like, I don't want to break the window on my fucking truck. And he was like, well, so I started there was rebar there. There was boulders. I tried everything. I could not fucking break the window on the fucking truck of a Dodge Ram. I'm like, well, at least I know they're really hard to break into.
No business is open. I know this is neither here nor there, but if their business is open, you go get a screwdriver and a hanger. That wasn't an option.
A car battery.
Yeah, there's better ways to get into a vehicle than that.
I know a 20-pound sledge. A 20-pound sledge won't break it either.
I've never tried to. I don't think I've ever tried to break a car window.
They are extremely difficult to break. Yeah.
My wife locked the kid in the car.
Yes, it is much.
I mean, maybe a 20-pound sledge would if a real man swung it.
Of course, a 20-pound sledge would.
How much dick weighs more than that, Flo?
I will say though that kicking doors looks easy. It's not.
And it is much easier to get that screwdriver or a crowbar in that window lip and stick a hanger down there. And you don't have the damage. You might damage the rubber seal, but that's probably about it.
And you can wrap
take it from our guy who's had 180 something cases.
What are you going to do with a coat hanger?
Unlock it.
Flip that lock.
You hit the lock.
They don't have those knobs anymore.
You hit the button. They all got the electric button. It's even easier.
Yeah, there is no button on the door.
You can there's a thing that if you take a flat piece of metal, you can slide it and cut the notches out of it. One of you other criminals knows what I'm talking about. You don't pull the knob. You slide it down the inside of the window, and you're reaching inside of the door to pop the bar.
But they don't have buttons in cars anymore that pop locks. Is that what you're saying?
You just get the bar.
If you're sitting in the car, it depends. They don't have the knob that you pull up, right?
They got buttons. It's easier.
Right. There's different ways, but if you can't get it you just slide that down inside of the door.
Go on Amazon, look for a lockout kit. There's about 50 different things that'll come in it. A bunch of different wires and shit.
About 50 different things will come in you.
Yeah, I got it. Hey, what I was saying earlier when you were talking about Rock Auto Chalk and whatnot is what we're talking about now. DIY on YouTube, you can figure out all kinds of stuff with your cars. Just put in the make and model.
DIY.
Do it yourself.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Dick it yourself.
Yeah, dick it yourself.
Dick it yourself.
So, but literally, just kind of type in a couple different ways that you have and you'll come up with ideas to fix it. I fixed,
I live on that
AC
shit,
problems. I had an AC problem. They wanted to replace my whole AC in a car, and eventually I figured out it was a relay. Cost me about $14.
I love DIY, those DIY shows, the channels too.
Yeah, that's
That's
how I built
awesome.
my house.
I changed out a transmission in a Horizon in the parking lot 3 times in 2 days.
What?
A Horizon? Oh shit!
Had to
You
take
changed 3 transmissions in 2 days?
Had to take the old one out, take it down to the junkyard to get a minimal exchange. Got the transmission, put it in. It wasn't good. Took it out, got another transmission, brought it back, put it in.
You must be telling
Old
me.
Joe, I have 3 different bomber clips. If you want, it's just gift 1 membership if you just want the Boeing, but nobody wants that. The normal one is like 5 to up to 20, and then there's one, the shock and awe, that's 20 or more.
I know there's a had this car that in order to change the oil filter, you had to take off the passenger front wheel, take the bolt out of the motor mount,
oh my god,
jack the motor up just to get to the oil filter.
No
it was
way.
It
There's
was
small
one of them,
cars that are weird like that.
yeah, it was one of them, the economy cars they was coming out with that was nothing but junk there in the 80s.
Crazy. Every time you change the my battery.
Yeah, they don't want you to change the oil, so you have to buy another $300 car next week.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
I had another a little Datsun B210.
Yeah,
Me and a buddy of mine are traveling through Ames, Iowa, about 3:00 in the morning. Transmission went out. We had a friend in Ames, Iowa, and he literally had a transmission in his garage. We had that fucker in by 12:00 the next day, and we were gone.
I was gonna say, as talented as you are, I bet you knew something that got you by, and sure enough, you did.
I have a Cadillac down here with a blown engine. I need you to help me change the engine in.
I've been.
I can do that.
It's a good fucking. Actually, when I brought it home, Katie said I want that, and I said, well, it's
Cadillac.
Here, it's hold on, I don't remember. I listed it for sale, but it's listed for sale at the like. I'm not really trying to sell it that hard price.
Do you have an engine for it?
No, I don't.
I really good to get it.
Look for the junkyard engines. They got.
Did I tell you that story?
No, but
Or were you making a joke?
I was making a joke.
Okay, there was a little bit. It was a little bit of story. So I got it from a guy who's a complete piece of shit, and he had a mechanic shop just outside of town that had been rated. It was a chop shop. He was a mechanic or a normal mechanic, and then he got fucked off, and he turned it into a chop shop, and he'd been rated like 5 times in 6 months or something. They keep finding stolen cars and shit. Anyways, he had one car sitting out there in the lot that he offered to sell me for $300, and
the price is right.
Well, he was trying to scam me because it's definitely worth more than $300. But I gave him the money without the title.
I was gonna say if he got a title to it.
I knew that I was doing that. I knew that I was doing that because we had discussions in text messages. And so then a little later when I was trying to pick it up and he was trying to manufacture a conflict. Miss Flo was freaked out. Anyways, long story short, I waited it was probably about 2 months, and heard from a buddy that he had been rated again, and he wasn't at the shop right now, and I went down. I got a buddy to help me, and we rented a U-Haul and a tow trailer, and went down and pulled it out of the yard.
I'm gonna leave. I don't want to be.
And well, I mean, so the real damn part is his dad was there. Apparently, he was gone, but his dad was there. And anyways, he came up and started to question us. I showed him the messages, and the cops ended up coming, and I talked to them, and basically,
that's a hell of a story.
They helped
you. Did you get a title?
No, I don't have the title. So the title's at the sheriff's office. I don't, or with the DA, the prosecutor. When he got raided one of the times, they took all the titles, which I totally believe because when I got raided, they took everything.
Okay.
Because I had the cops run the VIN number before I even bothered to drive down there and rent anything. The VIN number did not come up stolen.
What year?
You gotta, if you got that, getting that title can be hard sometimes.
What's your
but,
make model?
Well, you know, one of the tricks we used to use here, there's any kind of damage on it, you just sell it as a salvage title. So you get the guy that you're buying it from to agree to sell it to you at salvage price in note, but you do your private exchange for whatever the value is. But you have evidence that it's a salvage price for a salvage exchange.
Hey, you made me think of a story, Flo, it ends up kind of gruesome, but it was a drug dealer friend of mine in school, and he was going to sell me a car for $500, and he was a drug dealer, which he back then he was driving Corvettes and shit when we were still in school, and his big brother was bigger than him. So we was just meeting. He went to sell a car, and it was the paperwork thing. Later on, we became really good friends, and he was driving a motorcycle. At this time, I saw him. He was looking really depressed. That night or early that morning, he got kidnapped, and they held him ransom. Told his brother, Weasel Sims. You should Google him. This kid's brother was Stefan. But they would do shit like cut off a finger, send a picture to his mom, burn him, send pictures to his mom, so and so. And then they paid the ransom, and he still got found dead, turned up dead in an abandoned building.
Oh shit!
What? So how did that?
The title, we met at the place that had the ribs, the good sizzler, or maybe something. Somebody had some ribs used to come around, and we had went there and to do the shit, and he couldn't produce the title, and I was like, no, without that title, I don't give a fuck what kind of deal it is. It made me think of that. It made me think, hey man, it's in.
Yeah. No, I knew where the car was. I knew where it was at. I knew where it was at. I knew I had text messages, and I knew that this dude was kind of he's on the ropes, right? This is a sinking man. So he's dangerous right now. He's got a gun. He's strung out. He's pissed off. He's got a gun. He wants me the fuck out of here. But I'm gonna last longer than he is, and I know where the vehicle is, and I've got proof to pick it up.
How the fuck did you get
what
it home?
What model is that?
It's an
SRX.
It's an SRX. That's pretty fucking good. Yeah, it's got the full. It's a good car. It's clean as fuck. On the inside, it's all leather. It's got the full sunroof that goes over both benches seats.
Yeah, even if it works out and you got to go through all this shit, cop six. If it works out for $300, even with all the problems, it's so fucking worth it.
Dude, you could part that out just with the two rims on this side and get your $300 back.
And it's got the catalytic converters. I could scrap the cat for as much.
Yeah, don't do that though. You could sell them to someone. There's plenty of people there's cats going out on them. So
look who's here!
$1,500.
Wizard was talking about that salvage title. In Illinois, you got to take it to they got the state runs a salvage operation.
Hold on, Steven. If you're not going to pay your own tithings because you can't afford it, you might as well see if Tarek's down there. Tarek paid for you last time. Maybe he'll pay for you this time.
Flo, can you wrench?
What?
Can you wrench that thing apart?
I can. I don't.
Everything.
I'm reluctant to start it. Right? Like I've never. It's through a rod. I've never changed an engine. I can do things. I've changed out all my suspension and shit. Like I can do it. I just am concerned that
you don't have the title. Sell all that parts. The parts you can sell for the next 5 years.
Oh yeah, I can wrench it apart and sell for parts, but there's no reason to do that because it's
How much does it cost to get a title that you've lost?
I don't know, not much. It's just a headache. I just haven't done it. I've got it listed for sale at the not motivated to sell price. I don't know. I'm on the fence because I got it for a project car. And I kind of still want to do it, but I also recognize like it's gonna be a fucking headache, and it's gonna be.
How can you sell it without a title?
People sell things without titles. Yeah, without a title.
You can do like a lien, like my mechanic says that shit. They do like a lien.
You can do a mechanics lien, but you have to. That's a whole
Selling it part by part is annoying.
It's also, but it's a good way to get the most money out of it. You can take the headlights off, and you can sell the headlights for $150.
It's a good way to have a fucked up car sitting in your yard for fucking a year before they buy all the parts off of it.
Flo, do you have a buddy who has a shop? Because a mechanics lien is a good way to do this. Is take it to the shop, tell the buddy, look, you go ahead and put a mechanics lien. I'll pay you an extra $200 over whatever it costs you, and then I'll have you fix the car.
How's he going to put a mechanic's lien on?
Because you don't pay him, he gets to put a lien on it. So he's going to pretend you didn't pay him, or the last guy owned it didn't pay
Actually,
him.
that's not. That's actually might be a good idea, Scott.
And that's why they don't need a title, because the guy would assumably who didn't pay his bill would still have.
They're going to
title,
notify
so
him at the last address they have on the title. He ain't going to answer. And if he does answer, he's going to have to pay $3,000. Jack up the bill on that motherfucker.
He don't even know if that guy's name was on the title.
I don't know whose name is on the title. I've never seen the title. All I know is that it's not reported stolen.
Agree that guy's been holding it for storage ever since you got it. So there's like a fucking exorbitant amount of storage too.
Honestly, what I want to do is I just want to find somebody who will give me my stupid asking price for it and then tow it off and deal with them their fucking selves.
What are you asking right now?
2,000.
You're way over, I think.
What year is it?
I'm a bit. I'm moderately over. I'm moderately over. That motherfucker is clean.
1,200 because it's clean. 50, but you got no title. You gotta get
I don't give a fuck.
Where you are, you might be able to do it because you're in the center.
I understand, Scott. I'm good at selling things. I'm good at buying things. I'm good at selling things. I know how to do this if I want to do it. I'm just not a very motivated seller. I'm also not a motivated mechanic. So right now, what I am is I'm looking for, I guess, a sucker who's good at changing engines.
How many miles does it drive?
Sound like Wesley could put
I don't know, Scott. I've never turned it on.
Okay, fuck.
Do you got the keys? No.
That's a good question. To get it towed there.
What are we looking at here, Jimmy Rizzo? Hold on a second. I'm curious.
Be careful.
I am.
Flo, are you going to let that crazy weird guy that wants attention up here? For shits and giggles?
Not. He knows the deal. He has to pay the tithe.
I'm already here.
Crazy guy that wants attention from nobody, my little bitch. Okay, baby. Thank you.
Is that you, Jimmy Rizzo?
I mean, by the way, the lady that was just on the microphone, I'm not surmising to be anybody. I'm just me, okay, you little bitch. And I am not here to have some attention.
What are you here for?
I mean, I guess I'm here to just have a little chat, really, to talk to people.
What is this? Who is this?
So there's somebody on stage named Jimmy Rizzo. I brought Jimmy Rizzo up on stage. I don't have him full screen because I can't tell if he's got a picture up for his background or if his camera is cocked at a weird angle and is pointing down at his computers. Either way, I can't see Jimmy Rizzo's face.
Come up, Jimmy. You nutsack sounding mother.
Jimmy, are you gonna porn bomb us? Do you have a mission?
I can't do anything of the sort, really.
Well, I got to see your face before I'm going to bring you up because I got porn bombed 3 times last stream.
Beat the shit out of you.
Yeah.
Not successfully, but when you come in right behind Steven.
Steven. Hi,
Hey,
Steven.
Jimmy, I don't know if you've been keeping up with politics, with the conversation, Jimmy, but we were talking about politics, man. You got an opinion?
Trump all the way, right, Joe?
I'm agreeing with Bob there. Trump all the way.
Maybe
there you go.
Maybe I do not have an opinion because the motherfuckers in the room I do not want to bring me up on the screen are fake and I guess that's it, really.
Hold on, Jimmy. I'd appreciate if I could see your face for. But Mitch is giving you. Mitch, you vouch for Jimmy?
Yeah, it's okay. So sorry being a fake person.
You're cool.
Hi there, Mitch. Sorry for being a fake individual. And what's maybe Mitch? You could be the fake person and not me.
Just don't show us your vagina, okay? God damn it.
Sure, I'll be a cockney little cunt.
You fucking cunt, don't do it.
Well, at least I'm reasonable.
Okay, your camera's okay. I didn't really. Yeah, his camera's up in an angle.
I do apologize for the webcam because I've got 3 webcams and I've got that little fucking silly webcam on.
It's cool. I'm glad that I got this. I was like, it was killing me. The curiosity was killing me about what I was looking at, and the screen below is too small for me to make out.
By the way, there, ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad I'm here to meet you all. And what's it like to be a pussy?
Did you call us pussies?
Wait, you're talking to me then?
I guess the
thought he was
question
talking
goes out
about
to
me for
everybody,
sure.
really. What's it like to be a pussy?
Well, I've worked hard at it. I've been working on it for years, man.
Yep.
He's all yours, Mr. Pie.
Pussies
He's
are
all
tough.
yours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hi, Mr. Pie. Nice to meet
but-
you. Your mom's a slut and your daddy's a cunt.
Yeah,
I
I
didn't
feel
catch
like
what half of that was.
I know, Mr. Pie, man. I guess you're my bitch, and I guess I'm going to buy in the moment, but who cares, really? It's good to be real, and it's maybe nice to be a fake individual like yourself, Mr. Pie, you cocksucker. Okay, baby?
I catch the cuss words.
Mr. Pie, you know this guy, huh?
Yeah.
I don't in this game, but he did this talking to me like I'm like to put in and down, and then he said,
Pretty body,
and then but then man pregnant to me, maybe gay and have a
I get it. It's vodka from fucking Taxi.
Yeah, that's a really
That's
bad Indian accent or something.
I think he's drunk and Irish.
Slovenia or something.
You're totally depraved, sir.
What you thinking, you filthy cunt? You sounded talking about me and my body and my taste.
Are
my
you
vaginas
licking a
to bite
cunt
the-
right now? Is that why you sound like you got a cunt in your mouth?
I mean, I guess I'm sort of relaxing.
God, that was that. You're better than that. Do better comebacks than that.
I guess to the gal I said maybe who called me a cunt, I said I'm just relaxing. Maybe all you are my cunts in the first place.
You sound like you're gargling nuts, actually.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell what in the world. is going on.
Should we side by side the garglers and let Scott and,
Get them
and
under
Jimmy?
you and teabag them.
I guess maybe it's hard to be normal, without all these little cocksuckers trying to be themselves. Hi, everybody.
What's wrong with you, man? Is there something wrong with your face? Is that why you're not coming up?
I guess maybe
Show us
there's
what
nothing
you look
wrong
like.
with me. I guess
Look,
maybe
you
there's
need a
nothing
checkup
wrong
from the
with me.
neck up. Come on.
Pardon?
Where's your girlfriend? If you put a quarter in her ear, does her mouth drop open?
I guess
Help
she.
us out here.
I guess
You're
my
a regular
girlfriend
cunt,
could
aren't
be-
you? You're just
I
a
guess
regular
my girlfriend
cunt.
could be your mommy.
Come on, your mommy's over here right now. She's sitting on my cock. Come on, you cunt. Why
I
the
don't
fuck
really
you
think
up?
so because I'm 61. You're just
Look,
a young
he's
gentleman.
61.
So
Oh
therefore,
my
you're my little
god. Well, I'm a time traveler, you prick.
I'm
I'm back in
time
fucking.
traveler. I mean, that's
I'm
just-
your daddy
yeah,
now, you
that's-
cunt.
Okay,
Listen,
daddy. Yeah.
Jimmy Rizzo, you got no riz.
I mean,
Oh, cool. These guys are doing terrible.
Yeah.
I had to jump in. I almost brought Steven up, even though he hasn't paid, because they're just bombing.
Hi, Steven. Steven.
Yeah, they weren't even trying hard.
Anyways,
Okay, sorry, I tried.
No. Anyways,
Lindsay's fighting with
this
Steven
was
backstage, I think. Is that what you're doing, Lindsay? Yeah.
I'm doing
Scott,
what?
I thought the
You're
quarter
you're
dropped
fighting
in.
backstage with people?
No, I'm just joking around with King Steven.
I like that.
I didn't read the specifics, but I know that you kind of are a chat antagonist, and so
Well, he's serious, and I'm just kidding, and I think he thinks I'm a man or something.
I think he's a man. Okay, baby.
she's not a man. I can tell you that. He's just jealous because he doesn't have a harem, but he claims he does, or a kingdom. He's actually
why he's
actually an enslaved. He's in the dungeon.
He's a Canadian. What do you expect?
Pancakes and passive aggressive politeness.
Yeah, let's get this right. It's Cocknadian.
Yep.
There you go.
Pancakes
Did you hear that O'Shea went to jail now?
Hell yeah.
Nice.
Hey,
Lindsay.
Hello,
That's
speaking
a
of
nice looking
drama-oriented
shirt right there.
and
Stand up.
controlling.
I like how you've got it
Tied
slid up a little bit properly.
Yeah.
That's
You should do a
look.
cheer with that on. Midriff. Awesome.
I'm glad my camera's off.
Hey, Lindsay, you should.
Whore.
She's hotter than a firecracker on the 4th of July.
She's the whore of Babylon.
Or the
Yep.
whole, as Chuck would say.
The whole of Babylon.
Yes.
It
And
was a typo.
shout out to the people watching on X or Rumble. I think there's quite a few of you on X still, probably. And to everybody here, there's the link to a new Twitter or X that. So
That's pretty good if you got 50 people on X watching.
and so StreamYard's telling me there's 106 watching. I've got 61 on my main channel. I've got like last I checked, I had 1 on Rumble, and I've been rocking. So I've been rocking at like 50 over my normal, 50 over my YouTube number all night. It has to be X. I don't know where else it could be coming from.
No, dude.
Wow.
X is big, dude. I think if you tap into that.
Yeah, if you're on X, you can follow the link in the description of my account, and you can come over to the YouTube channel and subscribe and do all that shit. And then the link to well, there actually I put links in the thread below too.
They can join the stream from over there.
Yeah, I dropped the links in the thread, the Twitter thread, but
it's pretty cool.
Even the nicest person in chat is saying it's boring. We got to kind of find some way to pep it up. And could you take your clothes off, Mr. Pig?
Says I just got a
Pie.
boner.
Mr. Pie.
Did you call me Mr. Pig? What the hell?
I'm sorry. I need love.
Is that gonna make the show better?
Holy cows.
Joe, I think Jimmy Rizzo was just twisting one up a second ago. Is he going to flame that up and pass it
Tell us
around, or
about the
what's
4th grade, Mr. Pie.
You guys, are you trying to do like story time with
all right, Steven's in.
Yeah,
Oh, God.
I'm down to that.
How much did he?
Scraping the bottom of the barrel, Flo.
You know what?
Oh, Chucky.
No, Steven, at least you didn't drink your own urine.
It can't be worse than Scott and Rizzo
and the
doing their
jump
debate.
guy, yeah.
Hey,
I think Lindsay has a crush on me.
Where did Rizzo go? Oh, I left Rizzo down there. Wait, no, there it is. But Steven, you're gonna be quick if you just be creepy at girls.
He's quick.
I'm not creeping. She was hitting on me backstage.
Lindsay, for shame. Can't you at least get somebody better like Tarek?
Who?
I was not
He
hitting on
wants-
him. I was making fun of him with his own rhetoric.
He wants Jeff.
You know
that
what?
makes sense.
You know what a creepy DIY is?
Chuck, I already had your daughters.
Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Don't push your luck, pal.
And your wife.
By the way, no. By the way, the gentleman
my
that
luck.
said, "Don't push your luck, pal." Go fuck yourself, son.
Ooh.
Fuck a Chuck. Fuck a Chuck.
I guess we all can fuck each other within reason.
There's no reason to fuck you except fuck off.
No. And I'm gonna go tell the soon because I'm down to go for the pee. And by the way, that lady's I was gonna say I want to go with a piss.
Who's the drunk guy?
You're a little pissed. We
Cynthia, I
can't
thought you were
fucking
younger.
understand
How
you.
old are you?
Get the fucking
Are you
golf balls out of
retired?
your mouth.
I guess the
Oh,
gentleman.
You picked on a female first. What a surprise.
Cynthia, are you retired?
Why would no, not yet.
You still working? Do you work at a strip club?
Yeah, uh-huh.
Cynthia, you look
Yeah,
about 10 years younger than him, at least. At least.
Well, I was just going to ask, how old are you?
70.
I was just going to ask, Stephen, how old are you?
I'm 88.
Oh, makes sense.
I assure you. I
Chuck, how
assure
did you
you.
get so? You sure what?
I
Chuck, how
assure
did your beard and mustache get so fucking nicotine stained? It's yellow. Chuck,
And
you're
I assure
disgusting,
you, you are
dude.
younger than
Dude,
I am.
I think the
Yet I
tobacco
look younger
factories
than
would
you.
sue Chuck. They would sue him. I mean, damn, how much have you smoked? You're yellow. Everybody's silent because they know it's true. Chuck.
I have no idea who you're talking
I
about.
have no idea what his
No,
beard
he
looks
just
like.
now said Chuck.
I've seen
You're a
Chuck's
fucking
picture.
idiot.
Chuck, you're disgusting.
Now's a good time to remind people that you can pay to have people's names changed to keep them off panel. You can do a great reset and drop everybody down and reset it. You can send a super chat with slurs to call your least favorite person on panel. What are the other things? Memberships are only $1. Steven will give you blowjobs for a 10. There's the great reset where you drop everybody down. Executioner's wheel. Buy some shit, shake it up. There's a lot of incel energy going on this panel.
I'm Flow State's favorite person on the internet. That's the truth.
By the way, the gentleman said maybe you could be the favorite person on the internet. I guess you're just my bitch, you little incel.
Chuck, you haven't answered the question. Why is
Jimmy
your
Rizzo
beard
is
yellow?
becoming my favorite person.
Chuck, why is your beard yellow? Is piss yellow? Nicotine stain. Why is it
I
so
get that really
yucky?
good.
Why is it so fucking nicotine stained? Seriously,
You
Chuck.
can't be
What
my
happened?
friend.
Why do you look like a fucking queen, Stephen?
And
With the
Chuck,
little
why are you
cunt in
so
your butt
sensitive?
and you got man pussy in your asshole?
Chuck, why are you so
I got to
sensitive?
wear my sunglasses.
Chuck, why are you so sensitive about your daughters? What's wrong,
You got
Chuck?
to look good button in your butthole or something. It's like a ring. Yellow piss in your ass.
Pissy ass cunt.
Cunt in your asshole and should put in
Yes,
your butthole.
yes.
Rizzo, where are you from?
I guess maybe I shouldn't have said. I was just about to say that I could maybe say something like I'm from your womb. But I
Get
guess
your
I will.
IQ tested, Rizzo.
And
Chuck,
then
why are you so quiet? What happened
I'm
to
from
Chuck's voice?
Newcastle. I'm from Newcastle.
You
upon
stupid
Tyne.
I don't know. He
Shut
might
up,
drop
you
down.
punk
If, when Chuck goes silent and drops down, it might mean he's on a different tab. Your days might be numbered here.
What,
Yeah,
what
right.
would you be telling me?
No, not you.
I mean, I wasn't telling you in the first place.
No, my bad.
Maybe you could be a polite gentleman. Okay, well, but
Are you talking to me now?
no, I do excuse.
You're an idiot.
Oh, I'm an idiot.
Lindsay,
Yeah,
why
take
don't
that
you
out of
flirt
the
with me
toilet.
on here in public like you do backstage?
And public.
She wanted me to talk about her asshole and her circles of hell.
I'm gonna teabag
there's
Rizzo.
circles of hell.
I'm
And-
teabagging the Rizzo. Is there a ticket?
Oh shit! He's getting Rizzo.
Oh,
Hold on.
What up, cheeky cunt?
Now get King Steven.
What up, cheeky cunt?
Good job, Pie. Oh, here comes Wizard. Wizard, move Wizard around. He's trying to get
Wizard, we
knocked
can't
out.
see you through the your filter was fucking you up.
Take off the background
Adolf,
for a minute.
Hitler. Here's Hitler.
There you
Here's
go.
Hitler. Look at him. Look at Hitler.
Give him-
Oh no,
Look at
he's
Hitler.
getting King Steven.
Look
Ah!
at Hitler.
Are your pants unbuttoned? That's
That's Hitler.
Jimmy next. Get Jimmy. Give him
That's
over
Hitler.
Jimmy.
What a fag. Hitler's a fag. Hitler's a fag.
By the way, there,
Hitler's
Mr.
got
Wizard,
raisins
you
for
look like a
balls.
Canadian little bitch of love.
Got raisins for balls.
Guess who's getting the short?
Okay,
He's got
baby.
raisins for balls. Is this the
Wizard
best you
is
can do?
awesome.
Hey, at least he has balls.
My phone's
You
on
don't, and you don't, right?
Yes,
There you
bro.
go.
You don't,
Bunch
buddy.
of low IQ degenerate losers here. That's
What-
it.
hey,
That's all we
that's
have.
why
You're
you're
Adolf.
following us
Look at
around.
Hitler. He looks just like Hitler. Looks just like
This is
Hitler.
why I'm leaving now because I think maybe 99% of the motherfuckers
Has
in the
Lindsay
room are
blown all of you here?
And this
Has
is
And
why
Lindsay
I'm
you got-
blown everyone here
Hey,
already?
Jimmy, do you actually have
I think she
King
probably has.
Steven's nuts in your mouth?
Lindsay's done blow
All
bangs
right,
over here.
guys, I'm gonna cut out.
Chuck, I fucked your daughter. Did you like that?
What is wrong with this guy?
Oh,
Steven?
come on, Cynthia.
Flow, go. Ain't no call for that shit.
Yep, that one's on the house.
Well, he said it a while ago. You missed it.
Oh, that was fine.
Yeah,
It wasn't
bringing
that
low
bad.
grade content.
Ideally,
real.
you
A
know,
bit gutted.
you'd
I
get
wanted
like,
Stephen to be here when I came up. I wanted to talk to him.
Oh, well,
But-
bring him back up.
I kicked him. He ran. Oh no, I kicked him all the way out of the studio.
We should have kept him up so we could start to roast him because he wasn't really that
But
funny.
he's boring. Like he makes a lot of content, and he makes a lot of content about me, and it's shit's so boring. I don't even watch the shit he makes about me.
He doesn't make content.
He did a
He doesn't make
he
any
did a whole
content. He
week
makes
of
he makes
Jeff.
hit piece videos on other people. He doesn't make
Yeah,
any
he does.
content at all.
He does long ass live streams. He's never got anyone watching. He's never got anyone joining him. It's not like I said. It's just not good. I don't even bother watching the shit about me.
I watched the
audience-
one about me. I watched the one about me, and it was pretty pitiful.
Yeah,
That's
he's
why
got one of those voices I don't hear.
Yeah,
It's funny.
that's why I don't watch him.
I know
Why
exactly
watch
what
him
you mean.
if he doesn't even have anything to make content of, why would you even watch it?
Well, I normally watch shit about me because I guess call me narcissistic like that, but I do.
I don't. Yeah,
but I'm used to like I don't know. I feel like if you're gonna make content, if you're gonna attack somebody, you might as well do it good enough to like win or get their attention or get whatever you're trying to do. I don't know what he's trying to do, but it's not good enough for me to even watch.
Well, that's why I'm here. Despite our history, you at least have a plethora of topics that bring all kinds of people, and it's generally a good conversation. I like that.
Appreciate you.
I see the logic and reason that you do use in your life. Despite our differences, I see that.
I want to hand it to you, Flo, for being eclectic. I didn't think that you had depth to you, and I'm not. Maybe that you're reading the books and whatnot, but you have a lot of knowledge in different subjects. I mean, subjects.
That's why I stuck around. Always. That's what I like Flo, man.
You really are
It's dark
fucking
force.
a lot more in depth of a person than most would initially think. And when people are calling you out on other channels, I'm like, do you guys realize how shallow you actually are compared to him? What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm just here for the tea bags.
General opinion. Yeah. And then Lindsay's here. I'm just here for her. She's hotter than a firecracker on the 4th of July. And then Cynthia.
And she's deep too.
I thought we had something, Scott.
We do, babe. She's just Cynthia. She's just my side piece.
Wow.
And
listen, she's for both of us. Lindsay's for both of us.
Did you just grape my audience?
You just graped all of us.
Mr.
Oh, he's
Pie.
scraping Mr. Pie.
Mr. Pie.
Oh
If you push Cynthia off the cliff.
Oh my gosh.
Flip it.
Nobody believes that you didn't do gay shit now, Mr. Pie.
Well, we'll
just
roll
saying.
with whatever.
That was a pretty automatic reaction. He started humping and you
there's
opened your
nothing
mouth.
wrong, Mr. Pie with
Mr.
that.
Pie, you can grow 1 million plants of weed. And you
The other thing that's worth noting is how many different pictures of dog porn.
Yeah.
Wizard has.
I think he does only have 3, but
I've seen 3, I think, and
it's always a little. Well, it's usually a little dog fucking a bigger dog.
You're just really sus right now. That's all I'm saying.
Who just looks it up and just like, oh, I'm going to keep this in?
How do you have all this shit on your computer? And why aren't the authorities checking into this?
And how much other terrible stuff did you have to go through to get there?
Right.
This is disturbing, Wizard. You know this.
No, it's not to him.
It's only disturbing to those that are triggered. Why the fuck do you not understand why I wear this mustache?
Yeah. Wizard works in a subconscious visual way. Well, maybe not just visual, but he uses his visuals. He's the best person at weaponizing visuals that I know on YouTube, and it's because he finds a balance. Right, he walks the line.
No, I walk the line.
That's the key with the Charlie Chaplin character.
I know.
Remember,
I know what the fuck you're doing. I know what you're doing with all these things.
It's different forms of language, guys.
Yep.
Shout out to 007 because a few of us, Lou included, as you can see right there, went to his stream, and he's an excellent musician with a great voice. And Mitch agreed in chat too, and thumbs up.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, my voice isn't good enough for you, Cynthia. Or
I'm sorry, what?
Maybe 007 could teach you how to be a musician. You'd think one of those rock stars would have done it by now.
Nobody likes my voice. They just love the songs I write. And I wasn't
Who
gonna
loves the songs you write?
A lot of people.
Check out 007 channel. Maybe you guys can work
I'm
on
gonna
music.
check it out. Put his link in
Exchange.
the back. Someone put his link out.
I'll drop
find
his
it on.
link.
Yeah, I'll find it.
I got you. I'm just looking for a clip.
Well,
if I could screenshot all the lyrics me and my cousin have been going back and forth all day, I think we'd probably
You don't
be
want to hear
arrested.
any gay stuff,
I'm
though. You're in
always
such a
looking
gay
for a
mood
lyricist, man. I'm always looking for a lyricist. I've got music coming out the wazoo.
Dude,
but-
I'm a
Richie, can you do
wordsmith.
this? Can we start a band
Richie,
like
I'm a
this?
wordsmith.
Drop your link, 007.
I think pie could add some rap components. You know, like you mix rock and rap together.
If nothing else, that ooh.
No, don't you fucking try to get Mr. Pie kicked off.
What?
He hates it when he makes it sound.
It's been a while,
Mr.
Flo.
Pie, they don't want to see you be
I
great.
hate that
don't
noise.
know
Mr.
how
Pie
close
does
they-
it sometimes, and Goblin does it sometimes, and I hate that noise coming out of a man. I don't know why. It makes
They
me want to
just don't
murder.
want to see you be great, Mr. Pie.
We can do impromptu
You mean
sample.
gay? You said gay wrong.
No, I said great. Because he's
Yeah.
the one that can give you a run for your money. The backwards ball cap, the beard. The ladies like it when you come out
It
with
does
that
look like-
mask, Mr. Pie.
All right, this is
They
the
look like
Mr. Pie
brothers.
show.
Are we gonna have a pie off?
Yeah, let's have a pie off. Tell us, how would
You're
you
good
eat
at
pie?
yeah, you're good at impromptu rap. So could we
Yeah,
have
eat the pie.
Well, let's see if I got a backbeat here. Hold up. I try to make it.
Don't you dare get in this.
I try to make it the most
Nine Inch Nails?
uncomfortable, disgusting raps ever to make everyone feel very uncomfortable.
I can't do beatbox, by the way.
Who was doing the? Wait, so we have DO7 with the greatest voice, the greatest radio voice of all ever, and he's here joining us, Skeletor style.
Come on, I'm gonna jump in before you guys
Skeletor
ruin
man.
this. This is going
Mr. Pie,
shitty.
you gotta pick up the
Aw.
pace. Like,
Come on. It's Friday night. You know what's up? It's time to find a chick to tickle ugly's nuts. So
Oh,
we roll up on my set with
God,
a
oh,
gangster
God,
lean.
God,
Just let
over.
it go. You guys suck
My
ass.
ears are blazing.
What fucking cunts.
Oh my
Yo,
God.
All of
yo.
you cunts.
Man, that's how.
Yo. Hey, listen
Yo.
up, you fogo.
Oh,
I gotta
God,
tell you
no,
something, bro.
no,
The other
no,
day I got a
no,
blow, and your
loser.
little sister is a hoe. Now I know
I don't
on
want
the
to
show
hear it.
I can't be that. No, it's not.
This was the worst. Hurry, Scott, go.
Yeah, you're on street now, Scott. You do it.
It's Friday night. You know what's up?
Oh,
It's
too
time to
bad.
find a
You
chick
suck.
to
You
look
suck.
these
Isn't that too
nuts. So I
bad?
roll up on
See
my
how
set
it
with
is
my
when you can't
gangster
even
lean,
fucking do it
looking
with
for a
other
bitch
people
to
running
call
their
my
mouth.
cum queen. You see, I found a chick that's really sick, not just a sick hoe.
He's
suck
looking
All
my
for
right,
some
dick,
Flo, we
dick.
but
want you to come back. There's nobody greater than you, Flo.
I'm letting the poll decide.
Yeah,
There's
see?
nobody greater than Flo.
Yeah, I can't take over the show. I'm not a level 12 tonight. I'm a level 7.
Boom,
So
boom,
none of
English,
that.
English rap.
Richie, start singing.
English rap. One day, my good sir, we will sit by the fire with our strings and our flutes, and we will never tire of the songs that are written and the tales that are told about when we had monsters with souls that had been sold to the lies that they told us from birth to the grave, causing those with discernment to constantly crave for the truth that they never knew, that they knew would set everyone free. We're all of us sovereign. Repeat after me.
This is a thriller.
Dark.
Late
That
night
was English
standing
rap,
tall
that
here,
was.
trapped by these walls. Look at what? Late night standing tall here, trapped by these walls. Inside, outside. Who's to say? Let's take a ride. It's time.
The fuck happened in here? I let Mr. Pie take over for like 5 minutes, and you got Scott rapping. You came down. Y'all are disappointments.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Pie, what's wrong with you? You have no leadership
He
capacity.
dropped the
How you
ball.
gonna let Scott just bogart the? Did you see Scott seize that opportunity? What an opportunistic little
did.
piranha!
He sat there for 2
did.
minutes with silence.
I know, Scott. Next time I'm leaving you in charge.
He's like
Thank
a
you.
predator. Scott is like a predator. Just always right, looking for an opportunity to drop his freestyle.
Yeah, you know,
What
it's
do you
hard
have
to
to say
keep
for
greatness
yourself?
up, you know?
What's-
It's hard to
what-
keep the
Lay it
greatness
on
all
us,
the time, you
Pie.
know?
What's going on, Mr. Pie? I don't like this.
Well, Cynthia,
He's all
you need to talk
depressed.
to him.
What's happening, buddy? Where did he go?
Oh shit!
Mr. Pie, where's Mr. Pie? What's going on?
I'm good. It's been a long day. That's all. That's all.
Okay. Do you know how special you are?
Oh, Cynthia, thank you so much.
Do you know how blessed we are to know you? You bring such a positive energy and excitement when you come. I'm glad to see you here.
Fucking hell yeah.
Awesome sauce. Hey, Flo's not here, so if you wanted to do a little woo, I wouldn't be mad.
Cynthia.
Well, oh.
He came back. He came
Never
back
mind.
so
Flo's
quick.
back.
Came back so quick. I was like, hell fucking no. Flo, you know you just want to do it one time.
Try
Just
me.
one time.
Try me.
Which one does the baby voice, Flo? Is
Nobody
that
does
Goblin or
It's
Pie?
like,
Goblin.
Okay.
it's getting
No,
close. Hold on. He's gonna backstage
think
me. I
he's
can't do
trying.
it. Can't do it. But I guess I got to bring some
Don't
energy.
worry about it. He just doesn't
I mean-
want to be great.
Scott's rap was way better than Cynthia talking to Mr. Pie. I thought Cynthia was great with him.
What? Brielle,
Thank
hater.
you, Brielle.
Shut up, Scott.
Brielle, why don't you come up and let Mr. Pie sing to you? He would sing a song to you for sure.
Lindsay,
Oh, yeah.
Lindsay, I've just linked my channel. All right, I just want to let everybody know I've just linked my
And
channel.
I dropped it in the main chat a second ago.
Yeah, but I've linked.
No,
I mean,
he-
I've linked it. I'm streaming to.
Oh, you're restreaming it. Okay.
From now.
yeah.
Yeah, I've just linked it up. Just let everybody know.
Well, at least
Mama
you waited
Sue,
till
you
that
might be behind
retard
in the
was
chat
gone.
or in the stream. Somebody want to tell her she might be behind in the stream? Well, I had another video pulled up since Mr. Pie's dead ass energy killed the stream. We could watch this other lies I told as a cop.
He
Oh,
came in
yeah,
low, that's
let's
for
do that.
sure.
Let's do that.
Now he's over there pouting because you won't let him make that funny noise.
He really wants to. I can feel it.
No,
I know, me too.
he's not in the mood.
Is that what he does? Like fucking.
He's not
It
in the
was
mood.
Mr. Pie, wasn't it? Last time making that noise. I remember now.
Yeah,
Who's
Mr.
got the
Pie knows.
horse?
Mr. Pie knows the fucking rules around here. He doesn't make that noise.
This man is slow.
Neither does Goblin. No.
Just haters.
We lost Chuck. Whoops.
Not
Chuck, did you just choke on your own spit, Chuck? Are you all right?
Laughed along.
That's okay. We'll just stick a needle in
Yeah,
you.
Chuck does
Blow it
What
back
did we
up
watch?
with
Oh, okay.
football pump.
All hail Lord
Hope this
Oculon.
guy ain't
Seriously though,
got the same
I am
soft voice.
humbled and overwhelmed by the great
Yeah,
support.
it's the same guy again. Yes, he's a little bit.
God.
Listen to somebody that speaks like
He-
this through the whole thing.
But if you can get past your old white conservative Southern, like all the things about you, if you can get over everything about yourself, he had good information in his last video.
I'd rather talk about Stuart.
Support that Thought Slime's legions have showered me with over the last couple of weeks. It really put this channel on the map for the non-Slimers out there. So if you found this channel through the good old-fashioned algorithm, why don't you check out Thought Slime for some funny couple. First things first, many of you are very complimentary.
Oh, why does this guy sound like a fucking idiot? Fucking
calming
idiot.
voice that I use in my
Fucking idiot.
videos.
Fuck yeah.
But it be creepy.
What is
One person claimed two and they seem to be
I
very
just
disturbed by
I
this.
know.
Flo, you could speed it up a little bit, maybe overcome that.
What was that?
What is happening?
I don't know. I heard that too.
That was
Was it on the
Mr.
video?
Pie. That was Mr. Pie.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Pie.
I
Yeah,
don't
that
think
guy sounded like a fucking
Pie-
idiot. Stupid idiot. Woo!
No, that's not Mr. Pie. That's
Yeah,
not
it
Mr.
was.
Pie.
Yeah, it was.
Video.
Well, it was coming from Mr. Pie, but it was.
Yeah, I saw his mic go.
It could be the video.
Dang it, Mr.
To that person, I assure you, this is simply my sort of calm, soothing voice. My seductive voice goes a little something like this.
Oh, he's talking about his voice.
It's slow. It's easy to
God
understand.
Well, this guy's a little off, right?
Are interested in the topic, but just can't stand the way that I'm not able to get a cop job in the state that I moved to because I didn't have a college degree at the time. I was still pretty indoctrinated when I got out of law enforcement, although the spell was starting to break a little bit. A few people objected to my characterization of Kyle Rittenhouse as a murderer in light of new footage that emerged. Kyle is a far-right militia member. He's a Blue Lives Matter guy. When I characterized him as wanting to hunt his rifle on,
you know what?
I believe Kyle Rittenhouse.
I'm about to join Chuck.
Pop worship caused.
Oh, help me!
Deeply care.
I have not
about
seen
being
this video,
as a
by the
real
way.
man by YouTube commenter. Anyway, let's get to it.
It's
I don't plan to be
voice.
a pop channel as a brand. I have a lot more interest in that, a lot more things I want to talk about. But since many of you followed me based on my previous video, I figured I owed you at least one more dollop of hot YouTube pop agitprop. I want to talk about how I used to lie to you, the public,
He's a
when I was a police
flamer.
officer. To set the table, I want to make you aware of 3 bits of case law that apply here.
Yeah.
Frazier versus
Chuck,
Cup
I'm
is
gonna
the
kick
foundational
you.
case in which the Supreme Court ruled that
Chuck's
during
on
interrogation,
half price
generally
sale for
speaking,
the next 10
police
minutes.
deception does not
This
render
is
confession
painful,
coerced.
Flo.
Meaning,
For
cops can
real.
lie during an interrogation, and if you confess based on that lie, too bad for you. Second is Miller versus Fenton, which ultimately found that an officer pretending to be your friend, using soothing words to encourage you to unburden yourself, does not render a
Yuck.
confession coerced, even if the officer's comforting tones
Oh,
were
yeah,
clear
yeah, yeah,
psychological
you're right.
manipulation. Lastly, there's a
This
case
is
called In
true.
the Matter of
All of this.
BAS from
All of it's
1978.
true.
In which police
There's
pretended
no
to run
doubt
fingerprints
about
on a
that.
stolen pocketbook and told the defendant that they had found his prints on it, and this caused him to confess.
This
The courts
guy's
ruled that this was A-okay.
presentation sucks.
So when you get upset at me
Titties.
over the next 5 to 10
It's
minutes,
not
I just
illegal
want you
for
to know
cops
a bunch of
to lie,
judges
to
told us we were allowed to do
embellish,
stuff like this.
uh,
One lie that I told
Scott, are you
frequently
making
was that
noise?
No, not at all.
I'm
That's
telling
Cynthia
them. I mean,
talking.
I agree with this guy.
Cynthia is commenting on that she agrees with him, but he's a total beta. She called him a beta.
Well, either way, either one of them could be right. He's kind of I don't like his demeanor. I get it, but
He's a fucking gamma. He's a gamma, not a beta.
Law for cops to embellish
I
or
don't
tell a lie.
He's a gamma.
look good in
not a
court.
beta.
I don't even know what I don't even know
Heavily
all the different
implying
things.
that
What is the
confessing
gamma?
could perhaps mitigate your sentence. We were not allowed to
Is
explicitly
that lower
say
than beta?
if you confess, you'll get a reduced sentence.
Yeah.
So we used vague
Yeah.
promises of looking good to imply that.
Okay,
Often,
that's
I had
enough.
a very weak case that would fall apart without the confession, and I relied on people opening up to me to get enough probable cause to arrest them. Sometimes, if
Who
I
do I
wanted
have
you
to
for a
pay
simple
to get you to
misdemeanor like a
stop
theft
this
or a
video?
graffiti, I would imply that I had probable cause to arrest you for a far more serious felony to entice you to confess to the lesser misdemeanor and save your skin. Other times I lied and said that I didn't want to arrest anyone. I just wanted to know what really happened so that I could close out the report and move on. I would say, look, they sent me to this call. I think it's bullshit. I just need to put something in the computer to close out the call. Well, why don't you let me know what really happened and we can get out of your hair? Occasionally, I would imply that not talking to me could be considered obstruction. And I might heavily imply that I would arrest you for the obstruction, but not for the original
Like,
crime
go
if you
for
just
it,
told me
pal.
what really
Do
happened.
what you fucking want.
I never said that outright, but I was able to be vague enough to, confuse people.
None of it
Do we
would
have
work
thoughts
on
on
me.
these?
mate. None of it would work on me. I'd see straight through you.
No,
you
none of it would.
fucking
But,
can of shit.
but this shit does
But-
work on a lot of people.
A lot of people. It works on a lot of people, and they
A
don't
lot of
know
them.
that.
Is this where he developed his
Especially
voice?
the
He's
younger
soothing.
ones, the young kids.
Yep. Yep.
You think Richie he's using his voice to try and lull people into a sense of
No, I think
complacency?
Chuck's right.
I
Chuck's.
think he's using his voice because he thinks that's what he needs to do on fucking YouTube to sound interesting and cool.
Yeah.
He's a regular cunt.
He's
Absolute
that's-
regular
I
fucking
frequently
cunt.
lied and told people that I had video evidence, eyewitness testimony, confessions from
Proper cock
co-conspirators
as well.
in order to get those people to confess or to
Now you know
line them
why
up
he
so that
ain't
they
a
would
cop
rat
no
someone else
more.
out. I would say, hey,
Yeah.
your buddy already told me what you did, but I think he's lying, and I want to get your side of the story. I think he's trying to screw you over. I was very good at making you feel like I was on your side.
You know
And,
he's going to
not all
puke.
lies
He's
are in
probably
the
cry if he
service of
turns up
fighting
at a crime
crime.
scene.
Here's a banal one. Sometimes people would want to report a minor crime like a vandalism or a theft, and it would never actually be solvable. No witnesses, no evidence. And when I was feeling particularly late,
His YouTube channel is called That Dang Dad, so I assume that he's got kids.
easy, and they insisted on filing a report. Instead of a report number, I would give them the incident number assigned to their call by the computer and tell them that I was filing this case in our national database. This is pure fiction. A note in the computer is not getting investigated. I don't even think it counts as a crime stat. I just set it to avoid filling out a whole page report that was going to go nowhere.
Well,
Sometimes I would
that
park in
means
a
he's a
fire
bad
lane so that I
cop.
could run in and get food from a restaurant. occasionally people would complain about me parking illegally when there was no emergency, and I would lie and say that
What makes him a
actually in
bad
California.
cop?
Say that again.
He's making half this shit up. This is
No,
just
he's not.
stories
The
he's
system's
telling.
Why
flawed.
do you think that? Chuck, I hope
Because
you have a
these
good
are
reason for
all
saying that.
these are all generic stories you hear everywhere.
Mm.
The puns they make
Why
about
the fuck do
cops
you think
and-
you hear them everywhere, Chuck?
Because he's not
But
the
I'm
only one
saying
doing it.
he's telling it as if it's
Why do
his
you hear them
story.
everywhere, Chuck?
Because most of them are just
Chuck, this is a good time
puns.
for you to take a minute and go pay your fucking debt.
California Supreme Court ruled that police vehicles could use a fire lane for any reason while on duty. I'm such an asshole. Lastly, I want to leave you with a story. One night, a trans sex worker had met up with a client at a motel, and somewhere during their conversation, the client became upset and transphobic and assaulted the sex worker and ran away.
I'm glad I
And
came
the officer who was originally dispatched to handle that call was extremely hostile to her, both for being trans and for being a sex worker. And when she tried to file the assault report, he told her that because she was a sex worker, technically he was required to arrest her. And if she didn't want to get arrested, she should just drop the case and move on. Luckily, I happened to be on the scene when that happened and overheard that. And I was just starting to get involved in queer politics at the time. And so I intervened and said that I would take over as the handling officer for the experience. And I was actually able to help her file a real police report, not one for the national database. And I waited with her while she called a ride and got picked up. I don't know if she ever found justice from that police report, but I like to think that at least someone was on her side that night. I could go on, but you get the point.
Do you see what he is now? Do you see what he is? Do you see what he is now? Right, this isn't about him being
I
a
don't
cop.
know. When you say, do you see what he is? I don't know what you're thinking.
No, he's
transgender.
He's one. You know, it's okay. I'll deal with this one. You know, let me deal with this because I'm dealing with queer politics at the moment. He's all about fucking queer politics and shit. He's not.
Yeah, he is. Earlier, we watched another one of his videos. We watched a few videos. I have not seen this one. This other one earlier had some actually really good information on the brainwashing that cops get or the mindset.
The fact that he did that little cutaway as well. I'm such an asshole. He did that little cutaway. That shows you also what he is and who he is.
He's gay.
No, it's not that. There's not.
I know. He's a weirdo. I wouldn't hang out with him. Whatever. You and Chuck.
He's a sellout with an agenda.
You assholes need to just listen to the words.
Else from this
I
video.
should have played
Remember
the subtitles.
Police officers have been told that it's legal to lie to you, and they have been trained to do so. In fact, in the court case McNeil versus Wisconsin, Antonin Scalia wrote the following:
Admissions of guilt are more than merely desirable. They are essential to society's compelling interest in finding, convicting, and punishing those who violate the law.
So if you want my advice, anytime a cop is questioning you, you're a suspect or your friend is, and anything you say will be used to screw you. Don't try to be helpful. Don't admit to anything. Don't answer innocent questions. Don't talk about your day. And never believe that a cop is on your side or trying to help you, because you never know what scheme the cops are working. You ask, am I free to leave? And if the answer is yes, you leave. If the answer is no, you invoke your right to silence and you shut the fuck up. If during an interrogation you say, I invoke my right to silence and my right to counsel, legally, the officer must terminate that interrogation. They might get salty. They might try to intimidate you. They might try to do a retaliatory arrest, but you'll be in a much better position if you didn't confess all over yourself. Google Miranda.
That is true. When I did it, when I got raided, I said I wanted a lawyer, and they took me directly to jail.
Shut the fuck up is your best bet. Don't talk to them. There's no
Case law to learn more. So why am I telling you all this? For one, it's because it's important to know your rights and to know what you're up against. Cops in the United States are getting more abusive by the day. They're emboldened by a right-wing justice system that prioritizes the status quo over racial and economic justice.
Excuse me.
You need all the information you can get to protect yourself from an unaccountable
I do wish
system.
he would shut up with
For another thing, the
obnoxious,
media landscape is so full of propaganda, making it look like law enforcement is mostly to side with cops over defendants. And they influence the average person reading the news, take the police's word for it. Never take up for it. Never believe the official account. We haven't even gotten into how some police reports are written, massaged, polished, and occasionally outright fabricated.
He's like based, unbased as fuck. What's up, Vic?
What's good? What's good? I'm here.
What's up, Vic? I'm still on the mission.
Yeah. Go ahead, do that for me.
I'm
I know you
gonna
probably.
do my best for you, bud.
That was
You guys are going to talk about the mission in front of all of us without letting us know what the mission is?
Yep. It's a
There's 117 people watching right now, and they want to know what the fucking mission is.
Don't let them know what their mission
I'm
is.
not. Don't worry about it. I already know.
Hey, it is G14 classified. Nope.
Exactly.
Yeah. Why you drop the screen, Flow State? Damn. It ain't nothing to do with this.
So you agree with what that guy was saying, right, Flo? You agree with him?
Yeah, I think that he in between, and Chuck, you can come back now that the video that is off. You can't be up on here when I'm watching this dude's videos though. Yeah, his information about cops is fantastic. And just like in the last one, right? Like I have absolutely nothing but agreement with what he says about police and the criminal justice system. It's just every single thing else that he says that makes me not be able to stand him.
Did you catch that?
I agree with everything he said in that video.
Yeah.
Because it works like that.
Scalia's opinion there, where evidence is essential. They can't move forward without you admitting to the evidence. You've got to admit to the evidence. They need it as evidence.
You don't have to admit to it. They don't need your permission.
They don't. Nope. The whole thing about officers is when they come in contact with you is like a coercion, right? They get you to keep talking. The thing is, in the moment you start talking and invoke your right to silence, the thing is they can say all kind of stuff. They can lie to you and like put you in a position where you vulnerable enough to think that you're gonna go to jail or you in the wrong and everything. So that's why they'll ask you where you came from, where you been, this, that, and other. Only thing, a lot of times people go to jail because they don't stop talking.
One of
That's
the
only thing
best
you got to do.
One of the best things you can do is get comfortable with awkward silences. They weaponize the fuck out of that, and lawyers do too when you're on trial. If you're on the stand, but if you don't fill up the airspace, if you let the silence gap just be there, you'll be way better off.
Yep. And also if you ever get pulled over and they lie to you and they take you into custody, if they put you in jail, don't even talk to the people that's in the cell, because all at the same time, what they do is they'll if they know they messed up, they'll put a trustee like inmate in there with you and say, hey, I'm gonna give you extra this because that other person already fucked up. Say to get in the talk, and then you can be a witness to what we messed up to, but they ain't gonna tell that other person that though. But that's what it all is gonna be. Well, I got an inmate that says this person confessed to this right here. You know, so the only thing whenever you get caught or get pulled over, the best thing is to do is operate up in silence. Don't let them take you in. If they say, well, if you don't say this or you don't do that, go to jail. And that's proper ground for a lawsuit. Now it might be 10 years before you get it, but you'll get it.
And even if they're asking you questions and you think that you're saying something to distance yourself from whatever the situation is, they're just locking you into a story. So even if you try to defend yourself, you're actually helping them. Like, just don't say nothing.
My lawyer told me a while back, I don't recall is about the best answer you can give to everything, because it's an answer to the question. Like, even if you're like you have to testify or something, right? Like if you get subpoenaed, you can, if you don't remember, you're answering a question and you're not giving information, and they
Where were
can't.
you on Tuesday the 16th, Mr. Flow State? Can you tell us where you were on Tuesday the 15th, the evening?
Yep. I actually, and It's easy if you got a shitty memory. Like I guess I remembered that forever, but I don't. I never remember shit.
Thank God for video on these panels.
Yeah, the only thing I know, look, the average person can't, like, the questions that they'll ask you in the courtroom or the interrogation room or whatever, the average person can't tell you what they ate yesterday. So how the hell, you know what I'm saying, you're going to remember certain things. So the best thing is to be silent until you can get a phone call and get in touch with people that say, I need somebody to represent me. And
I think what fucks a lot of people up is inside their own head is that they know when they're guilty. And they start crossing the wires and it makes them nervous, and then they could like end up doing shit to get out of that pressure situation. But if you just remember that they can't know certain things, right? Like if they knew that you were guilty, they wouldn't be bothering to ask you questions about it, right?
Right.
So if they're asking you questions, you're not toast yet. You know, you're not cooked. You still have a chance. So don't fuck it up and hand it to him.
Right.
Like that one dude did who came up here, Mr. What's his name? Dr. Ake. Dude, Australian dude, old guy. He's like 70. His house got raided. Do you know who he is?
Yeah, I know him.
His house got raided while he was not there for pot. They pulled out like over 50 pot plants that were growing. He had a lot of pot, right? He's in the distribution, cultivation distribution range. They did talk to him, he denied it, yada yada. They did not arrest him. He came on here one night and he said, I'm going in tomorrow and I'm going to confess. And I said, don't you fucking do it. Do not do it. He did it. He came back in here a few days later. He's like, they charged me. I said, no fucking shit they did. And you upped it. Because he told us that he told them that he said he was growing it to share with his friends. I was like, oh my God, dude. And I haven't seen him since.
Yeah, and he probably got locked up.
There's a river in the cradle of civilization. It's over by the Tigris and Euphrates. I think it's called Denial.
But Inca, yeah, I forgot to put my pants on today. I forget lots of things.
Let's see. Stand up. Let me see. If Wizard can do it, you can do it too, Mr. Pie. Don't be outdone by Wizard.
Stay fucking down, Pie. Stay.
I'm about to just start bumping some of you off because you're annoying, honestly.
Where do you work, Mr. Pie? What job do you do? Because you look like you work in a hospital or something. You look like you could almost, I could see you in like in a those green outfits and stuff. Like the green outfits with the hats and stuff that they wear, like in ER.
Green outfit? Stuff, you know? No, Lord, not the green outfit. You know, the green outfit is when they take you to court and you got the green outfit and it's kind of cushy and padded. They're like you potentially can harm yourself.
The turtle suit.
I thought that was Girl Scout.
Yeah.
No, the green outfit is when they bring you in the court and you buck naked up under it because you probably can hurt yourself. Don't give them the green.
That's because
I'm talking about the green outfit, right? in hospital, man.
King Rooster, if you're wearing that green outfit, you 5150.
Goddamn. That out here the dumb way. All the way the dumb way. I got you.
Maybe Jack will get 5150'd. Be like, we got this dude. He thinks he's Jesus. He's trying to end world peace.
Well, I can't. What is gonna happen? We are all invested. What is gonna happen?
I'm actually tell you right now, a lot of people are locked up for saying they're Jesus or shit like that. Not a good play.
Yeah, when I've mentioned before about how I had to get a psych evaluation as part of my sentence, like a full psych evaluation, and then follow the orders of the doctor, basically. That's some bullshit to get around.
Once the doctor says Thorazine in your ass, you're gonna start talking like you're fucking Minnie Mouse.
You're the one who is annoying.
Flo, what do you think would be worse, like to be incarcerated or like to pretend like you're like a little mentally unstable and then go to like a place like a mental.
So it depends on where you're at. Like what pissed me off about that part of the sentence is that it was an open-ended sentence, right? And that's a way of bypassing due process. I got a clean mental evaluation, and he didn't recommend anything else. Officially, he did say I should come in for anger management or for my anger, but that was off the record. On the record, I got a clean mental health. I had ADHD, and I was done. The issue is that can be used to bypass due process. Now, I know you didn't ask that. That's what the point I wanted to make. But to your question, all I can say is that when I was in jail, right before I got there was a dude who had been in solitary who started eating his own shit so that he could get sent to a mental hospital instead.
Yeah, I heard that before. Man,
Yeah.
A real life situation, I would advise anybody, if you dealing with anything that's going on in your life, don't play crazy. Because what's going to happen is you're going to be the top flight candidate for all of these new drugs that they want to test on humans. Because they test them on the animals, but they have a different function in human. So if you get put into a psych ward, you are no longer your own person. You will be part of the CDC program, and they will test all of these new drugs on you. So when your ass come out, looking like a French fry,
you just gave them a pass. You now have no more rights, and they can, who knows when you'll get out.
Yeah,
man, that's why
I think it would be worse in there. Because they can just make you comatose, or like they can give
I would
you
never
whatever
risk
pills.
it.
Because I have a friend like she just got like arrested or whatever a few weeks ago. She's doing like so much better now, but she's like, damn, I've been 5150'd in the past. Like, do I go the mental route? Like, she was talking to different lawyers and shit, and she's like, do I do like an outpatient thing and say like I need to be in like rehab, or should I just go fucking, I was like, man, I don't know, man. I don't think you should be taking any more pills or going to any kind of psych fucking place, because
what is 5150?
Involuntary inpatient mental health.
Right.
It means like you're a danger. It means like you're a danger to yourself, maybe other people, basically.
Actually, Jack has been 5150'd before, hadn't he?
Yeah,
he has. I forgot all about that.
And like I could call, like if your two neighbors could call and could ask for that.
You said two neighbors. Do you know how the mechanics of this work?
Yeah, don't you remember? I tried to get the other.
You're dangerous. You're dangerous, Cynthia.
Remember, Crispy and I talked about it on your show one day.
I don't pay attention to everything that's said on my show. Do you know how much fucking content I have?
Oh, we talked about it on your
Flow
show.
State. What I want to let folks know is you would rather go to jail or prison, instead of being a prisoner in your own body, where you can't talk, you walking stiff as a board, you damn near can't wipe your own face, slobbing out. Look, I got my buddy that played that crazy shit, man. Look, he was a normal kid, like, because they were doing that, like the kids that weren't acting right in school, right? They'll separate you from regular class, and they'll put all of the bad kids in a certain class, or the ones that they think was gonna be potential problems, but the ones that eventually grew up and committed crimes and they wanted to play crazy, some of them came out here walking stiff as a board. I'm talking about it's taking, when you walk, you can walk like 100 yards and it'll take them an hour to get there off the medication. They are prisoners in their own body. They still can recognize everybody, but it takes you 15 minutes to raise your arm up to say, hey, how you doing? And they can't talk.
Yeah. I know that here in, at least in Kansas, the mental hospital you go to is just inside of a prison, right? It's so I don't know that it really gets much better. Probably worse. I don't know. I would never want to be there. I know that when you're locked up, there's no oversight for how you're treated, and people get fucked up in prisons all the time because nobody cares about prisoners. And mental hospitals, I gotta think it's worse. It's gotta be worse. What? That's not true.
It's not true that nobody cares about prisoners.
Okay, yeah. That's not true. But societally, right? Like we've got 1,000 people like Chuck out there who say things like, "Well, they shouldn't have broke the law." Now they get to be experimented on for the rest of their life. It's like,
no, Chuck.
But I don't like people that say that, because all at the same time, you just gotta think. for all you people that like to wine and dine and take women out on a date. Say for instance, you get in the car and you drunk a couple lemon drops and everything, you hit somebody and somebody so happen to be deceased after that, you can instantly become in that same situation.
Yep.
Now
Yeah.
that's when we have a situation where it's a person, it's an
That's
upstanding citizen and you up in there, and now you got to find out how to make a chastity belt because everybody's ready to eat.
that's what happened to, well, it's kind of what happened to me. I fell asleep driving home from a nightclub, fell asleep at the wheel, had a head-on collision with a van, and my girlfriend was killed, and I ended up doing time for it. I'd rather have gone to a fucking prison than a mental institute, for sure.
Right. I agree.
But prison in the UK is not like prison in America.
But prison in
No way.
America is way better than jail in America, and I think that's people just need to keep like a longer term perspective on it. There's a lot of people, like people are so anxious to get out of jail that they do dumb things, and I would never put myself in that situation. Lou says, can't they give experimental drugs to prisoners? I mean, there is some way that like a lot of research is done on prisoners. I know. I think that the prisoners have to volunteer. They get something small in return, you know, like $15 in commissary or some shit.
No, it's called ward of the state. No, it's called ward of the state. Once you
If
become
you're
ward
just
of the
an
state,
inmate, if you're an inmate, you cannot be medically experimented on without your consent. That's a violation of whatever that thing. I guess we just violated it for the whole country a few years ago.
But okay, I'm going to tell you something. Look, with the United States Constitution. Okay, the United States Constitution says no one can be treated like a slave until they are deemed a felon, right? Once you become slave, you are treated like slave-like treatment, right? Slaves had no rights, right? Okay, when you become a slave, America has the freedom to do as they please with you when it comes down to medical or whatever. So look at that Constitution. So once you lose your rights and you become a felon and you become ward of the state, they are able
the
to
Nuremberg trial, no medical experiment, forced medical experiments. I don't think they can force medical experiments on you. If it's not been approved by the FDA, I'm pretty sure they have to get your consent.
Well, what do you, it's all about it's all the same program though. But the whole thing is everything is done incognito. Everything ain't for the public.
Right. That's the key here. Is they basically do what they want. You can say that you have rights, but if you can't enforce your rights, you don't have any rights that you can't enforce.
Right. So it comes again down to the transparency.
And what do you think is worse? Like these people that are thrown in prison, they're not really. They're basically treated like peasants. It's like inhumane conditions. It's like, is it really rehabilitation or is it just like? I mean, I would think that people just get fucking bitter and more angry
the
and like.
Screws think they're there for punishment. Like the screw, they don't. It's not. They aren't. Maybe they're thinking about rehabilitation, but they're thinking that you're there to be punished.
Yeah.
This
So.
is punishment, isn't it?
Well, they don't really care, right? There's not really an objective except for to make money. Like really, the incentive is not to rehab them; it's to make money. That's why when you get out of prison, it doesn't matter if you've been in there for 20 fucking years. You're given a bus ticket back to the county of your conviction and like 2 nights at a hotel.
Right. Yeah, and then on paper you're looking.
Some of them don't get that.
Right.
Can you save your canteen? Can you save your canteen money and take that out with you as well? Whatever you've got in your account?
I probably not. I know that if you put money on the phones or on commissary, that money will expire if you don't use it. If you got arrested with money, you get that back out in your property when you leave.
Yeah.
Chuck, I don't know if you heard me earlier. You can come back up, but now that the video's done, but I'm gonna have to just kick you off every time that we watch anything from that guy, I suppose.
You're gonna get in trouble like me, Chuck.
Wow.
Gonna get what like you?
Oh, nothing.
She said trouble.
There's only one way that I get in trouble up here, and we know what
And
that
that's
is.
if you go, ooh.
Yeah.
See, it's not as annoying when Cynthia does it because she's not supposed to be a dude. You're supposed to be a dude, Mr. Pie. I don't know what the fuck you think you're doing with that noise.
I think people understand that
If
American.
you can't put up with the stigma, then don't be a freak.
Go ahead.
I think people are no longer confused that American prison institutions are no longer rehab centers, and they're just for punishment. But if you go to places like Finland, they let them go swimming in the ocean. They let them have TVs. They let them exercise. There's no confines for exercising, and they treat them more humane. And I would think, as just a layperson, somebody who doesn't know much about prison, that you would get better results out of, less recidivism, more prisoners that learn lessons and that are rehabbed in a way that they will never do these things again in the punitive prisons, but they actually do better with the ones where they can swim in the ocean, be a person, write to people, have letters, but they're confined.
The problem is it's turned into a business. It's a business model in the US. You've got private prisons.
Yeah, I was agreeing with you.
Yeah, that's why that's why it's gone that way. I think that's why it's gone so far that way.
And how many people do you think that are just inherently fucking evil that cannot be reformed? Like no matter what, they're violent forever.
I think the point is that there's no incentive to reform. There's incentive to keep them in prison, just like there's incentive for cops to have crime.
I'd say child molesters for sure are the ones with the biggest recidivism rate, as far as I know of.
And the people that are in for theft and robberies and that sort of stuff, you look at the root cause of why are they robbing? I mean, you got a lot of there are kleptomaniacs out there, but I don't think it's a very huge percentage. The rest of the people are stealing because they don't have themselves. So you got to look at the root cause of that, and that's because of the levels of poverty. It's not poverty in the same way.
It's normally so. If people are stealing and carjacking shit, that normally does have somehow drugs at the bottom of it. But drugs wouldn't. I mean, the drugs wouldn't be such a. If it weren't for the drug laws, right?
Right, and also if it weren't for the fact that the state, the governments are pushing the drug. There was a huge infusion in 2020 here of California strand weed. And it was coming direct from California. It was it didn't just flood, it flooded the whole of Europe. Suddenly, all of Europe was getting California strain weed, and it all happened at the same time. Was that was just really good organized drug dealers? No, that was the government allowing. It's like they did with crack. It's like they did with
they're doing with fentanyl right now.
Yeah.
But they don't even have to necessarily do it themselves personally. What you could do is you could invade Afghanistan and guard poppy fields. And then all of a sudden you could withdraw and leave all that shit to the Taliban, who instantly outlaws poppy production. Now you got a whole new issue, right? So there's different ways of pulling these levers, but yeah, the result is the same.
Drug dealers and drug takers definitely do not belong in prison alongside murderers. No way.
Nope.
That's why I voted for the proposition in California to keep drug dealers and drug people out of prison, to have some kind of alternative thing for them to do. Maybe the private prisons could be a way for drug takers and drug dealers to have some sort of. Maybe that could be a rehabilitation thing. Maybe you could.
Don't we all have freedom?
I believe that drug dealers need to be taught. Look, in real life, what I have seen, like being around people that deal drugs, I think the rehabilitation will be to put them in a situation where they can run business. Because I can tell you this based on what I have seen. The average drug dealer, if you put them in the right situation around the right people, they can outperform some of these people. Their people skills. Their people skills is immaculate. They money handling. You know what I'm saying? If you can do it outside on the street in the rain, sleet, and snow without an office or whatever, and you can generate this amount of money, man. I think it's just like big business is trying to knock the little man out. Big business is really trying to knock the small man out, and so the small man to go to prison, while the big man learns how to take a dime off of every transaction you make all over the United States. With they dealing with millions of people. Just think about it. The big thieves are the ones that knows we ain't gonna steal a dollar. We can just steal a dime off of every transaction or every deal we make with these people. You will never miss a dime, but you will miss a dollar. See, when you a street dealer, you taking dollars out of these big corporations money, right? So that's why they don't want the drug dealers or the people on the corner serving it.
You've got a point, but I think it's more about the money that you can make fighting drugs, right? Because the cops get to seize all these assets they sell. Cops just leech off drug dealers. Drug dealers sell the things. The cops get to take their stuff and their money. Then the system makes more money by throwing them through court, by putting them in prison. You know, it's a massive industry, fighting drugs.
But most cops are drug dealers, though. Most cops are drug dealers.
Here in Tenerife.
And he's right. Some of the drug dealers are like the best businessmen that I know, like the ones that are like really on point, because it's like catch me if you can. They're like staying several steps ahead of the cops and the DEA and everybody else. So if you're on point and you keep your shit's tight, most of the ones that are really good, they'll end up getting pulled in to work for them. And
yeah, that's what I was just about to say. I was going to say, like, I don't know. In reality, I think that most of the dealers, like the ones who are moving weight and staying out of prison, are their informants.
Yeah, and they're working with the police.
Most of them are. They have been proven to be those, because you never heard about a RICO charge where a person didn't get their feet on the fire. They didn't snitch.
Yeah.
Like, you can look at throughout history, all the people that had all the stuff running, and then when they had a problem with a dirty cop, they would be on the stand, point out the dirty cop, and they would be taking a plea for a certain thing. It's already in our face. It ain't nothing new.
Yeah, it's all a big,
where to go.
It's all a big game to make money, and they've got with culture and the music and the movies and Breaking Bad and Lil White. I remember listening to Lil White going, "Wow, this is really just advertisement for drugs, isn't it?" Like,
yeah, a couple of the big dudes that I know, like he literally was a friend of a friend was just like, if I'm not doing it and making all the bank, then like someone else is going to do it. And people have freedom of choice. They're going to choose to do it one way or the other. So I'll run a tight ship. I'll do my own shit. And, we all have freedom of choice as people. So like you can't blame the drug dealers for people wanting the drugs, because they're always going to want it. So it's like
the guy that I used to work for had about probably 20, 30 people working for him. When things were tight, when things, like it would always, it'd be the same. A deal had happened. He'd be absolutely minted. Life would be gravy for a few weeks, and then it'd all start, and everybody's money would all start to run out. But he'd be the one taking care of everyone. He was essentially responsible for about 10 families, like 10 other families, and he felt that responsibility as well. Like when things were bad, when people didn't have money and stuff, he'd always help them out. He was actually a decent bloke. It was just he was on the logistics side.
Now I don't know how the UK addresses the war on drugs. I'm not under the impression it's nearly the militarized industry that it is here.
No, it's not. I mean, it's still they're pretty they're pretty heavy when they come in and raid and stuff. It will be armed police and all wearing riot gear, all done up in tactical gear. But it's just not the same. Like I don't think we have a meth problem like you do. We don't have a fentanyl problem like you do. It's
the difference.
Cocaine and heroin. Go on then, what's that?
No, I'm sorry, I interrupted. Go on. I'll wait my turn.
He just finished.
No, I'm finished.
Oh, what I like about one thing I like about the idea of legalizing drugs is because I would rather put the money in small American business pockets. Like I would rather put the money in Jeff's pocket than I would Mexico and China. And Mexico is the leader in, I believe, in sending fentanyl to America. And so one thing I would particularly love, not that Jeff's selling fentanyl, but I would rather actually, if we're going to deal with money and we're going to face reality and say there again, there's the way it should be and the way it is. And the way it is that people aren't going to stop drugs, period. They're not going to stop doing drugs. So why don't we support our own country instead of putting pockets in the money of people from China and Mexico?
It's just greed. Just all of it's greed. Like mostly it's like make the most money however you can. And there's just like there's a lot of moving parts, it seems like, all over the world. So it's like it's kind of hard to just
but it all operates because of the brainwashed people, right? It all operates because of the Chucks and the fucking Smith W's and the people who think that it's not about money. And so we've got this whole incentive structure that keeps the money circle of drugs running.
It is about a lot more than money. Primarily, it's about money. And think of all the bad things that come with drugs. I can see both sides. The bad things that come with drugs are overdoses and enforcement costs, et cetera, et cetera.
Overdoses are primarily caused by the illegalization. If it was legal, if it was regulated, you'd have the same shit every time. So you wouldn't be getting hot.
If the main cause is money, then
the DEA regulates everything. It regulates everything. It would certainly regulate that.
I thought you were anti-government everything.
I am, but I'm anti one thing at a time.
Right.
The DEA is further down the road. The fact of the matter is, even though like all of our food is fucking unhealthy chemicals, and like even though we've got a whole lot of issues and everybody's on way too many medications, like the DEA is fucking up. The fact of the matter is, you don't ever go to eat a Twinkie and instead accidentally get a mouthful of arsenic.
Right. If the main cause really is money, then actually it's not. If you go a little bit deeper, it's not about money. It's about men feeling successful.
Well, I mean, but that's not a useful level to deal with this on.
You say it has to do with
if we're looking at the whole thing, taking it to that level, you taking off?
Yep, I'm out.
See you later, dude.
Right. Yeah, if you want to address it, you got to address it at the incentive level. We have incentives set up all over the place that are incentivizing more drug problems. We don't have any yeah, I mean you're not wrong. It's just you're just not useful.
Gone too deep. It's
too
well. Yeah, I know.
Well, it's like what money and power kind of go hand in hand. So it's like I think people are addicted to power at some point, or control. There are some just crazy control freaks in this
What's
world.
going to keep the DEA from being control freaks about drug enforcement if it were legal?
Did I say DEA?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't mean DEA. The DEA is a nightmare. I meant the FDA. Yeah. The FDA.
Oh, okay. That makes more sense.
Yeah. Or whatever, like I don't know who inspects all the facilities in the country, but there's oversight agencies, and in some ways they do.
FDA does products and food.
FDA does approval. Does it actually inspect manufacturing and I don't know who does that, but
the fact that the American FDA approves like half the shit that it does into American food proves that they've got that their incentive is not to keep anybody safe or anything. So like, they should stop just stop pretending.
The DEA, you said?
No, all of it.
The FDA.
The fucking DEA,
okay,
the FDA.
Hold on. But to some extent, you have to admit. Well, have you ever even been to the U.S.?
Yeah.
When I get a cigarette, whoever's overseeing the production of the cigarette, because it's legal, I've never smoked Fent. I've never smoked some weird ass chemical on it. Our product oversight, our production oversight is pretty fucking good. And I think it's broken down into a lot of different agencies. I don't think there's one that oversees all of it.
Well, it's consistent on the poison. So
right. We know
they don't really
what
give a
poison
they don't
we're
really give a
getting.
fuck what's actually safe for you, but it is consistent on what
But
is
you know what
allowed
you're
in
getting.
that
That's my
poison.
point. You know what you're getting. The reason people overdose is because they don't actually know what they're getting. They're hoping that it is what they say it is.
It's not true with the FDA. It's not true. Like companies can pay, for example, to say this is a low calorie product, and then replace the sugar with something that is more dangerous for you than sugar itself actually is.
I know.
So they're okay.
But just because that chemicals were like, you get what you're saying you're getting, right? NutraSweet is bad.
It's actually
there's uniformity. How about this? There's uniformity. Maybe that's a better way to explain it. The poison is equal across the board. If you like this kind of poison, if you're addicted to Diet Coke, then you get Diet Coke in a can. You get the same gutter water in a can. You've never popped up a Diet Coke and drank blood on accident.
Correct. But some people who assume that, okay, I'm drinking Diet Coke, I'm okay, I'm safe. This is
My
great.
best friend.
And then they're getting all these chemicals that they don't really know, that are deleterious, that they don't really know what they lead to in the long run.
And like after 10 years, they're like, I don't understand. I've been drinking Diet Coke for 10 years, and I'm still
Do you guys
really
not understand that
overweight.
there are
It
different
hasn't got any
issues?
sugar
These
in
are
it.
different issues.
I was equating them. Yes, they're okay. I was paralleling them because they're not exactly equal.
Yeah, you're not. Yeah, the product consistency is something that would knock out most overdoses. I think if you had a consistent product, you would know how much you needed to use.
Yeah. So if
He's just saying
drugs were
they're
legal and regulated-
consistently corrupt. So at least they're consistent.
Yeah, well, if we're trying to avoid accidentally consuming too much of it, then consistency becomes a big fucking deal.
At least we know that their corruption is like they're not really worried about us getting harmed. They're just worried about the speed at which we get harmed. So long as it happens over like 5 to 10 years instead of
I can
5
hear
to 10
this tone in your voice, but like that actually is a case that matters when you're trying not to accidentally overdose.
Yeah.
Yes, it matters how much poison you put in you. That's actually, it matters very much.
Yeah.
It's just as important to know, like on the box of a cigarette, I think they put could be harmful if you're pregnant and you smoke this. So it's at least regulated somewhat, but you're not going to stop the sloppy selling of drugs unregulated.
Consistent. Where they've legalized weed, right, in most states, and you've got these medical dispensaries where you can go and get your medically prescribed weed. I've heard a lot of I've heard a lot of reports, and I suspected when I heard it was happening, I suspected that they were going to control the product, right? Weed isn't something that really needs to be messed around with, but they've messed around with it. They've done something to it.
Well, so I'm in that.
Well, Mama Suli, you have to follow the money. That's the only way that you'll figure out what's going on is to follow the money. Good.
Yeah. So like, that's the industry that I'm in, and everything that we sell, like back before I got commercial and legal or whatever, there's a bunch of random like black market farms everywhere, and some of these people are spraying like Avid and like these really crazy harmful chemicals to kill any and every bug, and then there's no way to like really do anything about them. But for us,
acetone and formaldehyde, and formaldehyde, yeah.
So everything that I like, all my product that I sell, we have to get it R&D'd. It has to pass microbials every single test, or they will supposedly, if it gets COA, that's the final like testing, they'll come and take your shit and destroy it. So you have to.
What agency tests it?
So
gotta be a state.
Yeah, it'd be a state agency, wouldn't it?
Yeah. It's so still illegal federally.
Well, from the cultivator like me, it goes to a distro, and then before we get it to the distro, we do an R&D, which just it says like how high the THC is, if it passed, it failed all the pesticide tests, everything else, that all the regulations that we have. So it has to pass all that, or they won't even really look at your weed. And
is that the distributor's responsibility or the company?
Manufacturer.
At the very end, it's the buyer at the very end, but the distros cover their ass before, so they want you to give them an R&D, which is not the official last thing. The COA is the certificate of authenticity. So if it gets to there and gets past it, you have to take it with that last testing. So some of these labs were pumping up all the numbers last year. My THC on a bunch of my shit was like 34%, 33% on like 8 strains. It was like super high. And then once they bought it all, they took it, and then the final buyer would go test it at one of their, like the real labs that weren't pumping the numbers. And the THC was like 10% less, and they're stuck with the product no matter what because they already bought it. So they cracked down a lot last year. So all these testing facilities that I use, my same strains that I grew last year are like 8 to 10% lower in THC. And I'm like, what the fuck's going on? I did the same shit, same feed, same food, and everything's lower. And it's just because they were pumping the numbers. It's just the whole thing's a fucking weird kind of racket. But the actual like pesticides, like microbials, all that other shit's a different story. Like if you don't pass on that, then it doesn't go any further. They fuck with the numbers on the THC a lot.
With tort law, can they mess with you? Or are you like a limited liability corporation? Or what?
Vegan.
Yeah, no, yeah, we just have an LLC, but like, yeah.
Well, like I said, it's going to get worse once they reclassify it on a federal level. Then they're going to be able to dictate what can be sold on a federal level as far as percentage wise.
I mean, I don't think I think that's an improvement from none of it can be sold to only this can be sold. It's still a step up.
That's completely stressful though, because the maker is supposed to be able to price his goods and services or products or whatever it is. You're supposed to be able to appeal to your audience, but if somebody else outside your business is going to price it by saying it has less THC in it by 30% or something, then you're screwed.
It's probably really hard to do for something like a plant, right, where you only have so much control over the
that would drive me nuts.
The makeup.
No, like I said, that article I read today talked about original weed, and they was talking about late 60s, early 70s, was like 1-2% THC compared to what Pie's talking about, the 30-40% nowadays. Now I don't know how they would how you would regulate it down if that's what the plant grows. Is there a way to cut the THC, Pie?
Yeah, we test all that, but like I said, most of it is a lot of pumped numbers. Like it's not the true thing. It's just what people want, the strongest shit, just like in everything. So a lot of the labs are the ones doing that shit. But like you can only the genetics can only do so much. It doesn't matter how much you feed them. You can pump them with as much steroids and salts and all kinds of shit that you want. And a lot of times it fucks up the taste of the weed. It burns it's different anyways, but people are just all about the aesthetics, what it looks like. Is it green? Is it frosty? Is it hard? They don't care even how much the THC is.
It's so annoying. People who want you to like look at your nug. As a non-smoker, whenever people are like, "Hey man, check this out," I'm like, "I don't give a fuck. It's a fucking nug."
Yeah,
I'm sure that you all can appreciate it. I
I only care how how is it going to grind up in my grinder? That's all I care about.
Yeah,
what it looks like.
It sound like basically the average smoker. You can apply a little water and food color into their shit and turn it purple, and they'll think they got the best shit in the world.
For a minute, there was blue dope going around when Breaking Bad came out. For a while, the shit was blue. It was like it didn't change anything in the quality. It's just like it was annoying. I was like, well, this is a tacky gimmick. Like this.
What? You was talking about the drug thing a while ago. You know, generic drugs. You know what those are, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Knockoff drugs. They can be to be sold. They can be anywhere between 80% of what the dosage is, up to 120% of what the dosage is supposed to be. With,
I
or
don't understand what
generic.
you're saying. Oh, generics have a range that they can go in.
Yes,
like paracetamol is a generic, isn't it? Penicillin.
I mean, everything has a tolerance. I mean, even when I was working in architectural precast, like making big ass buildings, right? There was specs on everything, but there's still tolerances. There's nothing. I don't know what the tolerance level is for name brand drugs. I'd imagine it's about the same.
No, if you're buying a 10 milligram, let's say, morphine pill from one of the big manufacturers, you're getting 10 milligrams of morphine. Whereas if it's from a generic supplier, it could be 80% of 10, which is what, 8 milligram, or 120%, which would be 12 milligram. Follow what I'm saying?
Yeah. Are you sure about that? Like, you're sure that they have different standards for the different?
Yes.
Huh. Didn't know that.
Well, a lot of it,
Sound like
a lot of
nothing
that
but a
shit
measure
too
and
is
shit.
like, or go ahead.
No, I was just saying it sound like it's a fluctuation based on the actual person that's weighing their stuff out, and then the generic people they just throwing it in the bag and you get what you get. You
Basically,
might have you got a strong drug here, and then you got one person that change shift and
That could be fun.
put some there's some extra shit, and then you be like, damn, you be chasing the house. Well, these made my back stop hurting, but this right here is crap. It tastes like garlic. You know what I'm saying? This shit crazy.
A lot of the generic drugs are made in India, and they don't have any like measures of quality or anything.
Yeah,
but I would
Yeah.
argue that most people don't even take the time to like. You have to look at the active ingredients. So most people won't even look at that. And a lot of times the generic drug, it's about branding. It's about money. So it's like, oh, I want the real stuff. But a lot of the generic drugs, as long as the main active ingredient is there, it pretty much does the same damn thing. And so you can get the generic ones, but they want to make more money off the branding. It's just more money, more marketing, more branding. It's just same story with everything over and over again. Just
I know that when the patent on Adderall ran out, they tried to switch me over to Vyvanse, and that shit was gay.
Damn.
Mr. Pie. Oh, he left. Yeah.
No, I'm here.
Oh, is there a way as a grower that you can reduce the amount of THC that your plant makes?
Smoke some of it.
Don't feed it enough.
Crazy.
I mean,
Don't
honestly,
lie,
like some of my shit was it was lower in THC because if you get a bug problem or a mite problem, they suck a lot of the nutrients out of the plant. If you don't dry it correctly, like when you cure it, if you flash dry it or some shit, and don't let it, there's several things that can affect like you.
Let's say they imposed the standard of 5% THC was all you could sell. Would you be able to do that?
To me, that's more of a genetic thing. Like you have to look at genetics. So it's like if the
It's
genetics,
pretty low. I can't see them dropping it that low either.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know what they're going to do.
That's what it is now, man. Everybody would be like, everybody would be pissed.
Yeah, I know. Nobody would be high for a while, and there's a lot of people who, if they weren't smoking weed, they're very unpleasant people.
One of the things that this Cali strain weed did, what I noticed in the UK, right, is like when they were selling it, when they were first selling it here, I just bought a joint's worth because it was going at 40 euros a gram. That's how much they were charging for
Jeez,
it,
golly,
right?
come over here and buy it.
So I smoked a joint. It was lemonade or something lemonade, right? And it absolutely knocked my head off. And I was used to smoking really, really strong weed all the fucking time. So when this shit knocked my head off, I was like, holy fuck, man, what the fuck have they done to this weed to make it this strong? I'm going to stay away from this because if I bring my tolerance levels up to this, I can't afford 40 euros a gram to buy this shit. No other weed is going to touch this shit in comparison. So I stayed
Right.
away from it, right? And what I saw was going on in England, the crime, the increase, like people were getting shot and stabbed over weed deals. That never happened before, man. Not at the levels that it got to in the UK. Now, still, Cali strain's really expensive, but it's not 40 euros a gram anymore. Now it's like 18 euros a gram. But I mean, that's still really expensive. And you've got people that they can't buy any other weed now because nothing touches it. It's just like smoking a cigarette.
Dang.
So they've done something to the genetics. I think it's definitely genetically modified. Whatever they did, it boosted it massively.
Yeah, marijuana don't even smell the same. Like when I was coming up and I used to see people smoke, it got a strong, heavy background of chemical. Like my nose, like if I don't smoke marijuana, but if I get around certain people that smoke weed that I know of, it burns my nose and they give me a headache and it make my mind tingle. Yeah, it's a different, but like the other marijuana a long time ago, it was just like a smooth smell.
Yeah,
it didn't have that. Like it's some
was
pine saw
skunky.
mixed in this shit. It was a calm aroma long time ago, man. Like
it's
the
pungent
marijuana,
now.
Yeah.
But now you can smell that sharp scent on it. It's a bite to it.
And
I can't stand it.
It's 50% more likely to make someone go into psychosis. Right.
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
Especially if you eat too much.
That's true, by the way, Double O. I was watching a news report tonight on the test they did on this high stuff, and exactly what they talked about. It induced psychosis on some people.
Like, so sativa would do that anyway. Like, I always knew you're more likely to have an anxiety attack and on sativa than you are on indica because it messes with your mind more. Where indica messes with your body more. So yeah, I don't know what they've done to it, man. I don't go near
You
it.
smoke certain weed, it make you feel. It make you think about all the shit you supposed to be done, all the shit you fucked over, people you done fucked over. You be like, damn.
All the people everyone I know that started smoking in their teens, they all get paranoid off it now in their 40s. I didn't start smoking till I was 21, and it doesn't make me. I don't ever get paranoid off weed. You're muted, Flo. If you are talking to us, you might be talking to someone in the background.
No, I was talking to you. Good call. I just think that's interesting. I think I've never been a really regular smoker, but the first time I smoked, I think I was 13.
Probably
I think our brains are still developing till we're in our early 20s. So if we go smoking, stuff that messes with you, gets beyond that blood-brain barrier and gets into your brain, you might be just make it more likely to have issues.
I started working on my brain early in all areas.
That would explain it.
Yep. My mom keeps saying she's waiting for my frontal lobes to develop. I'm like, Mom, I'm 37. She's like, they'll come in someday.
They just call me Smooth Brain.
Too.
Yeah. She knows me.
What happened to Scott?
What does anybody know what this is? What Lonnie's talking about? I don't know anything about the digital twin. This doesn't even sound familiar.
Right. This is they've created a digital avatar for everybody. Everybody that's on social media, like especially on Facebook and Instagram and Twitter and stuff, they've got a digital copy of you and they run simulations to predict what you're.
Really?
Yeah. That's the. Like not like no, everyone, they're just doing it. They're to run simulations basically AI simulations to see what the reactions of people will be if they.
But are they sort of analyzing the masses, or are they doing it down to the individual level? Like,
They can go down to the individual level. They're doing it on the masses, and they're focusing on individuals that come on their radar.
I come on. Well, I've never come on radar, but I come on other things.
I mean,
I always say that. I've been
mostly keyboards.
I'm pretty sure after everything that's happened that I am on their radar. I might just be a tiny, tiny little blip, but I'm on their radar. So you can bet that they've run simulations on me. Like,
yeah, I've been on
what
that.
would happen if they did whatever?
I've been on that flow state. You remember when my mic was bad? Remember
Yeah.
what I was telling y'all? My mic was bad.
Yeah, your mic used to be bad a lot. Is that because you were coming on it?
No, oh goddamn, shit.
Who was coming on your microphone? That's awfully close to your mouth.
But what I was saying is, the reason why my mic was bad because I maybe went on a certain show, and I maybe have been talking a certain way on a certain topic.
You should tell me which show that is.
I can't remember, but sometimes when people talk, like I speak a certain way based on what channel I'm on, right? If I'm, you know what I'm saying? So somebody might have said something that might have been like, it could have been terroristic, and I might have gave my opinion, and then my opinion might have been aligned with some terroristic shit, or my opinion might have been.
Are you trying to get us all on the radar?
No, hell no. But no, I'm just saying. At the point, look, this is how they pull you, based on all the conversations that we have and the ideas that we have. If
That's
it's
what
a
the AI is
ping
doing.
in the system, if it's a ping in the system saying this person, okay, this is different. Let's tap into the mind of that person. Now,
combinations
you're
of
gonna be
words.
followed. You're gonna be followed, and now everything you say is gonna be a key word that you're gonna say, or your sound, your voice. Have you ever? Okay, Flow State, have you ever been on live on somebody's panel and you get a random even while you're on the panel, you get a spam phone call, but ain't nobody on the phone call. It's just a spam phone call because you started talking.
Right? I mean, I've gotten random phone calls. I haven't ever like correlated it to a panel or anything specifically.
No, and no, it's not about a panel, but like, say for instance, if you on a panel on somebody else's show and they talking about certain things, it can be politics or anything, but you on live with your face showing, and then you get a random phone call from a somewhere you ain't never been, and then you start hearing your headset do a ping, ping, it be a beep, and then you know your phone, your headphones is not on mute, but you'll hear that beep like you put it on mute. That ain't nothing but a voice recording. And if you constantly go into certain environments or where they talking about a certain thing, just like I heard a little thing go in, that might be to somebody's phone.
I just turned my phone back on. It died earlier.
But listen, what I'm saying, it'll do that right there. So basically, what it's doing is recording your voice, and it's trying to see how it's going to record your voice. And when you go up on these different shows, your voice is going to be recorded based on what the conversation is. And it ain't doing nothing. Like, everybody that's having these conversations on different panels, you might not never meet them folks.
It does it when certain strings of words.
They're doing a comparison. They're doing a comparison of the mind of the masses, right? And seeing who all thinks a certain way. Because you know they're saying, they say all a certain percentage of people are sheep and some people are followers. They trying to see how many people are developing their brains to be leaders and not follow
they
the
put them in
program.
jail because they're drug dealers.
Well, I know the terroristic words to definitely set off some triggers.
Did you just do the thing to say not to do the thing?
I didn't say anything wrong.
Then I
I
hope I ain't just do the thing because I
that
don't want to
wasn't
be
what.
responsible for doing the thing.
But this is the thing though, Flo. Like it's that's what the AI is for. The AI is monitoring every single bloody conversation that happens on the net. That's why they're so it's so amazing because it can do all this. It can monitor all of these conversations and all of these flagged words. And if there's a combination, if there's a
you don't even
there'll
need
be a number
AI
of
for
words.
that.
If you flag a number, if you know like there's a certain number of words, if they're strung together in a certain order, or if they're within a certain space of each other, it will trigger it, and then the AI will be paying attention to what's being said. They'll be recording everything. Like
I used to make people leave their phones upstairs, and this was back in 2015. That was more for because
we
you can.
We used to leave them in the car, man.
Yeah, I mean, because there's no need to wear a wire. If you got your cell phone on you, then that's everything you need, right?
They can switch it on. They can switch it on, switch your camera on, switch your microphone on, switch anything on without you even knowing that they've turned your phone on.
And that's a fact.
Right.
And also, you got to be careful. All these flat screen TVs, these flat screen TVs have a back thing in them. Y'all don't know.
We know Monograph been over here.
Dude, smart TVs exist as well. People have willingly put them in their fucking homes, but linked them up to the internet. They're smart TVs.
And that
checking out
motherfucker can
Lindsay's
hear
stuff here real
everything. It
quick.
can hear everything you say, and guess what?
24/7.
I thought that you left. I didn't realize that you're leaning so far.
It can see you. It can see you.
Yeah, every time you're in.
Look, if you can peel, if you can peel some of the strips off of these TV, if you can peel some of the strips off of these TVs, like a lot of these TV have if you turn them off, they got a little red light that stays on all the time. If you can strip the layer off of it, you'll also probably find it's another little black dot in these TV. So if they want to hear you, they can hear you. They can use microphone, all that.
Ring cameras are the fucking worst. I hate those goddamn things. I hate all the neighbors who point cameras constantly at the neighbor's house because they want a doorbell camera. Fuck Ring cameras.
In the UK, it's really, really strict. Your camera, you're only allowed to film like just the front door, basically. If you get anywhere else, like the public street or anything like that in the shot, it's not admissible.
Yeah, it pisses me off because here they can have doorbell cameras everywhere, and Ring, you can give the police permission to just link, so the police can just watch your camera. You don't even have to give it to them. It's insane. I hate it.
And look, my headset going out. I ain't trying to cut nobody up, but I'm finna show y'all something else too. Another thing, that Tesla car. For all you criminals out there, if you see a Tesla car parked anywhere, do not do anything around that Tesla, because that Tesla has cameras all around the doors, the back bumper, the front,
like
and everything. That Tesla will tell on you, because the only thing they have to happen if they can find a Tesla in the location. If you do anything in that neighborhood, and then they do your tracking of how you came in or out that neighborhood, that person that owns that Tesla, they can ask them for that to pull that video. That car is gonna record you off of motion.
It's
like,
not just Teslas. It's any of these cars that got that
any of these new EV cars.
camera. Yep.
Any EV car basically now.
Oh, even the gasoline cars.
You know what
got
I miss?
That 360 camera.
See, that's why I stay in Mississippi. Like, well, look, the technology ain't up in certain areas. We still, you know what I'm saying, making wood fires and shit like that. But no, ain't nobody around here. If they get a Tesla, we know the world is changing around here. You know what I'm saying? There's certain people got them, but they ain't where I'm at. You know what I'm saying? So y'all be careful around all this technology. My headset about to go out, and I'm gonna have to charge it. So, hey, appreciate you for bringing me up at Flow State. Hey, all y'all be safe and stay outside of the eyes of those cameras.
Hey, thanks for coming up.
All right, appreciate you.
Oh shit!
You see that congressman got busted today? Got arrested. The one from what was the name? Henry Cuellar from Texas.
No idea.
Democratic congressman. Him and his wife got arrested for embezzlement and acting as agents for a foreign government.
With China?
No, Aberzani, one of those foreign Middle East places. Aberjan, I think's the name.
I don't think that's a country.
Azerbaijan.
Yeah, there you go. You got it.
Azerbaijan. I've dropped a link in the private chat. Right? Flo, it's 40 minutes long. I don't expect you to put it on now. You wouldn't get copyrighted or anything for it, but it's just too long. There's too much information in there. But the girl's talking about body area networks and the technology that basically is supposed to be around now, where basically we are all, every single one of us is a transmitter receiver because of the technology that's been basically embedded in us through the food and the what they're spraying and the water and everything. Every one of us is a walking modem, almost, like, or at least router. You know, they can. That's how they're doing these targeted adverts. You know, when people feel like the advert that comes up is something that they were just thinking about.
I dropped the link in the main chat for anybody who wants to watch it. I'm just not. Who is this person?
I'm not sure who it is that's speaking. I don't think it's not. I don't think it's actually the Sute's own video.
But you think they re-uploaded it from somewhere else?
Yeah, I've seen her talking about this stuff before. She's very, very, very clued up on it. That's clear. She's a bit autistic about it, you know. She's got all the PDFs and all the documents to back it all up, all the patents and everything, man, to show you, like, this is at least what it looks like they're doing. Because why else would they have all these patents and all these, real detailed? I forget what the drawings are called, but.
Do you really need mind control if people believe that you have mind control?
No, that is the mind control. It's like they don't need to make artificial.
I'm just saying, when you
just
give me a link to something and this is the person and they have 98 subscribers, I don't know what in this equation makes me think that maybe they aren't the source for this super secret technology. I'm not. Maybe I'm being
no. Not saying they're the source of this super secret technology. The
source of the information about it. Sort of like how I don't believe Scott is the person who figured out how to beat the legal system. Like, I don't think Scott's that genius.
Right.
I don't know how. Like, I don't know. I'm just saying. It's just a first impression. I could be wrong. I am going to watch it later.
Yeah, I appreciate it if you just watch it, because I don't know what to make of it, man. I'm like, yeah, whatever. Well, it's not working on me. Like my body's busted down, whatever it is they've been putting in it. I've been purging, detoxing for fucking 4 years, basically. So,
but I mean, here's the thing. Like, and this is what I get fucking irritated with all of. Do we lose Lindsay? This is when I get irritated with like all the people who. There's a lot of people on YouTube who just do conspiracy theories, and they do all of them. There's no discernment. What mud flood? Mud flood's the newest one. We're doing mud flood Tartaria. We're doing Mandela effect, right? No discernment, and so
that video, right, is her response to other channel creators who are making conspiracy-minded videos about voice to skull technology and extra low frequencies and stuff. So she's directing that through this whole thing. She's speaking to those channels, and she's you this and you that, you this and you that, right? It's not a video that's actually meant for everybody. She hasn't intended it for everybody. She's only intended it for these creators. But she's, you know, obviously it's on YouTube because that's the way she's done it.
I'm just saying that was just
I'm gonna
my
give it a
my
listen. Hey,
judgmental-
Flo, I'm gonna peace out, bro. I gotta get some
All right.
sleep.
Later. Take it easy.
Good talking to you guys.
All right, Pie.
Yeah. I'm not
See
saying
Flo.
there is for sure anything wrong with it. I'm just saying that is my initial judgmental response. And especially with this sort of topic, right?
Yeah.
Like government controlling you. Well, if you're convinced the government's controlling you, like everybody's heard that, everybody knows whatever we have, the government's technology. What is it? 40 years ahead of us? I think it's 40.
50.
Is the number.
So it was
50. I don't remember what it is, but that chick on Rogan said it, right? Well, I mean, what better way to make people think that they're doomed and like, well, fuck, you know, nobody's going to fuck around now.
Yep. I totally agree with that as well. Because I say they don't need to make artificial intelligence. They just need to make everybody believe that what they've created is artificial intelligence.
Right. Yeah, nice. I can't tell in the text if you're being sarcastic or not. I think that you are, but yeah, I mean, absolutely, it's absolutely for going to happen that the government's putting out psyops, right? The government puts out psyops to get people distracted onto things. I fully think that the Mandela effect is one, just like QAnon was.
Yeah, I mean, QAnon, I agree, was an absolute psyop. I personally, because I saw it right from the very beginning, I think that the original Q drop, which was the map, I think that was something. And then they got out ahead of it and did QAnon because they'll get out ahead of anything that they see that's going to gain any ground or have any influence. They will get ahead of it. They'll get out in front of it. They'll co-opt the leaders. They'll do something. If they can't, they'll destroy it. They'll defame everybody in there. They'll do their best to squash it. They are controlling pretty much everything at the moment but that's because of exactly what you said, where everybody thinks they're so fucking powerful. What can we do? Right. It's like my mum, I finally managed to get my mum start considering a little bit of things because she realizes that she's being lied to by the TV. But you know, it's like she's finding it really difficult to believe that there's people that have that much bad intent, you know, like and what
don't even, I mean, it's don't present it as bad intent, present it as incentive, right? The structure of the system incentivizes certain things.
What terrifies her though, and why she's terrified to look at it even more, is because she's like, yeah, but what can we do? We can't do anything. Nothing. Basically, we are powerless. But if everybody's thinking we're powerless, then nobody does anything. That's what the QAnon thing was a patriot pacification, basically.
Correct.
Get everybody get everybody to sit back and think, oh, we don't actually have to do anything. This is all taken care of. We're just going to sit here and watch and eat our popcorn and watch it happen.
I agree with this as well. Nice. I'm actually sort of I mean, I haven't dug deep into it, but I am fairly sure that it's more likely that we are still a British colony and we were just told that we got independence than that we are actually a country that's independent. I mean, look up the have you seen the East India Company flag? Look up the East India Company flag if you haven't seen it. You know what? I'll look it up.
Yeah, man. The East India Company, right? There's a game. I think that what they do is they put a lot of truth into computer games. And there's a game called 1899 or something, or 1864, something. I can't remember. It's about these private this private security company that works basically for the royal family, protecting the royal family in the UK. And it turns out, I mean, it's a computer game. It turns out that one of the royals is a vampire, and they control all the werewolves, and the werewolves are protecting them. and it's all a big psyop. This battle between the werewolves and the vampires, but they're one of their main the main company that they're running is the East India Company, basically, and they're using the East India Company to ship these vampires all over the earth. The East India Company is what they used to control the opium trade. It was the East India Company that laid siege to China when China made it illegal, made opium illegal and shut down all the opium dens. It was the East India Company that fucking laid siege and said, if you don't make it legal again, we're going to destroy China. We're going to stop any exports coming in or going out, cannon the shit out of you or whatever. But it was threats of violence and destabilization that forced China into making it legal again.
So that's I was pretty amazed when I saw this flag. It blew my fucking mind. I was like, well, I guess we know where the stripes came from.
This goes back a long time, man. Because then the East India, they lost the monopoly to the Dutch East India Trade Company. It switched from the British Crown to the Dutch.
I don't know. At some point,
the Dutch one became even bigger. It was like the biggest. It was worth, what was it, 3 trillion or something. It was the biggest, most biggest company in the world. But that's all royalty. That's all monarchy. That's all European monarchy, basically. From the English to the Dutch.
Right. Nice. Scott 2B is dumb, even though he's on record for having moved a court, and I am more intelligent than he is when it comes to law because I used to be a methed out banking employee. Well, that's me. Nice. Who are you? Is that Scott? I am smarter than Scott. Smarter than Scott, smarter than Paul, smarter than fucking Tom. And Tom's pretty clever, but he's also kind of dumb in some ways.
Boy, you should get up here. I'm sure he's got something to say about the Dutch.
That was my first instinct. But the only reason that I have to think it, really, I haven't been paying a ton of attention. Or it could be, who's the guy that was backstage? Steven? Could be Steven. Could be Scott. I don't think it's Scott, but it could be. The point is that fuck, I forgot what the point was.
We were talking about this yesterday, about the difference between smart and intelligent.
Were you?
And
I wasn't.
People, no, I was talking about it on my channel. And like people, we used to talk about people having smarts, right? Because they're smart. They've got the quick thinking.
Is it like smart is implied? Smart implies an application in the process or something?
Yeah, being able to apply in the moment. Quick processing.
And intelligent would be what?
And also with a degree of an emotional intelligence. Like smart really is smart is smarter than intelligent. If you're smart, you're going to go a lot further than if you're just intelligent.
That's true. Woo woo. Victor, thank you for the super sticker.
That's a nice new one, isn't it?
Yeah, it
I haven't
is.
seen that one before, man. That's good.
Sasquatch sent, that's a whole music video from the whitest kids I know, and Sasquatch sent it to me last night, and I was happy to find out that I can chop it up and use it, and no copyright issues.
Brio, in the instance of smartphones and smart meters, that's secret military something reconnaissance technology. That's it's an acronym for smart TV, smartphone, smart meter, and they've taken it from smart being smart. So everybody thinks that that's what it means. It means, oh, it means it's smart. But no, what it means is it's a secret military, I can't remember what the A is, reconnaissance technology. And that's admitted in that's published, man. That's published. That's not just me saying it. That's a fact.
I have heard that. I would believe it. It wouldn't surprise me, but I don't know.
Yeah, the traditional meaning of smart is streetwise, mercantile. I like that. Yeah.
Was he wowing to my awesome song or to your smart information?
I don't know.
I need every bit of money you can bring me. Pay me.
I need my money. I'm at the bank about to withdraw all of it.
All the money, all the banking, all the jobs, all the material things. I love spending money. And all these people here know I love spending all that money.
Where's everybody
going on No Chaser? Now No Chaser's hitting me. Hold on, I got other ones too.
I'm moving lucrative. I balled so hard they thought I was a fucking nutsack. I got so much cheese in my pocket, they thought I was a fucking calzone. I don't know who I am anymore. I'm getting too much money. Ah! I'm getting too much money.
I'm gonna have to chop that one down into the too much money half and the more cheese than a calzone and so much a ball so hard that I was not. Yeah, I'm gonna have to chop that one into two parts.
Where is everybody gone, man?
A handful of simps left with the Lindsay. It's right at that weird hour. What time is it here?
I guess
3:30 where I'm at.
Yeah. It's late. But it's Saturday night. It's Friday night, man. Friday night.
You know, I've still got. It says I've still got 119 people watching. So,
go on, son.
And I'm still at 63 on the main YouTube channel. So, X. This is the first night I've streamed to X, and I'll drop the link again in the chat for anybody who wants to follow the new X account. This is the first night I've streamed to X. It's also the only time I've ever had such a massive margin of, like, I've got 63 live viewers here on YouTube on my main channel, and I've got probably 1 or 2 on Rumble. I don't know how many, and I've been maintaining like a 40-50 count margin on X the whole time. Sasquatch told me that X puts a lot of views in.
I just seen the comments in my chat from El Perro. I don't know his real name.
Keith.
It is.
I
Keith,
call him Word Wizard.
My middle name's Keith. But yeah, El Perro is. I've just seen the comments on my thing. If he's still listening, man, I don't think he is because he's gone to bed. But I appreciate the comments though. Well, if you want to wrap up, dude.
I don't know. You know, I probably will soon, but I'm a little bit surprised. If you're watching, because I've still got a lot of viewers going on, right? And I see some people in chat who have never come up on panel. It's not the worst time to get up on panel if you've kind of been wanting to for a minute, but never been. You know, a lot of people. YouTube makes a lot of people uncomfortable. There's a lot of people I talk to sometimes who are like, I think about getting up on panel, or you know, yada yada. Like, can't spell Lou. Lou is supposed to come up on a panel somewhere a long ass time ago. That's never happened. Tarek's here.
The trouble is, if people think, "Oh man, yeah, but I might get clipped," because people do clip there are, you know, a couple of individuals that sit there clipping your channel, man. I'm sure I get my mind.
Well, I mean, when you get up on a panel, you need to just treat it like every second is clipped in public, because it is. You know, like. Yep, Steve always knows what I'm talking about. Salute, Nightish.
Does he have a cat named Azrael? Who?
I don't get it.
Oh, we're talking Gargamel. Was Gargamel's cat named Azrael? Azrael was the angel.
There's a fallen angel, right?
Well, yeah, but in the book, in Good Omens, in Terry Pratchett and Neil Gaiman's book, he was an angel. I think Azrael was the angel, and I can't remember what the demon was called. They made a good a TV thing out of it. That was one of his best books, man. All about the end of the world. Where whose was it? It's Terry Pratchett. He wrote it with Neil Gaiman. It's called Good Times. Fuck, what's it called? Yeah, Good Times or something. It's where the Antichrist gets born, right? And they do a switcheroo in the Catholic nunnery where he's been born. And instead of giving the Antichrist should have gone to the politician, but he doesn't. He goes to this normal English family, and the normal kid goes to the politician. So they're following the normal kid, thinking he's going to turn into the Antichrist, and he's just a normal kid. Whereas the Antichrist is actually growing up normally and becoming a normal boy in the UK. It's quite funny, man. Batman. I didn't realize Azrael was in Batman.
In what capacity? I mean, there's been so much fucking Batman over the years that, like, I'm sure that I've made an appearance in some version of Batman somewhere.
Ben Affleck. Who was the worst Batman?
I feel like Jared Leto got screwed over. Like he did. I feel like that Leto's Batman could have had a lot more potential than whatever shitty ass movie they made out of Suicide Squad.
Suicide Squad.
I mean, obviously Heath Ledger's the best one. Who else was there? I don't know. It's weirdly, strangely, I'm going to say I think Jack Nicholson.
Val Kilmer.
Was he a Batman?
Yeah,
Val
Kilmer was a Batman. I think Ben Affleck.
Okay. Batman. So I'm going to say, as it sits now, Leto was the worst Batman. But
was he Batman? Wasn't he Joker?
I'm sorry, he was the worst Joker. But he could have been a better Joker than Nicholson if he'd been given. I don't know.
I think the only one that could have been a better Joker than Nicholson, who basically was a better Joker than Nicholson, was Heath Ledger, man.
Ledger was the best one for sure.
Outside, but obviously he based his performance on the original one. So
no, he didn't. Not necessarily. You said obviously that's not necessarily true. I don't think he did. You think he based it on fucking? Nicholson?
He made him darker. He made him a lot.
You think he based it on Nicholson's?
There were a couple of the mannerisms, like the mouth.
Well, it's the same character. They can't be all that different. I don't think he didn't. Nicholson was mad because Ledger never contacted him about the role, right? So that's a snub, and that indicates to me that he was not using Nicholson. In fact, I think that he was trying to break out so that people would see it as its own performance, which he did successfully.
Who remembers the original Batman, the TV series, before they turned it into the film with Adam West and whoever it was that played the Joker, man? I can't remember, but really camp cartoon style with all the wham blam. Do you remember?
Oh yeah, I remember that. I remember that. It was. I had those comic books too.
No D. Robin. Heath based his performance on Brandon Lee's Crow. That was brilliant, man. Brandon Lee's Crow. How many of us dressed up as the Crow when we went to fancy dress parties in Halloween?
I never did. I'm a little young for that movie to have been. Of course, it's a classic, but I don't think I've ever seen it.
5 years, man. Every year for about 5 years, I went as the Crow.
Is that good? I've never seen it. Of course, I don't really watch movies.
Awesome. It can't rain every day. It's a fucking brilliant movie, man. I can't remember what happens in it. I need to watch it again. I just remember when I watched it, it was one of the best movies I'd ever seen.
Really?
Yeah. I was only about like 16 or something. I can't remember, but yeah. It was just so fucking like, it was just so heavy, man. It was really deep. Like this guy got killed and he was basically, yeah, he was a hero. I can't remember the fucking story. Who remembers what happened in The Crow, man?
Yeah.
I remember that he died while it was being filmed in the last scene.
All I could think is he sounds like Sting, or he looks like Sting. I'm sorry, the wrestler.
It was like the first time that they used AI, basically, or like post-production processing to recreate him in the scenes that they hadn't filmed, but he was dead, so they couldn't. Like he died, and they had to recreate him in AI. It was like one of the first films that they actually, they said, "Oh yeah, we've done it with computer graphics. We've finished the movie with computer graphics. So a couple of the scenes is not actually him; it's computer graphics." That was a long.
You'd think that they could just put another person in that face paint.
I don't think anybody had his. You'd think, wouldn't you? But yeah, maybe this was their how they were going to put it out. Right, look, we're able to do this. We've done it in a movie, like pop it in a movie all the way back in the early 1990s or whenever it was. I can't remember when it was.
007, hey guys, okay in the panel, and everyone else in the chat. I've been by before, but I'm a new subscriber from GBUK.
Cool tools, cool. Oh yeah, it's in my channel. How you doing? Thanks for being here, man. And can't spell Lou. Shout out on my in my chat as well. On a plane, Dorian Gray, Chris, everyone.
The best Halloween costume I ever had was a tampon, and I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why, because it's super simple. I got white sweatpants, white long sleeve collar neck shirt, and a white stocking cap with a shoelace attached to the top. And I wrote Super Plus on my chest. And every girl got it. And most guys were like, "Are you Eminem?"
Nah.
Or something stupid. That was a dope ass condom.
Right, but do you know why that worked so well? Because you weren't going out there to try and look fucking sexy.
Right. And I didn't. Everybody, like all the dudes I talked to, they're like, "Oh, you should wear red shoes," or "Oh, you should like get red pants." I'm like, "No, fuck you."
It takes it too far, man.
Right. It's not funny. Then it's just gross. Yeah. Nope. There was no red on me at all. No red on me at all. And I
see, this is what I'm saying, right? Flo, I never had the balls to do that. Like I was too worried about going out and trying to look fucking sexy than going out and trying to just have some fun.
But nothing looks sexier than just having fun, right?
Right. Making a woman laugh is, if you can just make a woman laugh, that easily. I can see why women definitely would have appreciated.
And that's also the. I was wearing that costume the first time I ever said, "Yeah, want to fuck?" Pickup line to a stranger, and she said, "Yeah." I was like, "Well, this is easier than I've ever let it be before."
It's because
Why haven't I been doing this from day one? Like, it's just that easy. You could just say this to somebody, and they're like, "Yeah, okay." And then over here trying to figure out the game, it's like just ask.
Right. I heard this thing saying, about, oh, if you just go and just ask a woman, like 1 in 10 will say yes. I one night absolutely peeled off my tree, went up to a girl in a bar that I couldn't take my eyes off. She saw that I was looking at her, and she gave me a cute little smile. I walked up to her and just said, "I want to fuck your brains out. I'm really sorry. I can't keep it inside. I just have to tell you."
And it went off well for you, didn't it?
And I went back with her.
Yeah.
And we ended up sitting on her sofa and chatting until I came down off the pill and didn't feel sexy anymore. And then we were sat there talking for about 3 hours, and the sun was coming up, and she said, "Well, I suppose we should have sex now then." And I went, "Well, you don't have to if you don't want to." And she goes, "Well, yeah, but you brought me home. I feel like I should." I said, "Don't worry about it. It's all right. I'll go
Damn,
home.
that would
See
have
you
put me
later."
out of the mood too.
Fucking hell.
Yeah. Like, nah.
Yeah.
I don't really want to make you do something you don't want to do. Even if you're just doing it as a courtesy, this feels not okay.
We should have done that when we got, like, as soon as we got back. If we'd have just got at it, it would have been 3 hours of fucking instead of 3 hours of sitting there talking about my fucking car accident.
Oh yeah. Oh no, yeah, you fucked that up.
Yeah. Oh shit. That's the trouble with ecstasy though. Like, when you open up to people and you talk about shit, and yeah, fucking hell.
I don't know. I don't know. You seem like you've got you kind of crack open into the deeper, more emotional parts of life more than I do.
Way too much, man. It's just the way that life's gone, and that it's just.
I mean, it's also a temperament thing, right? Or a personality type or whatever. I'm not surprised you're an artist. Artists generally are more emotionally oriented.
Stereotype, dude. I'm an absolute cardboard fucking stereotype struggling artist.
And I am, if I had to be the stereotype of one thing, I think it would be, well, my personality type. Nobody gets that. Like, I'm pretty fucking close to a Chad, right? If you're gonna make a Chad for a movie, what's he drive? Big truck. What's he wear? Backwards hat. What's he got? Ex-wife.
Frat boy douche, gold earring.
Frat boy douche, right? Frat boy douche, Chad. And I never joined a frat either, which is the interesting thing. Like, I cannot get myself to like join things, because then you sacrifice part of your autonomy in order to get group acceptance, and I just don't value the group that much.
It's always fascinated me. I went to uni, and we don't have that sort of thing at uni. And I mean, maybe if you go to Oxford and or, you go to one of Cambridge or something, maybe there are these silly little clubs that you can go and be a member of, but they're the hoity-toity twats. It's not a frat boy kind of situation. There aren't these fraternities. There wasn't. I went to the University of East Anglia, and there was no frat boy fraternity there. I was a bit gutted because I was like, the parties looked good, What was the movie?
Well, and see, I rushed when I was in college. I rushed all the frats for as long as I could, because the way that guys rush, the sororities are way different. But when you rush a fraternity, they basically just take you out and you party on their dime. All the frats have a budget or a fund. It's a recruitment fund, and the people who went there before donate into it. So they've got this big ass bank account to try to party with me and coax me into joining their fraternity, and they like it too, because they get to go out and party as well. But after a while, like, everybody kind of realized, like, you're not going to join, are you? They're like, no, I can't. Sorry, guy, it's not you, it's me. I would, but I have to be a bitch for a semester.
Yeah, I don't feel like paying for the privilege. Thanks.
11 watching, started 111 minutes ago, and I am a Life Path 11 who was born on the 11th.
11.
Right on, 2 Life Path 11s, and I was born on the 11th day of the month.
I was born in September, which has a day in there that is the 11th.
Nice try, motherfucker. I'm more 11 than you are. I wouldn't have even known that if my ex-wife hadn't gotten into witchy shit and numerology and stuff, and she was pretty jealous because I was an 11. I was a master number, and that's before I knew about any of this stuff. Before I started getting into woo-woo stuff, I was very sort of like secular or whatever.
Yeah.
But I did like the ring that the name master number had to it.
Yep.
and so that one stuck with me, and she was reminded of it from time to time that I was the master number in this relationship.
I was a little bit gutted when I found out that actually there's 3 master numbers, 11, 22, and 33, and so that means that so I'm an 11, right? There's a bit that you could be a 33. Is that not better? It's like 2 higher.
Yeah, I don't remember all the I don't know, numerology still seems a little bit like unspecific to me, right? Like, well, okay, all the things about these numbers, like, what do they mean? The every time I ever hear or read about what they mean, it's sort of an unspecific explanation. Like, oh, it just
right, but like, don't get numerology confused with gematria as well.
I'm not.
Yeah, because like numerology, there seems to be there's something in numerology, but gematria seems to be where they got out ahead of numerology, or they turned it into something else. They used it to.
Well, their numerology is from like different parts of the world. I think like gematria is specifically a Jewish one or a Kabbalistic one.
Yeah.
Cool tools. Oh yeah, you're a British bloke. You probably have a lot of viewers for rugby players. I just saw that because we don't have rugby over here in America, but I played. I mean, not nearly to the extent that the rest of the world does, but I played rugby in high school, outside center.
I think it's funny that your football is actually like a pussy version of our rugby, because they all have to wear pads and
yeah, and you know why? I think it's easier to manipulate. That's my theory. If you got to have a break between each play, that chaos is easier to manage.
Right. Are you talking about football in American football?
Yeah.
So what do you mean a break in each play in chaos? What are you talking about? I don't.
Each play is really quick in American football.
Right.
And then they stop, and a lot of times huddle up.
That's a bit like rugby league. So rugby league is all about gaining yards and gaining ground, basically, and keeping moving forward as quick as possible. There's a lot more scrum downs in rugby union, where they scrum down and they push over the ball to gain control of the ball.
Okay.
So it's a lot slower. It's a much slower game, whereas rugby league is more like American football.
I don't even know which one I played then. Huh.
Am I right there? Cool. Was it Cool Tools? Cool Tools.
Mm-hmm.
I used to play rugby at school. It's funny because I played in the scrum, but our scrum, I was a type.
You don't look like somebody who plays in the scrum.
No, so I'm the same height as I was when I left school.
How tall are you?
I'm 6'3" now. I say 6'3" because when I arrived on the island, I was just under 6'3", and then
Lindsay, who are you
Now I'm
talking
doing
to?
6'3", but it's because of my posture. I've sorted my posture out, so it makes me a bit taller. But anyway, the guy, I was a tight head prop and the loose head prop, and you have the hooker in the middle that hooks the ball.
Yeah.
The loose head prop on the other side, he was the same height as me. So our hooker, who's in the middle, it didn't matter once we got down. He was a tiny little guy. He was like 5'9" or something, and we're both there at 6'3". But it gave our scrum so much more fucking power. We had so much more weight behind our scrums because of the height. We were heavier.
Yeah, I like I said, I was winging outside center. I was not in scrums. I was pretty fucking big for a wing. I was the biggest wing I think I ever encountered, but I was fast as shit. So, but I did not like being in scrums.
I liked it, but it sucked being tight head prop.
Witchy chicks are tight. Cool tools. I agree.
Is anyone coming up here? Come on, boy.
I might shut it down. I was really kind of waiting around to see if Lou, I know she heard me the first time, or anybody else wanted to come up who has not been up here before. But it has been 8 hours. I definitely don't need to make all of my streams fucking 14 or whatever that one night was. That shit was nuts.
It's amazing how many people are doing panels that run from 8 to 12 hours now. Like that was unheard of a couple of years ago.
It does seem like it was unheard of, but the thing is like, I never thought that I would do anything nearly this long.
It happens.
It does. You know, you kind of get into one thing, and then what's interesting about tonight is that there's not a second wave, or normally these streams have a second or a third wave, and just the second I'm about to shut down, like a flood of new people come up. There hasn't been that other wave tonight. Also, I've been maintaining, like, I know that on the YouTube end, you can't see it, but sitting here on StreamYard, I've got a lot more. I'm still sitting at 110 viewers or watchers right now.
So like 10 of those, if you're going by the stats up in the top left, that's added. That's mine as well.
I know that's all of them. So I've probably got one.
You still got 100 and something. You know?
I've got 107 watching. So that's probably about 55 from my channel. That's about 10 from your channel. Probably about 1 from Rumble and about 1 from iFi's restream. All the rest is X. This is the first time I've ever streamed with X.
You streaming with X?
Yeah, I just set it up. I got a new X account. By the way, if you're ever on X or Rumble and you want to join the panel, actually, if you're on Rumble, I put the link on both of them now that I think about it. Yeah.
You have to be subscribed to X to do that, right?
I just added it into the thread.
But do you subscribe?
What do you mean subscribe? It's you follow people.
Have you got a blue check, basically? Are you?
No. I don't have a blue check. I don't know how you even get those. I think you have to pay for them. I'm not buying that shit.
Yeah, it's a monthly subscription, like $8 or something. I can't remember exactly.
Fuck that. There is the new X account if anybody wants to follow that.
I'm on X.
Tools, come on up.
I don't use it at all. I don't follow it really. Yeah, I got notifications come up, but I don't really bother going on.
You should drop the StreamYard link in your chat because if I don't have a wrench over there, which I don't know if I do or not, I don't think I do.
Oh, we drop? Yeah, I can do that.
I think Cool Tools wants to come up. He's coming. He's watching on your end though.
Nice one.
But yeah, it is strange that there hasn't been the second wave tonight. It is a Friday night, and it is a nice Friday night. I don't know what the weather's like there, but here it's been a really nice weather.
There's the link in my chat. Pinned. I like to meet new people.
Yeah, it's good to mix it up on the panel. So cool tools. What's going on?
That conversation that's been had about the
Hey guys,
Sasquatch.
How's it going?
how's things?
Not bad, man. How you doing?
I'm okay. It's a bit of a slow start. Yeah, I'm good, man. I was enjoying listening to you.
What part of the UK are you in?
I'm between Leeds and Bradford, a place called it's is it repeating? Or have I got it on somewhere else?
Oh,
Hang on a sec.
if you've still got that right, if you've still got the tab open with the YouTube playing, then the YouTube is playing slightly.
Sorry,
back
it's
from,
a bit unprofessional.
Yeah, you just need to close the tab down or mute it. It's a common mistake.
Yep. But no, I couldn't hear an echo.
No, we can't. We don't hear it because it's he's not. His mic isn't picking it up. Maybe he's on earphones. Come back, dude.
He's probably working it out.
Stay negative.
I won't change my mind because I don't have to, because I'm an American. I won't change my mind on anything, regardless of the facts that are set out before me. I'm dug in, and I'll never change.
And I can't find a seconder usually when I propose this, but I don't care. I don't need a seconder. My own opinion is enough for me, and I claim the right to have it defended against any consensus, any majority, anywhere, any place, any time. And anyone who disagrees with this can pick a number, get online, and kiss my ass.
Who is that? I like that one.
That's Christopher Hutchins.
That's very nice. That's got some great balls behind it. He said that with his fucking sack, didn't he?
It's not just the right of the person who speaks to be heard. It is the right of everyone in the audience to listen and to hear.
Christopher Hutchins is actually a huge, enormous twat, but he has said some pretty smart things.
How do I know that I know this, except that I've always been taught this and never heard anything else? It's always worth establishing first principles. It's always worth saying, what would you do if you met a Flat Earth Society member? Come to think of it, how can I prove the Earth is round? Am I sure about the theory of evolution? I know it's supposed to be true. Here's someone who says there's no such thing, it's all intelligent design. How sure am I of my own views? Don't take refuge in the false security of consensus and the feeling that whatever you think, you're bound to be okay because you're in the safely moral majority.
Is he a pro, or where does he stand on evolution?
I think he's pro evolution.
Yeah,
Hutchins family. Sorry, did I interrupt you then? Sorry.
No, you're good.
Hutchins family are very, very, let's say, wide. In a sense, I mean, obviously there's probably different strands, all the rest of it, but I've known Hutchins be like the top psychiatrist in a certain area, children, all that type of thing.
He's a psychiatrist.
Psychologist, psychiatrist,
psychologist,
whatever it was. Yeah.
So he's an intellectual twat.
Yeah.
That was a lady, but she had a husband, which turns out he was a driver, had a big fast 2.8 Granada years ago, blacked out windows. He's a driver for the wrong uns. Doing abuse. He picked certain ones that take him, and he never got stopped, nothing, like never got a speeding ticket and all this. I heard a few little stories here and there, and you could look at my channel, you'd be able to hear a few bits and pieces, but I don't always say everything. I'm a bit cagey about that issue, but I have said stuff. It's Cool Tools 007, but you probably best just link it through me or something. I can't put a link up, can I?
You can put it backstage, and you can put it backstage.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll do that shortly then. But yeah, the Hutchins family, and that was a couple, and they passed away now. But then their son was involved in bits and pieces to do with autistic children, and like abusing them with the elites, let's say. Yeah, I'm sure you all know.
Yeah, man.
And I'm not massive on the subject, but the name, they're absolutely wide spectrum, because politicians and lawyers, and it's quite a prominent name in England, Hutchins, even though loads of different. You don't hear it loads though, do you?
No.
But
it's an old name. It's an old family, like old bloodline.
Yeah, it's just interesting that popped up. I'm sure another time we'll go into it. And you put it this way: the wife, we'd left the school that we got kind of guided into, a boarding school. Long story short, the wife, the psychologist, knew where me and my best friend would be every Friday afternoon. In this local town, his mum and dad had a little shop, and my friend used to mind it on a Friday afternoon for her, and she came by once and gave us a gypsy warning. We'd left the place like
What's a gypsy warning?
It's like the claw, It's like
it's a head start or a little tip.
It was involving a car accident that someone else had, and she'd give us the news about that. And then it was a massive car accident. It's really difficult to get into quickly unless you wanted to spend 20 minutes on it. But
you just tell it however you think. I'm not in any hurry.
Okay, my two friends were in it, and they burnt to death. Apparently, she told us about that. Pardon?
Was it one of those pile-ups on the
Yeah, M4.
Yeah.
1991. I'd left the place almost 2 years, and you can research this place. Okay, I'm going to just give you a couple of.
I lived just off the M4 back in 1991, man. It wasn't far from my house, and I remember a huge pile-up back in the 90s. I don't remember what year, but I remember there was a massive pile-up. A lot of people.
11 people passed, but there was it was a manipulation, because years ago in the UK, and before counties, they had parishes. Yeah. And the parish, Wiltshire and Berkshire, was kind of a bit of each of this parish. Yeah. And they were extremely powerful, way back. Long story short, the Second World War ends. You've got things like the Tavistock Institute, wanting to control the population, and, little bits of tricks they were using in literature schools, things like that. And they'd identify a certain, because in Wiltshire and Berkshire, that old parish, which actually is 2 counties now, on that line where it would have been, like to take you half in Berkshire and half in Wiltshire, that's exactly where the crash was, and it was planned. And if I told you how they do it, a lot of people think, oh, that's fantasy, but it's been repeated quite a few times. And what actually really brought it out for me, it wasn't just that.
Who's clipping their nails?
Oh, that's me. Sorry, man. It's because I'm going to play my guitar later, and I just saw that they're really. It's not. Yeah, sorry, mate.
That's just funny. Go ahead.
I'm playing my guitar in a bit, so.
Okay. So again, a lot later on,
same thing off camera.
Do you think?
Carry on, dude.
Yeah,
What do we call you, tools? You gonna?
That's why I didn't want to get into it. Do you see what I mean? It's quite.
It's a long.
But long story short,
you don't have to get into it. You can tell it however you want, but yeah, do it however you want.
anyway, that particular crash, what really brought it out with hindsight for me, that warning that we were given, which didn't really make a huge amount of sense to me and him at the time, just a bit weird. And then a lot later on, the manipulation of the camera that was on the crash, because you probably might have seen the footage. There was a camera on the, pointing exactly, pretty much where the crash happened.
Yeah, it just happened to happen right in front of the camera. Yeah.
It was all foggy as well in certain spots. Long story short, this was a long range camera. It had only been put there about a month before. And they had the Chinese company or whoever they were dealing with manipulate the camera for 90 seconds. Yeah. Analog technology, obviously. And it was just sort of before it's changing to digital, really. And they manipulated the camera. And what they do is they have a lorry, and in the lorry, it's got 2 vehicles that are burnt out with their people they want to say was in this accident. Yeah. They jackknifed the lorry in the fog that was created from a field, which was done by a smoke machine. It wasn't real fog. They jackknifed the lorry. The curtain sides come down. They throw the 2 cars out with like an arm thing. Actually, one was a small van, and then the crash appears to be natural with this jackknife lorry across the road. And then it all sets fire. The plan is it all sets fire. And, that's how they get rid of corpses officially.
Anyway.
Sounds mad, doesn't it? Sounds bizarre. I knew it was going to. And
no, it sounds like real life is bizarre.
It was the very most powerful people in our country, though. Who
pretty bizarre.
Yeah, absolutely. But you can look into it and you see what I mean. That video, the manipulation guys who said they did it, kept, they kept putting it back up, kept getting taken down, but they fell out with the group that employed them, our police force, our security services. Anyway, you can have a look, and probably chat about it another time. But
what's going on, Joseph?
You got stuff about on your channel about it? Is your channel videos?
Yeah, I've got all sorts of bits and pieces. I don't like.
I saw the little
whole
clips
thing.
of what was it? Existential existence and me.
What about the clip? You got a little clip?
What's his name of that clip you just played? I forget his actual name.
Oh, the whatever that guy is. Who are you playing clips of, 07?
Oh, Christopher Hutchins. Sorry, yeah, Christopher Hutchins.
That wasn't Hutchinson. Who was that?
That was Christopher Hutchins. It wasn't. You're thinking it was Alan Watts. It wasn't Alan Watts. It was
Watson.
Christopher Hutchins.
That's the name.
Not Watson. There's Alan Watts. WATTS.
Alan Watson. So okay, Flow State, if you'll let me. This is some. It wasn't.
What do you want to do?
Oh, did I throw the sun on there? My bad.
I don't know what you're trying to ask me to do. You have a clip that you want to share or something?
Me? No clips. No, it's just fucking what's his name? God Tools. He's a talker, so just chime in a little bit.
The doctor.
No.
Uncle Fatty, how's it going? Talk to us, Uncle Fatty.
It's either Hitchens or Hutchins. Yeah, I'm not sure, Denizen. It might be Hitchens, Chris Hitchens. I know it's Christopher Hitchens. There you go. Honor Plane's got it. It's Christopher Hitchens. I was wrong. It's not Hutchins. It's Hitchens, and it's Alan Watts, not Alan Watson.
Val Kilmer was the best Batman. Just so you guys know, fucking totally
Val
missed
Kilmer.
it.
I agree. Mate. I think Val Kilmer was the best one.
Absolutely.
Yeah, well, I thought you guys were playing Alan Watts videos or segments and then talking about them, so I was going to bring one up.
Yeah, Alan
No.
Watts is a badass dude. He's OG.
Alan Watts is pretty dope.
All
I
right,
thought
well,
it was Alan Watts at first too.
Listen,
Here's
Alan
an
Watts
Alan Watts
is
one
a
that you guys can
fucking
comment on if
go-to.
you want to.
A little
Alan
difficult
Watts
to say what
said in one of his
of the
lectures.
seminar is going to be.
Yeah, well, he once said in one of his lectures that
God isn't real.
He says a lot of things, man. I've got his entire collection of Out of Your Mind. I've listened to this. I think there's 11 CDs in it. 117 tracks in it. 14 hours of.
okay. Well, how about that? What do you think about this one that he once said in his lectures? He once said that the eyes of humans are a representative of the universe perceiving itself, which is a jewel of the universe perceiving itself.
He's talking about the idea that basically we're all expressions of the original consciousness that existed in the beginning, the original consciousness that became aware of itself and then fractaled itself into material existence in order to be able to experience itself from multiple different perspectives, to be able to have a true experience of itself. So it's basically, that's like the macro version of us, like know thyself, knowing who you are and why you are and all of that. It's just an expansion of that.
No, what he said is that the eyes are the jewels of the universe perceiving itself, which means is that the universe itself has created organs to perceive itself and ask itself, "Why am I here?"
Do you think that when he posed ideas like that he was actually suggesting that that is what he actually believes?
I think he's quite explicit when he says that.
I think you don't realize who Alan Watts is, if that's what you're. If you're
bro.
taking it that like,
I got to bring up the clip.
like,
I'm
oh,
trying to
Alan
find
Watts said this, so this is what Alan Watts thinks. No, Alan Watts is a very deep philosophical man who went on a journey, an existential journey to find out what the fuck was going on. And the thing is, he was enabled to do that.
He's the father of modern existentialism.
He was also very articulate, and he was very capable of.
Yeah, he's a brilliant man, and he's got an excellent voice. Everybody loves Alan Watts' voice, even English people. That's
hey,
why.
Cool Tools. The reason that the comments are repeating is because you're typing it into the chat on StreamYard here, and so that's one comment for each stream destination, because what we're doing right now is going to 5 different places. It's going to my YouTube, to Richie's YouTube, to my Twitter, to my Rumble, and to a third guy, iFi's YouTube. So that's why you see the repeats. But each chat is only getting it one time. Go ahead, guys. Just a little housekeeping.
Yeah, so the cool thing that he was saying in that statement is that the universe is actually asking itself, "Why am I here?"
Yeah.
He was trying to draw that bridge between consciousness and that's kind of where I was going with that.
All right. I thought, I didn't. I thought you were going somewhere else with that, but yeah, absolutely. I love. I don't agree with everything that Alan Watts says, because I personally don't agree in this model of the universe that they've given, and people laugh at it and whatever. I don't agree. I don't believe it. I think it's all theater that they've presented to keep our minds captivated and to keep control of our perception, and they've used Hollywood to do it. And so now whenever anybody thinks of planets or anything, they think of these actual bodies, these physical bodies that are existing millions or billions of miles away, but they're still, this rock planet that is Mars that's just a big ball. It's just red rock, but yet it still emits light because somehow it reflects it off the sun. Like I'm just not buying all of that. So the idea of like Gnosticism, he's referencing a lot of different ancient. There's a lot of different.
What are we looking at here, Fatty?
Yeah.
So this is the most recent Enlightened
Is
Echoes.
there music in the background?
Oh
No.
boy.
Is Alan Watts' voice copyrighted?
No.
Like
Nope.
his lectures? No.
His family controls all of his content right now, so it might be.
No,
but I don't think
it's
they're-
all open source.
I've played a lot, but none of it has ever been copyrighted.
I think you'll be fine
all-
if you're like furthering the
open
message
source.
of Alan Watts. Or his family is
Yeah.
pretty cool.
Yeah.
Because they want it everywhere. They want everybody to share it, so they make it available.
All right,
to
well, let's hear it.
Well, yeah.
I dropped the link in the back for the same one too.
I mean, I'm sharing your screen. Aren't you going to play it?
This fucker.
Yeah, you need to put.
It's a short, right?
Do anything now. There we go.
You need to turn the volume up. Yeah, you need to turn the volume up. Hover over it and look for the reload it. Refresh the screen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Alan Watts is a badass.
There we go.
There he goes.
AlanWatts.org, AlanWatts.com, Alan Watts Society.
Nope, I just
Yeah, I
fucked
did
it
with
up.
this little kid. Anyways.
Does he start talking? Well, this is fucked. You know what? I'm just gonna drop it down there in the chat. Anybody?
I mean, I've got Alan.
Sorry. Hang on.
Because it's too fundamental to give it a title.
Yeah.
I'm going to talk about what there is. Now, the first thing, though, that we have to do is to get our perspectives with some background about the basic ideas which, as Westerners living today in the United States, influence our everyday common sense, our fundamental notions about what life is about.
Yep.
And there are historical origins for this, which influence us more strongly than most people realize. Ideas of the world, which are built into the very nature of the language we use, and of our ideas of logic and of what makes sense altogether. And these basic ideas I call myth, not using the word myth to mean simply something untrue, but to use the word myth in a more powerful sense. A myth is an image in terms of which we try to make sense of the world. And we at present are living under the influence of two very powerful images, which are, in the present state of scientific knowledge, inadequate. And one of our major problems today is to find an adequate, satisfying image of the world. Well, that's what I'm going to talk about.
I'll pause it because it's like 6 minutes long.
I don't want to listen to the whole 6 minutes of it.
He says like you can pretty much.
It's fucking.
Other astronomers, they say there was a primordial explosion, an enormous bang millions of years ago, billions of years ago, which flung all the galaxies into space. Well, let's take that just for the sake of argument and say that was the way it happened. It's like you took a bottle of ink and you threw it at a wall. Smash, and all that ink spreads. And in the middle, it's dense, isn't it? And as it gets out on the edge, the little droplets are finer and finer and make more complicated patterns.
All right, I'm done with Watts. We are.
Yeah, he's got to be really baked.
I always put drum and bass on in the background. Liquid drum and bass.
Watts is
in the
so
background.
on point there. He's making a mockery of the Big Bang. He's just saying like
some deep lo-fi.
You gotta be like, I don't know. I have to be in a certain mood to get Alan Watts. I actually hated Alan Watts for a long time before like I was finally stumbled across the right combination of mood and Watts to get into it.
That's fair. The thing about Alan Watts is he will fucking ruin your worldview if you start.
I mean, my worldview is already pretty fucking. I don't know what pill it is. It's like everything is totally fucked up, and that's just fine. You know?
That's not the Watts worldview, though. He talks about of like not Buddhist, but something Buddhist akin. He talks about yin and yang and how energy is just something that exists. It's when I say like world destroying, I mean it kind of reshapes the way
It's paradigm shattering.
To the commenter on stream, this book by Manly P. Hall is definitely worth it.
You can listen to it. There's an audio version on YouTube, and you can listen to him actually reading it. I've listened to it. It's Manly P. Hall is a good go-to for some.
I'm rainbow pilled. Yay!
I could say a bad thing for Alan Watts is after I started listening to him, it kind of reshaped what I find interesting in normal, like day-to-day conversation. Like myself personally, I'm a welder. So after listening to Alan Watts, some of the like water cooler talk of welders, I find disinteresting. And that can
infantile.
Besides that, I don't really see much.
Infantile. Imagine being so enlightened that you go around YouTube chats at 4 a.m. telling people they're stupid plebes. Bow down to my intelligence, you simpletons. You listen to Manly P. Hall in your teens and Watts in the same circle, read the books. So you did all that. I don't know how old you are now, but all that stuff is way behind you. And this is where you're at. You're in my chat trying to shit on strangers. You're not even on panel. Come on up.
It's pretty existential.
Bestow your wisdom on us.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I'm just saying, if you're smart, you're smart, right? Where'd my damn, did I lose a clip somewhere? Where's the clip I was looking for? This bullshit. Hate it when I lose my own clips. Well, you just hold on, guy in the chat. I've got a clip for you whenever I find it. It's gonna be good.
The top I posted in the back there is it's a bunch of numerology stuff that we went over with Alexander, the Ganja shaman, on Mel's panel a couple of months ago. Numerology shit's pretty weird, man. You know, I've kind of at least dove into some astrology and at least like to know where the planets are and what's in alignment and what's squared and what's not. But numerology ties into that same. Numerology and astrology tie in hand together is what it is.
Why do you care about
my head is like swelling with knowledge,
freedom, Charlie.
like wonderful knowledge.
No, you're being sarcastic when we're talking about our. You can't hide from it forever.
Emotional damage.
Ah, shit, I didn't pop back on screen automatically. That was for you, Ashika Pope or whatever. My head is swelling with wonderful knowledge.
Yeah, Alan Watts is kind of like your first time taking mushrooms.
Oh no, that was way better.
I don't think somebody can really appreciate Alan Watts unless they had that. I think one comes before the other.
Yeah.
That might be true.
Well,
so
maybe, but it's just a different. He's definitely the epitome of the existential imagination.
I mean, he's just the one that's got the most recordings, right?
Nah, not necessarily.
I'm sure that.
Yeah, no, that's a fair point. He just articulates well.
I mean, he studied it. He brought it back. I don't
That's
know.
probably a good
There's
point. He
lots.
does have a
There's
lot of
lots
home
of
time.
people. There's lots of people
does
who
have-
have done and learned lots of things in their lifetime. But like the Alan Watts, the Manly Halls, like these are the ones that made records of it.
Yeah.
I won't change my mind because I don't have to, because I'm an American. I won't change my mind on anything, regardless of the facts that are set out before me. I'm dug in, and I'll never change.
Yeah. So suck it, Ashiko Pope. I think you got a troll over there, or it's probably Cage or somebody. All right, time to call it a night.
Just for the record, Boy used to dress up as Poison Ivy, not as Batman. Don't let him fool you.
Say that again.
Our friend Boy,
Oh,
he used to dress up as Poison Ivy.
I would believe
From the
that.
Batman movies, yeah. So
I thought he said that about you, though, didn't he?
it's all deflection and projection with that guy. You know, it's
All right.
like the mid-aged mutant flat Earth gerbil behind me.
Who'd you hit back?
Sorry,
Machine
guys.
hit someone back.
I got to shoot. I've got to take a phone call. I'll see you guys later. All right. Thanks very
Be good.
much. Bye. Speak to you soon. I'll be streaming live later, guys. If you want some music, see you later.
Oh yeah.
Hold on, real quick. I'm pretty sure I know who that is, but since I've been porn bombed, okay, yeah, it's you. Good.
What's good, flowstate?
Hey, same shit, new day.
I've been gone for a while. I know. I've been off the.
You have been gone for a while. Where have you been?
I mean, I just had to handle some real life shit, and I decided it was time for me to start reconnecting with the YouTube family. I know that Machine Lies is out here somewhere.
Yeah, just come down in the chat.
Hey, Machine, listen, I hit you up on Discord, bro. Hit me back up. I've been going with some real life shit, and I wanted to reconnect with the YouTube family. I had to get some real life shit sorted out, and as I'm sorting it out, I wanted to reconnect so that way people get, I'm still alive, and I still want to be part of the YouTube streets. You know what I'm saying? So
Good deal. Good deal.
Yeah, you know how it is, man.
So
Sometimes
did you get that real? Did you get your real life all tied up so that you don't have to deal with that anymore? Are you ready to fully move back into the metaverse?
Mostly. I mean, I got like about 15% I got to get sorted out in the real life, so I figured I'd finish that up while I start transitioning back into the metaverse. So that's where I'm at.
You're gonna love it here in your digital utopia.
All negative emotions will be relinquished. All feeling will neutralize. You will be able to live a fully functional, satisfactory experience in a completely safe utopia.
But you know how it is, man. I'm not about the porn bombing shit. So anytime anybody,
Yeah, I wasn't positive if it was you. I've had a lot of attempts lately.
Yeah. Listen, bro. Anytime you need me to show my face, I got you. I show my face all the time. So.
Yeah. Yep. Just wasn't sure if it was you. I've gotten kind of used to throwing up the banner if there's somebody in question.
Yeah. I asked real quick. What was the topic of tonight, so that way I could speak on it a bit.
We're just off in the sauce right now. Earlier, I went over some cop videos of one cop is still a cop, and the other one was an ex-cop, but basically it's basically cops and law enforcement.
I got you.
But we're just out in the ether right now talking about like numerology and shit. We got this.
Who is the best Batman?
Batman.
Christian Bale.
The point of Batman is the criminals. Batman himself is rather lame.
Bale was good.
But he asked me who was the best Batman? Christian Bale, easy, without a doubt.
Yeah.
I heard a rumor that there's gonna be A Dark Knight Returns. I don't know if that's true or not. I looked online. It looks like it's a rumor, not real. But I will say, from my perspective, in my lifetime, Christian Bale has been the best. Yes, I saw the Val Kilmer, or actually, I saw the Michael Keaton, the Val Kilmer, and the George Clooney Batmans. In my opinion, Christian Bale takes the cake. And yes, I saw the Ben Affleck Batman as well, but Christian Bale is still the gold standard for the Batmans in my lifetime.
Well, what about this question? Uma Thurman from Kill Bill versus Batman. Your Christian Bale fucking male
Poison Ivy,
lover.
for sure.
Who wins?
Bro, Batman still wins. What the fuck?
Every
That's
day.
not even the question. Listen, if you're gonna go off how Batman operates, most times when he knows he has an enemy coming, he knows the enemy is coming to him before the enemy knows they're gonna attack him, and he has plenty of time to plot, plan, and set up the battlefield before his enemy does.
Yeah, but Uma Thurman.
I really do hate
a better
Batman.
ninja than Batman. So
I mean, I really do hate Batman because he gets so much fan service. However, if you really look at the lore of Batman from the comic perspective, he has god tier level reconnaissance. His reconnaissance, he really does though.
He does. He's got good recon, but all he really is a rich incel. Lives in the basement. He's scared outside. He's got agoraphobia.
Bro, he's not an incel. He has a son.
Yo,
he has Robin.
Hacks
he has
up
Robin.
No, he had a son. No, he had a son. He had an actual blood son.
Did Robin give birth?
No. You don't know this? That Batman actually had a son, a blood related son.
This is the first I'm learning of it.
Okay, just look it up. He had a son. His name is Damian Wayne because Tasha Al Ghul drugged him and then fucked him while he was drugged, and she became pregnant with his son, Damian Wayne.
So that's what I'm gonna do with Oshikia Pope. You know, I'm not gonna say it out loud, but I'm just saying, like, you might be having Batman's son soon.
Flowstate, you can look it up.
I believe you. I believe you. I just haven't heard it. But I was never a big Batman fan. I liked Wolverine better. I liked,
You plan on watching the new Deadpool movie?
I don't really watch movies anymore. I don't really watch shit at all. I wanted to get rid of all of our TVs, but my my girlfriend and my daughter and shit weren't having it.
But the new Deadpool movie has the Wolverine in it with the traditional 90s Wolverine costume.
I may watch that actually now that you say it, but I also might not. I'm kind of concerned about how, I mean, fucking the Marvel movies are just decimating my childhood experience of Marvel. All right, because I was a comic book kid. I had a lot of comic books when I was little, and I was into that shit. And now it's like what they're doing with Star Wars. They're just squeezing every drop of revenue out of this shit they can get. And I'm fucking tired of it. Like, I'm just tired of all the superhero movies that played out.
I don't blame you. So what I find is the problem is that Marvel is realizing that there's a whole backlog of superheroes and movie and storylines they could pull from, and they're turning them into movies. When I was a kid, I always thought to myself, why do they have only 3 parts of a superhero movie? Technically, you could have an infinite amount of movies based on one superhero. The problem is there are a bunch of minor heroes and minor villains that people don't give a shit about. And Disney is trying to make them relevant through these movies and shows. And people do not care about minor characters. They just don't.
The real question is, though, like,
hold on, Lindsay, this guy is not on my channel. He's over on I don't know. I assume either Richie's or Fi's, but it's not my. That's why you can't see him. Go ahead.
Yeah, what I was gonna say is, like, but how do you feel about people reintroducing wolves in northern Michigan and Minnesota?
I don't have any feeling about it. I don't know why. How should I feel? I don't know.
Well, the whole schematic of the whole project is written in Aldo Leopold, a Sand County Almanac. He talks about how the shooting of the wolves caused the whole population of deer to explode, and they eat the brush, and it causes forest fires because they eat the small brush. The forest naturally causes forest fires by getting rid of the small brush, you know, and the large trees remain. So it's a natural way that the forest cleanses itself, you know. So without the natural forest fires, you know, the trees become really thin and shit, and it becomes overpopulated with deer. So if there's not enough wolves to eat the deer, then you know there's too much brush. So the whole forest is a whole system that basically replenishes itself. It's fucking crazy, man.
Oh, that's
Like to
tight.
balance out the ecosystem, isn't
Oh
it?
yeah.
So I mean, at
Yeah.
surface level, like I'm happy with that. I tend to trust nature more than I trust our meddling in it. Always.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
so it's crazy. It's like you need wolves, and then you need people to shoot the wolves. Like that's just how it goes. Like it's fucked up, but like because otherwise there'll be too many wolves, and then if there's not wolves, there'll be too many fucking deer.
But you
So
also need wolves.
it's
I
just
think that
crazy.
might be the same
You also
thing
need wolves
with
to
us
suppress
on
the
the
deer
planet.
population.
Wait,
So what you're saying is we should stop shooting wolves so they can rebound?
Well, you have to stop shooting them for a while, you know, so that they could maintain the deer population. And then the deer population is basically what maintains the brush. I mean, so the whole thing is like a system, as I said. I mean,
Because
and the mountain,
have
yeah,
a tendency to overcorrect when there's an imbalance in nature.
True,
Usually nature
very true.
self-corrects, and when humans get involved, we overcorrect and cause a problem.
yeah,
Look
yeah,
at
like
look at that. Even in the seas, how they've ruined that. The way they've managed it. Most places are getting fishing bans now, aren't they? Because they've overfished, or they haven't done this, or they haven't done that. They've interfered with it.
I don't know. I don't know enough about the ocean to know whether those concerns are legitimate.
Well,
I do know enough about government,
well, doesn't it?
huh?
Of researchers, you know, like it gives the so-called upper classes, you know, those people that are supposedly academics. It gives them funds, and you know, it gives them reasons to research, and often it's like, you know, solar power and all that type of stuff. The different people that say they understand these things, who have been to university, wherever it is, and they get funds out of government, and usually it's in the at least the hundreds of thousands, if not millions now.
yeah, they actually bred these deers on deer farms, and they fed them, and the waste from the deer farms has deer in it, and the deers ate this waste, and they became genetically malformed. And if you look at these deer, they look fucked up. They have like fucked up antlers and shit. Like their antlers look fucked up. And
So
then
deer cannibalism?
yeah, and they developed some shit called chronic waste disease. So basically, they developed a new virus that's like a new form of mad cow disease, and this shit can create prions for humans and shit, and this shit could actually spread into the human brain, because if you eat these motherfucking shits called prions, they basically drive you crazy. Like it's the shit that's
Isn't
in
that
meat
like a
that
big
you're not-
shrimp?
That's a big scare, though. Hold on, that's a big scare
Yeah,
because
that's what I was kind of thinking.
if you cook the meat to its proper temperature, you're fine.
No, it's not true.
No, not in chronic waste disease. Yeah.
Fire does not kill off prions. Prions are actually embedded in the DNA.
Wait,
You
what?
cannot- you
No,
cannot
hold
kill
on,
prions with
hold
fire.
on, hold on. That
You
sounds
can't.
like
Look it up.
bullshit.
Okay,
Everything, every biological organism can be killed by fire, except like
All
so
right.
it has.
No, all right.
I would encourage you to look it up then.
Okay, what's it called?
Like you don't want to eat that crow meat. Like it
Prions.
doesn't matter how much they cook that shit.
I think.
How do you spell this thing? What's it? I don't know what to search for.
P-R-E-O-N-S. It's either P-R-E-O-N-S or P-R-I-O-N-S. One or the other.
If you could not cook out chronic wasting disease from the deer you harvested, there would be a policy coming down from the DNR where if you harvested a deer, you would have to submit a sample to it. Right.
Yeah,
So they only ask for people to optionally buy in to submit samples from their deer, like from county to county, as a process of tracking chronic wasting. But they're fully aware that people cook the meat, they freeze the meat, and there is like a public service announcement to people to cook the meat. It's
But the difference with peons is that it's like double folded proteins. It's like folded over DNA. It's not like it's a bacteria. It's actually DNA that's in the meat that's folded over twice. That shouldn't be that way, and that's usually from a form of cannibalism.
It's not like it's like, do you want prime? Like it's not about the cooking. It's like, would you rather have it or rather not have it? Or would you rather create chronic waste disease or just not farm the deer and just have nature just do its thing?
So I
What's
haven't
better?
really looked into this disease much, but like every time I hear about this shit, like what I think instantly just automatically is, oh well, they're just trying to control the food source, right?
Yeah, I'm right there with you, Machine. That's my first inclination too.
That
I
was
think
that was
it's a fair
close to it.
one.
Mine. Yeah, it's like controlling the food, like they want to control the
Yeah.
water, the energy,
Like
everything.
the USDA, I believe it is, wants people to register their fucking gardens, right? Like you're supposed to, and chickens with the bird flu. Like all of a sudden, all these meat animals, everything that humans eat, like there's some sort of disease. They need to track all of it. Like get the fuck out of here.
So I'm gonna tell you right now, on the East Coast, apparently there's a huge E. coli breakout with beef ribs and steaks. Actually,
Dude, I got something from the Pizza Hut by me. Fucked up a lot of people with E. coli.
That's the thing. It's like the FDA approved aspartame, even though it's 200 times sweeter than sugar, and it's a neurotoxin. And it's basically like made from E. coli. They feed they feed E. coli petroleum, and the shit it shits out is sweet to humans. So I said, oh, the shit that shits out, like that's what they're eating.
Right.
They're like straight up. It's like
I got
disgusting.
no idea. No idea at all.
And they make nitrogen too, the synthetic nitrogen by introducing petroleum to ammonium nitrate. So they have all this like whole shit. Like a lot of the food source comes from petroleum.
Sure. And while we're still being conspiratorial minded, we could talk about the bird flu and how the government mandates people killing thousands of birds from like farms across counties,
Birds aren't real.
countywide. Yeah, well, I mean, the bird flu is synonymous for the common cold nowadays.
Hold on, Cool Tools. I don't know. I see a thing. I don't know if you're about to drop off.
Yeah, I don't know. It's
okay.
just my battery.
Do you here? Do you have my channels? I'll drop my channel back there so you can subscribe in case I don't.
Yeah, I'll take it. Yeah.
All
But
right.
no, I've enjoyed it. I've stayed listening. Hopefully, I'll be able to come back on if you're still around.
Okay. Bet.
All right. Take
I
care.
just dropped it backstage.
All right. Thanks.
Yep. Actually, I'm gonna drop it in the whole thing. I don't know if I'm gonna wrench whose channel I'm gonna wrench on, but if anybody in the other channels wants to join up, there's that. Yeah, man. My numbers have been wild all night, and it's gotta be X.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm showing 51 on YouTube, on my main YouTube channel. I'm showing 117 total in StreamYard. Richie had about 10 earlier. iFi has 1. My Rumble's probably got 1 or 2. This is the first time I've ever streamed to X.
So you have 117 between what? Between YouTube, X, and Rumble?
Between my YouTube, my X, my Rumble, and then I've got 2 restreams going. One's to 007 and one's to iFi. But 007 had about 10 last time he checked, and iFi normally has about 1 viewer, right? He doesn't really have much.
On Twitter.
So I mean, I've got 120 eyeballs right now on me according to StreamYard.
Yeah,
it has
Elon
to be
doesn't like
X.
me
I don't know how to look and see how many people are viewing me on X. But that's the only thing that makes sense. And this is the first time I've ever streamed to X.
No shit.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yes.
So if you're on X, you can come over to YouTube and chat, and then we can see it. White people are getting black treatment from the police. Interesting. That's because it's not black treatment; it's people treatment. The only reason that black people think it's black people treatment is because you're supposed to. It's a divide and conquer tactic.
Nah, black people definitely get different treatment. Maybe not on a huge scale, but
We were literally talking about something else. How did we get to the race conversation? How did this happen?
I made the comment, but
I don't know.
It's a complicated, it's a nuanced situation.
Do we really want to have this discussion though?
We can really have this discussion because I don't think that the treatment is nearly as one-sided as you're supposed to believe it is. I've seen lots of not lots. I've seen at least 2 black people not get searched when it is totally within the rights to search them because they started playing the race card aggressively.
Sure.
Now, on the other hand, when I was in jail, I saw minorities get longer sentences than the white guys. But I also noticed that the white guys were the only ones who were actually proactively reading their own paperwork and participating in their own defense.
The thing I would come out against for the treatment is they are profiled more, which means they'll have more stops, which in my opinion lays credence to why they are represented more in actual charges. So like just like a 16-year-old with a shitty car is going to get stopped more than a guy driving around a brand new F-350. The cop inherently realizes that one person has more power to levy against whatever bullshit charges or bullshit reason for stopping them.
Right. What I'm saying is I think that the reality of the situation is more nuanced than, oh, they're black, so that's why. I don't think that's why most of the time. I get pulled over way more when I'm driving the Toyota that my girlfriend has than when I'm driving my truck that has aftermarket parts on it, because my truck makes it look like it's got aftermarket parts, right? If you can afford LED taillights, you can probably afford to buy a lawyer, and they don't want to deal with that.
Well, it's usually go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, to the extent that I would assume that it's a race-based issue more than a class-based issue more than a race one, and I think that the fact that we treat it as a racial one and not a class one is probably intentional as well.
No, I think that's false too. I think like a cop would be more apt to believe that a black person would have a gun or a knife or be more violent. And I think that's only because the statistics bear it out and they learn that in school. You know what I mean? So they'll be more cautious.
They learned it
solely because of the statistics, which means they'll have that treatment.
Cops learn to treat everybody that way. That's how they're trained. Every stop could be your last stop.
True.
Yeah.
Very true.
Which is part of the whole problem.
What's part of the whole problem? How they're trained?
Conspiracy problem. Just the fact that no, just the fact of that they have to be trained because there's so many on the streets that they literally have to be under the.
Do you know that anytime you walk out the house, that could be your last time walking out the house?
Yes, I do. But
do you know that being a roofer is like 17 times more dangerous than being a cop?
I do. But you don't.
You know that the most dangerous part of being a cop is driving a car.
Yeah.
It's not doing the job. It's driving the car. It's less dangerous than being an over the road trucker.
Is there any other job in America
for a group of people whose occupation is to fuck with people? They really don't have it that bad.
Yeah, but the context where most of this happens is like traffic stops.
Yeah,
And
that's
I think-
that's what I was gonna say. That it's pretty damn shame that a lot of them get blown away at a routine traffic stop. Like I think, like I really feel bad for them for that, because it's like, it's one thing that like you could fall off a roof and die, but it's like these cops weren't even fucking with anybody. They just happened to be cops. You know what I mean? And I think
you don't consider a traffic stop fucking with someone?
I mean, I guess in the wrong situation, I just got stopped on the way to the mosque.
I'm gonna guess that if somebody gets blown away by a traffic stop, it's because that won't just be a ticket. That cop is gonna fuck with the driver, but
the driver doesn't know that. So for them to just blow somebody away means that they're acting totally irrationally.
If I've got priors, if I'm out and I've got priors and I've got warrants for other felonies, and there's a good chance of going back to prison for life,
Yeah, I mean, I hear you. Like, it depends on the situation. It depends what's at stake. And a lot of times a traffic stop could put a lot at stake for an individual, you know, so it's not a safe situation for a cop to be in. I don't think it's a safe situation for them to be in at all. You know, I don't think they should be pulling people over and like showing up on the side of their fucking window at all.
That's insane.
Like,
That's
that's
an
my
insane statement to make.
I don't know. To me, like that shit does. Like to me,
I mean,
like,
it sort of makes sense in a way. I
yeah,
I
like
think they
like
definitely
if
could scale it back.
you have no idea who the fuck you're walking up on. Like that's
It doesn't matter.
That's A. You know what I mean? Like to me, that's just A. You know what I mean? Like,
I mean,
that's a
I
huge
would
A,
never
you know?
take that job. I mean, I
Yeah,
would.
you know what I mean? Like to me, I would never take that risk to like even walk up to somebody's window who I don't even fucking know. Like to me, like that's out of the.
They know. They have a better
That's
idea
why
who
they
you are.
have
Before, they
guns.
run the plate before they get up to the car.
They have guns for that fact. They have been trained for that fact. That's why they're on high alert. That's why cops sometimes you'll see approach a window with their hand on their gun, and sometimes they won't approach it. Maybe they just have a flashlight. You know,
Sometimes they give you orders to get out of the car. You know, it just depends on how much. I always turn on the dome lights when I pull over at night, and that seems to make the interactions go a lot smoother.
Oh, really? You guys want to hear a story? So, like 2 weeks ago, I worked the second shift, so I get off at 11 p.m. I was driving home, rural Minnesota, dude, on the back road, 11:30 p.m., dead of night. I get pulled over. I came up to a four-way stop, not a car in sight. I rolled it like everyone does, and then he flicked on his lights. I saw him. He pulled me over, and then he starts fucking with me about window tint.
Pause.
In the dead of night, he's got his little device and he's checking my window tint. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like some of these motherfuckers have nothing better to do, and he doesn't understand. Like, I'm a homeowner in a fucking community, a poorer community, and these motherfuckers are just
Don't
being
care.
cocksuckers. It happens to white people, it happens to black people, but they definitely profile.
It happens to poor people, I think, primarily though. I don't know. You know, I don't know. It doesn't matter. And there's no way to really know for real. But
and the numbers, just incarceration numbers show that statistic.
do the incarceration numbers reflect the income numbers? Yes, they do.
100%.
Yep.
Yeah.
Is it racist that white people have more black people, Fatty? Not necessarily. Is it racist that Asian Americans have more money than white people? Not necessarily.
No.
I think it's a culture thing.
Is it racist that
It's just like it's like the Christians in Pakistan. You know, like they have Christians in Pakistan, but they're just like poor as fuck. You know, like it's not that they don't like Christians. It's just that the society is run by Muslims. So it's just like they're like just discriminated against. You know, so it's just a way of the shit. Like, yeah, there's black people here, but it's mostly just run by white people. So like I get it. Like, you know, the white people just want to hang out with like other white people. Like, I don't really necessarily see that as a problem.
I love hanging out with all my black and brown homies. You know what?
No, but
you know what? Here, we got to do this.
I would say that poor blacks and whites are probably discriminated against somewhat equally. Or any fucking race at that matter. It's you don't have money, then they're not afraid to fuck with you.
Yeah, and I did say there's a question in the comments. I said dome light. I put on the dome light so they can see inside the cab. I don't leave my hazards on.
The dope light?
Yeah, that would be kind of weird. The cop kind of has like flashing red and blue lights going on behind you.
Yeah, but you just want those motherfuckers calm when they walk up. Nothing's worse than a nervous cop with qualified immunity, right? Like
this kind of goes to the argument if you carry a weapon, like if you have a concealed carry license for your pistol. A lot of people who, like in Minnesota, for instance, you have to take a class for it to get your license to conceal carry. And then some of the instructors are split on this. Some will say if a cop comes up to you, you should tell them that you're concealing carrying, and then the other half of the instructors will say to you, don't even bring it up. You don't want to bring that type of interaction upon yourself, and especially if you're law abiding. And I'm kind of with Flow State on this. You should just fucking say as little as possible, do nothing, make them feel at ease, give them the head nods, agree with them, yada yada, and then any disagreements, you figure it out in court, because a lot of these guys,
hands on the wheel.
They shouldn't be trusted. You shouldn't be trusting that cop has your best interest in mind. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. They are not trustworthy. That's the
no. Are you guys a open carry state?
Minnesota, you
Patriot state.
Minnesota, you can open carry, but you still have to get a license from your county sheriff or whatever.
So yeah, our sheriff, we're open carry. We've been open carry for a long time, and basically at the point where your concealed weapons permit class doesn't give you any extra benefit other than going to a different state that doesn't have open carry. There's kind of like the East Coast and West Coast have affiliate states where you don't have to take their classes, and you can.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Kansas is a constitutional carry state, so as long as you're allowed to own a gun, you're allowed to carry it concealed, open, however. Yeah.
I'm kind of split on it. I think
you can now take the enhanced concealed carry and go through the tactical training courses, and he's now promoting for next summer to legislate being able to own, buy, and purchase and private sell fully automatic.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
All it takes to turn a semi-auto rifle or semi-auto anything is a
really
wire,
easy.
And it's just
you need a drill and one other little part, but it's not a big part. It'd be easy to fabricate for at least for ARs. I used to build ARs as a side hustle and a hobby.
Oh yeah, there's a couple for sale in freaking Nicholsworth again today. The guy had one for $1,300. Is freaking was it?
Because it's a very standardized platform, right? It's like Legos. They all sort of fit together, so you can build them different.
224, freshly built. Fired 3
I
rounds.
can't. If you're showing me something, all I can see is a blunt picture, but don't show anything on stream.
No,
you're not showing
the paper.
Okay.
No, just look at the newspaper. .430 round mags, 110 round mag. Only shot 7 rounds through this gun. Savage AR 224.
A 224, like a 224 Valkyrie.
Yeah, 224 Valk. Yeah.
You really don't need much. You can have a 5.56, maybe a 30-06 for hunting, and a couple pistols. You're good to go. Shotgun, if that's your flavor of choice.
When I get my gun rights back, I don't plan to rebuild the big gun collection I used to have. I used to have a very nice big gun collection, but I forfeited in a plea deal, and now I'm not gonna try to recreate that. I'm just gonna get I want a Glock 19, I want an AR, and probably like a 30-06 and a 12 gauge, or that should be good.
I love that.
Then you got all of your incidents covered, right?
Yeah. It's just like Y2K, you got to be there. You got to be at the moment. You got to be having it on you at all times because it could happen at any time, right?
I mean, not necessarily, because you can tell especially if you're going, you can tell when you're going into a sketchy situation. When you're doing something weird, you're in the wrong part of town, or you're going to be around weird people that you don't know. When the situation's hairy. Enough that unless you're just caught completely off guard by completely random situations, and even when a situation does get completely get hairy out of nowhere, even then it doesn't just go straight from 0 to 100. It sort of builds. You can feel it in the air.
Another thing about people who carry weapons is that this is a common misconception, but people who carry weapons generally act more constrained than they usually would.
Absolutely.
Usually more respectful. Usually they'll abide to things that they don't feel are acceptable, but they'll do it to minimize any type of quarrelsome interactions with people. And it is a net benefit on the community.
I mean, but as somebody who carried around a gun a lot, it made me act more constrained because I don't want to fucking shoot somebody and kill them and then deal with that shit, even if it is for all the right reasons. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a big issue for me when COVID came around because, to be honest, I never wore a mask. And a big thing that I had to grapple with is that if I'm carrying a pistol around and I have all of these people being confrontational with me because I'm not wearing a mask, well, like, is that a good thing to do? Is that smart? Am I creating more
I did the same. I did the same. I didn't wear a mask, and I created more conflict, and I felt fantastic about it. The only time I wore a mask was on an airplane and in court because you can't boycott those places.
Yeah.
Everything else there's a substitute for.
Same here.
But like, were you conflicted with
Would
those
you get pulled over
questions
for it,
like
you
I
know?
was? You know,
No, I wasn't conflicted because I felt like that's an area where conflict needed to happen. I'm see the people
some
who are
crazy and they'll escalate though. You know what I mean?
I like conflict. I like conflict.
Well, I mean, if you're armed, you shouldn't go seek it.
I'm kind of a crazy person who wants them to escalate. I almost got in a fight with the fucking 7-Eleven night clerk over that shit. Like straight up fist fight. But then he ducked behind the counter and told me to get out. Or he's calling the cops. But I don't know, man. I don't know. You're right. I don't have a logical response to that. What I have
would call
is,
you an irresponsible gun owner from that story. You
well,
just
I didn't have a gun. I got a felony from 5 years ago. It's been 7 years. So this whole time I never had a gun on me. If I had a gun, that might have been a little bit. I probably would have acted more constrained and not try to wild out with the fucking 7-Eleven employee.
Right, right.
Yeah.
Were you within the area of a drug-free school zone when you got popped?
Me, no.
No? Fuck, dude. That totally fucked me.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I would never live inside a school
That
zone.
totally screwed me. I mean, it's only like whatever.
No,
2 or 3 houses away.
know.
There's a little church over here that actually has a kindergarten in it, right?
Yeah.
So
I
I had 11 guns in my box spring mattress safe, and every one of those counted for an extra enhanced felony on top of the 3 felonies for the growing of the weed and the overweight and whatever. But yeah, dude.
Well, who did you snitch on?
Nobody, dude. Fucking ex-wife's fucking new husband snitched on me.
No, I mean, like, that's a lot of charges. If you got charged for each gun, because when I got raided, I didn't get charges for guns at all. They were all legally owned.
Yeah, they were legally owned. They were just because of the fact it was the drug-free school zone, which was put into place because all the meth labs and the
the school zone thing has been that way for my whole life. That's not new. I'm aware of that. I would never move by a school.
Yeah, no.
Even today, I would not move in a school zone, and I would think to look at that church because I'm aware of how fucking easy it is to find yourself tripped up on the law.
Yeah, there's nothing posted, just nothing in the neighborhood that said
anything about how severe. Well, yeah, they don't post that up, but how severe, like escalating in legal infractions really escalates. Yeah, no, I would never move by a school.
Yeah, no, I copped to the weed stuff, and then they dropped all the rest of the crap on the contingency of the writer.
I think what flowstate kind of describing now speaks a lot more to the general sentiment in current culture. It's like it almost harkens back to Me Too, where people seem somewhat timid to even interact with people nowadays or be perceived of crossing some type of boundary. It's like, I don't even want to be fucking next to it. Keep that shit over there away from me, and I'll be just fine by myself.
I'm aware of the law, though, right? Like this is a technical thing because reality has shades of gray, but law has black and whites. And especially when it comes to drugs, like, are you in a school zone or not? If you are, that's fucked off. I got hemmed up with the intent to distribute, right? Anybody who does anything with drugs should look up their sentencing grid and know exactly how much you have to have before you're distributing.
Yeah. What were you want to enlighten? You don't have to, but what were you doing?
Meth.
What you have? Meth?
It was meth, yeah.
Okay.
But meth, heroin, and crack are all 3 drugs where it doesn't matter if you have a corner of a
Class
baggie.
4, right?
Huh?
They're all class 4.
It doesn't matter how much weight though.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, if they can take a test strip and find a positive result on some piece of plastic or a straw or anything, that's felony possession. And then at an 8-ball, it's intent to distribute, right? But that's not very much money. like everybody can afford that. That's a ridiculously low.
They're not
amount.
dummies, and they know what they're doing when they're writing those drug laws. They're no
Oh
dummies.
yeah,
They
no, I know. They're just trying to get more people hemmed up as drug dealers.
If you got 7.5 gram baggies, you're definitely going to
No,
get
it's
caught
a policy of deterrence. So there has to be some stipulation in there between private and sales use to actually have the statute of sales.
No,
homegirl up here.
It's all deterrence.
It's possession
Wednesday.
with intent to distribute. It was just automatically classed as that if you have a certain weight.
I know. What I'm saying is that the law doesn't reflect the actual intent to distribute.
Oh, right.
It's a deterrence.
If you
No,
have more than one,
it reflects intent to incarcerate.
Yeah. Okay, that's fair.
Rehabilitate.
No, they don't rehabilitate shit. They've nothing. Nobody's ever been rehabilitated by prison. I don't believe. Like, you want to fuck somebody up more and make sure they get more criminal savvy, send them to prison.
Teach them how to be a real gangster.
You want to give somebody more connections, more plugs in rehab.
You got to scare them and let them know that these years of your life will be sacrificed if you get caught again.
Yeah, that's not working.
Doesn't make them want it.
That
doesn't make anybody want it.
That's their best tool they have. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a bad tool. Because I don't think they'd really want. There's no interest in stopping the drug game. Why would law enforcement work themselves out of a job?
Which is why my governor, a couple of weeks ago, our governor made the bold and harsh decision to raise the minimum mandatory penalty for simple possession of marijuana from $300 to $420.
No way. They chose 420?
Yes, indeed. Yep.
That's absurd.
Motherfuckers. Right?
That's absurd.
And Washington State alone, last year collected $5 billion worth of tax revenue in cash. And over half of that over 2/3 of that money came from Spokane and County, right on the border of Coeur d'Alene and Moscow, Pullman, Spokane, Coeur d'Alene. Those weed stores are the busiest stores in the country.
Yeah,
we're sending all that money over to Washington, right? And our fucking loser ass fucking government and saying, "Oh no, we're going to go ahead and raise the mandatory sentence."
Yeah, I think we should just annex
kids,
you guys.
16, 17, 18-year-old kids being sentenced to go take a drug and alcohol test, right? How many of those has anybody ever passed, Flo?
I mean, I've passed them. Like a drug test, like a UA?
No, like your drug and alcohol evaluation to let you know whether or not you're an addict.
That
and you
bitch
need help.
scumbagged me in court. That bitch came to my sentencing and got up on stage. First of all, she gave me 5 primary substances. I had the system only set up to have 1 primary substance. So she filled out, she gave her report wrong anyways, but she got up on stage and she told the judge that I was a psychopath. That's why I had to get a complete psych evaluation. She straight up got on stage and just looked at the judge and straight told him, I'm a psychopath. And
if you go into that test.
I had a court-ordered psych eval, and I took the test and I passed.
No, did you take a plea deal for your sentencing?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, there you go.
What?
I just think it's weird that almost all convictions come from plea deals.
Of course they do.
Yeah, it's almost like they shouldn't be a thing. It's almost like that prosecuting attorneys for whatever county are the most powerful people in the fucking country.
There's no.
It's actually the sheriff.
I think the prosecutor. I don't know. The prosecutor can put whatever they. There's no limit to the charges they can level against you, right? They can't. They can They can charge you into where you cannot defend yourself because you can't afford an attorney. And then there's no.
And then they can hand you a plea deal.
Right. They have no incentive. There's no repercussion for being or for just making up shit. I got charged with poaching crimes during my shit. I'm too lazy to fucking hunt normally. I've hunted like twice in my life. Poaching was absurd. They were just putting in extra shit to throw away, and they wanted the game wardens there during the raid.
This is an argument I heard probably a decade ago. Is that the fact that prosecuting attorneys can offer somebody a plea deal puts them in a position among the most powerful people in the world if they are American prosecutors. And maybe they don't have overarching power, but they do have power over people who come within their grips. And it's ridiculous. The plea deal, a lot of people that I've gotten into these scraps about with will say that they have a heavy workload, or they'll say that plea deals are actually optimal for the defendant because it gives the prosecutor leniency to offer something better for them. But ultimately, it's just a horseshit way of
I don't know that I think it is.
It's vested in the state. It is.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't think it's better off for the defendants. Like that part of the claim. It is bullshit.
Not when they tie the drug and alcohol rehab into the bullshit.
Well,
because
I mean, the
you don't
plea deal
realize that
thing.
you're
Right,
and that's
like-
part of the plea deal is you'll go take some rehab and not go to jail. Right. That's the incentive. You
Well,
don't go to jail.
yeah, but I was convicted as a drug dealer. Well, I took a plea deal as a drug dealer, so I didn't qualify for Senate Bill 123, which is what everybody in rehab seemed to get. I didn't That's only for drug users, not drug dealers.
If you could cop on the distributing, then or they got you on it. Then,
But
Or what about the government saying that because you got a DUI, you have to take an AA program and show to your probation officer that you've attended certain meetings this amount of times per week. Essentially,
90.
the AA program is a religious program and it's a government forced.
Oh no, nope.
But
it's not.
But it's not technically
not.
forced because it's part of a plea deal, which
and it's not anonymous either at that point.
Right,
Listen,
but if you know how it is,
it's religious.
It's not Christian
or-
based, right? It's higher power based, and that's how they get away with it because they're not sentencing you to go to church.
It doesn't matter if it's not Christian based.
Yeah,
And
and what he's saying is true. It doesn't.
There's something
It's
that's
cultish. It's cultish.
The government shall make no law that is in the respect of religion or something like that.
Yeah, that's the first 16 words of the First Amendment, the foundation of the fucking document.
Right, and so like Bill set up the program. AA is fundamentally a religious program. It's admitting that there is some type of higher power. That is the language they use.
Get this though,
It is
old boy Gene at the 515. His higher power is a coffee cup.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I know, but that's like everybody's heard about that shit. Like, right? Like, your hard community
All I'm
thing can be
saying,
the coffee
all
cup.
I'm saying though, is that's how they get away with it. That's how
We know how they get
government
away.
can-
Yeah, well, and it's subcontracted
recommend
out,
that.
right? It's a subcontractor of a subcontractor.
They're not making money, but where they're making money is when the people are taking these drug and alcohol evaluations and never pass. And they're always
What are you
recommended
talking
to go to
about, Fatty? I don't
outpatient
understand. I feel like
programming.
you're arguing against something, and I have no idea what it is.
When they're going to outpatient programming, when you're sentenced to going to more than AA, when you're sentenced to the Port of Hope or the treatment center where you have to go pay, right?
I didn't
They're
have to
allowed
pay
to
for
do
my
these
treatment.
through
I don't know who
plea
paid
deals,
for that.
That's the whole trick up here, especially with Washington, man. You get DUI and you plea out and you take your those classes end up taking years
so
to
if
finish.
the consequence
It's a trap.
would be that all of these children are losing their fathers for a year at a time, which is the max penalty, which is what they use to leverage against the person to take these mad panels where these crazy distressed women fucking bang their heads against the wall against people who never killed their children, and DUI panels are like all these other crazy things the government's allowed to force people to do. Technically they get away with it by saying it's not forced, but you opted into a plea deal under the leverage of a year in jail. But maybe if the status quo, and I'm just
I don't think that
musing here at the
anybody's
wall,
ever
maybe
thought. I've never heard of a case of anybody fighting rehab on 12-step on religious grounds.
well, it's maybe I'm wrong here, but I would
I just think it seems like we're analyzing and dissecting a law across grounds that, or a requirement that
Listen,
doesn't matter and hasn't been
The
challenged.
government enforces policies for people who are drug abusers who get caught up in the system where they must remain abstinence, and then on top of that, they put in regimes of treatment where they must go to treatment, remain remain sober, and also pass the program. And things that are entailed in those programs to pass them are things like you are working the program, you have objectives of staying sober, and that's the bottom line issue I have.
12-step was not a
has no
mandatory
intent
part
of
of
remaining
any of my
sober?
rehab.
But this
From
is
court.
it. If the person has no
It was-
intent of remaining
it's been-
sober, then they
Been a
take the
part
max
of
penalty.
mine since I was a
Otherwise-
freshman year.
If you don't have an intent of staying sober, and then the government says either take this plea deal and then go through this program where your intent to where the qualification of passing the program is you have some type of intent of staying sober, or you get the max, like let's say a DUI, and you get a year in prison for that. The person is like, every single person, 99% is going to say, give me that program. And it's just
Yeah.
a weird thing that happens. And it's part of the plea deal program that the government has. And kind of my contention here is what I'm saying is if we got rid of that, then everybody would be getting prosecuted by the state, probably for the maximum. They would probably the prosecutors would push for a year in jail. And what that would do is then you would have a lot of people, because a lot of people drink and drive. You had a lot of people being incarcerated for a year at a time. It would fuck up local communities big time. And people would rail against the wall against it. And they would say, these laws we have that are legislated as a deterrent and not to actually reflect the punishment for the crime. Let's get rid of these deterrent bullshit. It's the same thing with crack. It's the same thing with all drug laws. And the issue is that people are allowed, or prosecutors are allowed to have plea deals. And so kind of what I'm trying to rise up right now is maybe as a national sentiment, we should fucking go against these prosecutors a little bit and say, stop doing your plea deal bullshit.
I am all for that.
Yeah, brother.
If we got rid of plea deals, they would not be able to prosecute nearly the number of people that, like, just logistically, you can't get that many trials through. And actually, the reason I got rated three times over a summer, and I fully believe that the reason I got rated 3 times is because the first raid was not that successful, and we were going to trial with it.
Oh, for
I mean,
sure.
it was
They were
successful.
watching your house.
Huh?
They were watching your house.
Well, the first time that they raided me, there was no safes listed on the warrant, and I wouldn't give them the combination. They ended up having to bring in cutting torches from portable welding service to cut open the metal and safe with a blowtorch. That we were taking it to trial because they shouldn't have been there. So what do? They raid me and raid me and raid me until they get me on something else. And then in Kansas, it's mandatory back-to-back sentencing. If you get caught, if you got a felony charge while you're out on felony bond, at some point the state society is going to bear down on you. You can't really fight that forever.
No, and it's not only that. It's like you put something in front of a person where they're not only like they're not working at that point. They no longer have income. They have either a family to support, they have a mortgage to pay. Right there, you're putting a mountain in front of a person, and that amount of leverage is fucking crazy. And these prosecutors know that, and then they use that. It's extortion.
It's insane.
You have to agree, it's extortion.
It's insane to be like, yeah. When I got raided, they took everything out of every safe, every single little like tax return. I had my wallet, all sorts of shit, and so getting out with that, and then giving somebody $100,000 bond. How the fuck you should. The only reason I was able to get a private attorney is because I was friends with one. I was friends with the guy who did my divorce. We became friends after my divorce, and I had an open tab with a private attorney. At $100,000 bond, I would never have been able to afford a private one. That retainer had been $40,000.
Yeah, easy.
Why didn't I flee? Why didn't I flee? Because I didn't foresee the situation was bleak enough to go on the run forever like that. I did. I mean, I did send when they put warrants out. When I made bond the first time, they put snitch warrants out on my girlfriend, which is they gave her warrants for all the same charges I had been hemmed up on, just instead of a $100,000 bond, hers was a $2,500 bond, right? And so she went on the run. She went out to LA and New Mexico until my shit was over, and then after that, we brought her back and we dealt with her shit. But they didn't give a fuck about her at that point.
My point with this rant is it's just another drop in the bucket of things that should be on national consciousness, where people should kind of be pushing back against what has been the status quo, because just maybe there's a better way to go about justice reform or vengeance or whatever synonym you want to ascribe to it. It seems wild that we allow the state this much power to do those things, and
well, the only people who have been
No one
affected
ever
by it
talks
are the
about
ones that are not are locked up or have been locked up, and the ones, you know, the good men keeping us safe from the dangerous streets. You know, that whole narrative. They're the ones
that cop a couple of weeks ago. He pulled the guy over and did whatever he needed to at the window and was walking back to his cruiser, and a fucking acorn fell on the top of the car that he had pulled over.
No.
And he turned around and emptied 14 shells into the car.
An acorn? Are you serious?
Bro.
Now, I don't know if that describes something epidemic toward like in policing, and it's not even an issue with police. I think police are doing okay. I think it's an issue with how our
doing what they can. I think most of them are fucking guys who got picked on and got a fucking grudge for the most part.
I mean, a lot of them
or really good ex-military guys that just,
like I just said, I get fucking harassed. Sometimes I drive a nice truck, sometimes I drive my shitty Dodge Magnum, and I've noticed when I'm driving my shitty car, I get pulled over all the time, and you know, and then cops will do this also when it's a small community and you're like they know people who live around them, and sometimes they're just curious and they'll make some bullshit reason for
I used
pulling
to
you
sell
over.
drugs to the one guy that's now a sheriff.
Yeah,
You know?
a lot of cops.
That's an awkward situation to be in, probably.
A little bit, but you know what? Fucking whatever. That was 20 fucking 35, 40 years ago. Like, yeah. But just a dipshit fucking kid.
I have not seen the acorn cop.
Yeah, man. That was a couple weeks
See,
ago.
here's the thing, and I don't know, Fatty, you probably have. I mean, anybody who's had a gun pulled on them, right? If somebody's pointing a gun at you and looking in your eyes, you know you can. It's like they just took their soul is naked, right? I see you nodding, Fatty. You know exactly 100% if that person wants you to give them a reason or not. Most people are scared. Most people who are pointing a gun at you, if you're on the street, they're scared. They don't want you to call the bluff. Occasionally, someone does, but about half the cops, half of cops probably, in my experience, who pull a gun on you, they want you to give them a reason to be a hero. And
Fucking
that
cops
dude with
shot
the
my buddy in his
acorn,
fucking stomach, fucking last winter, right in front of the bar, off duty.
yeah. Oh, just a minute ago, I ended a poll. Lindsay asked, "Is everybody here ex-cons?" And so that was the poll, and 11% of us are, and 89% of us are not, according to the poll.
Well, you're all a bunch of fucking heathens.
Yeah, like the issue with cops kind of is, and you guys can tell me if you disagree, but it's kind of like the issue that Thomas Massey raised, which is essentially like, I don't know what you expect me to do. The national sentiment is not behind me. I can sit here and bang my head against the wall all day long about how we shouldn't pass, or we shouldn't renew the FISA warrants, or we shouldn't be banning TikTok or doing all this like anti-Semitism bills. But like he has nothing. He may be an elected representative, but there's nothing he can do. Like, if the people of the country aren't backing him, if there isn't like national uproar and people pissed off about it, what is he supposed to do? What are the cops supposed to do? You know?
What do you mean? I disagree with that. Like first of all, the public has to know about something to give a fuck about it, and then they really have to. It has to be really in their face. You can't expect. Yeah, it's a people who work for the government to do these things. Their job, their full-time job. They have unlimited budget, basically, and they've got a full-time workforce devoted to these sort of things. The idea that that we, the people, should manage them in our free time is really sort of an absurd demand.
No, it's
Well, we are
not. And
managing them.
you can
We are
look
managing
at
that.
Donald Trump as a perfect example. Donald
Our
Trump's being
county commissioners,
prosecuted.
hang on though, Joseph, that we are
Sure.
managing that. Okay. We're giving via our county commissioners, our sheriffs, and our local jails consistently throughout the entire country, county by county, is always giving more money to the sheriff for the jail. They're always hiring. They're
Well, I'll tell you.
Hold on. Fat man,
right?
you're wrong there because like you can look during COVID here out here in rural
Sure,
Minnesota, I did not wear a mask in businesses, and I've come encountered with many cops who were, and they looked at me, and it almost seemed like a nod of approval from them. And then I've been in Minneapolis, and I've gotten a very different reaction. So, and I think that kind of speaks to what I'm saying is that it's what is acceptable is what is acceptable from the community.
But
And
for that one moment in time, I can totally understand that. I can. For those
that was an outlying event.
You know, and it does ring true in a way, but not.
Yeah, now that
not the way I'm
yeah,
saying
now
it.
that we got
It's the
this
prison.
now that we got this fella Denizen here, I want to ask about like this whole other aspect of the shit where it's like there's private security firms that are linked into the jail system and to the to the cops, so now they have mass surveillance that's linked to these private security firms because the militarization of the police is linked to these private security firms. So really it's like corporations and the police, they're like one fucking body, and they're
Correct.
all collecting this data on motherfuckers. So really, I think motherfuckers should really talk about the real problem is that we're being policed on so many levels with the metadata and the algorithms and the fucking cyber police or whatever the fuck it is. The mass surveillance is a real issue.
It's the prison for profit system. When we have corporations running prisons, and it
it's
trickles
not
all
what
the
he
way
brought
down.
up, brother.
And that's the system that TML is talking about is the gathering of the information and why and what it's being used for and shit
And
like
pretty
that.
soon, and pretty much it's linked to the mental health system too.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Because you got cops dropping people off to the psych ward, so it's all like one
Dude,
system with the
yeah,
psych
I
ward
hate
and
that
mass
shit.
surveillance.
We just got a new mental health or whatever mental health part of the police department.
Mm-hmm.
It's fucked.
I'll bet you it was
What do
federally
they
funded.
do?
They are trained to respond to mental health crises. They don't dress in normal like police uniforms. They have scaled down uniforms of khaki. I just read the article. Khaki pants and a collared shirt or something. They drive unmarked police cars. But they're cops still.
Yeah.
Do they have pistols on their side?
It did not say that, and the picture didn't show it. But I bet they've got them.
More than likely, yeah. Our probation.
So they probably omitted it.
Our juvenile probation officers carry. Like if you have a badge yet.
Mental health is a way that they try to circumvent due process. Is bullshit.
Yeah, but it's like if they want to militarize the police and give them weapons, they're gonna get them from the same people that the military gets their weapons from, and those are international corporations that have private security firms. You know what I mean? That aren't exactly beholden to like state laws. I mean, so
our
it's
SWAT
very
teams
interesting.
look better than our local fucking our reserve center.
Yeah,
all of our reserves right now from Idaho are down on the Texas border.
Yeah,
cool.
Okay.
Good for them.
So the sheriff right now has basically an army, literally worth of hardware that's been given to us, through grants and whatever, because we have so much problem up here, right? That we need military vehicles to do raids on houses.
Right. You're totally depraved, sir.
And like to Steelman, their argument, it's for armor. They just don't want to die.
Understandably.
But I agree. We should not militarize the police. They shouldn't be driving around fucking tanks on streets
And I
of
don't think private
America.
citizens need to own fully auto.
Oh, you're wrong there.
Yeah,
you're wrong.
I think that one of the ways that we could prevent them from militarizing is if like the citizens have like equitable like ammunitions and shit.
Hold
to,
on.
like, scare the
Fat
fuck
Man.
out of them.
So
I just want to nail in this point. Fat Man, we own full autos, or we should be able to fight the government. That is the reason it is enshrined in the Constitution.
Joseph, let's save this one. Let's save this one for another time. Okay.
Yeah, probably not a good idea to talk about it on YouTube.
Yeah, I mean that hold on. Yeah,
What are you saying? I
That
can't
whole
talk about
sentence.
why we have
Hold
a
on, Joseph.
constitutional
Think about the
right.
sentence that.
It's in the
Shut up, Patty. Joseph, think about the sentence that just came out of your mouth and how that sounds to the AI.
Okay, we have a
4-hour
right
conversation.
to own guns, not to hunt deer. We have a right to own guns for a
I don't have the right to own an F-35, bro. Okay?
But
I
you
don't have the
should,
right to
in
own a
theory,
fucking stealth
if
in
bomber.
the Constitution.
Okay.
Yes,
you should be able to if we
it's
follow
not fucking
constitutional
written that
law.
way.
Yes, it
It's
is
not even
constitutional.
written that way.
When the Constitution was wrote, people
that's
own
what I'm
their own
saying.
private warships.
This is a
it
4-hour
hasn't.
conversation on another channel.
No, it's a right now
do that.
conversation. Uncle
do
Fatty, find me where it says except for F-15s. Go.
Except for F-15s.
You're
Let's
right.
Go all the way to the extremism side of it, right?
What you meant to say is, oh, you're absolutely right, Flow State. It doesn't say that shit. It says the opposite
It doesn't
of
say
that.
that you can't own fully auto either, right? But our
I know
local
all this
regulations
shit.
say
All that shit is illegal. All that shit is
Patty, in
illegal.
the Constitution, it says to protect your country. It's for a militia. It is the purpose of forming militia.
And do you know who's in the militia? Because that's also legally defined.
Yeah. I do.
So, Fatty, you might not like it, but you're wrong legally. Full stop.
What tells us that we don't have the right to own fully auto? That we can't own certain...
You're an idiot.
The American
What
I
is
think
it?
it's the American Firearms Act. It was written in like I don't remember. Anyways, it's a different bill after the Constitution. It should be illegal because it's an infringement. The ATF should be illegal. There's a whole system of gun law architecture that should be illegal, but now we have precedent for it.
14th Amendment, 18th Amendment. Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff about it.
What are those? Those amendments don't say shit about that.
Yeah, they do.
Yo, Fatty,
You
what do
need
you
to find
think
me
about,
something.
What do you think
Okay,
about the Supreme Court?
if you're
shutting
okay,
down?
you find me what it says. What does it say in the 14th or 18th? We're gonna do this one.
Not doing it right now.
Do it.
I told you. I've got a whole fucking list of shit that I can send over.
Bro, you're making up crazy.
It took me 5
claims.
minutes to find
Back
it. It took
them
me
up.
5 minutes to get it posted.
Or don't bring them up.
Okay,
Well,
you know
I'll
what?
tell
I can
you-
look
I'll
at the
tell
14th
you-
and 18th Amendment myself.
Listen, just because you're getting a little bit of pushback, okay, on your view, okay,
Shit.
doesn't mean that I'm fucking wrong, and it doesn't mean that I have to fucking prove anything. Okay, you're
This
making
Fatty
assumptions just as well as
versus
I'm
Flo
making
shit.
assumptions.
I'm not making
This shit
assumptions.
goes on
I'm
every night.
stating facts that are
Jesus.
constitutional. You're saying that because one state did something once upon a time that was unconstitutional, didn't have a convention of states, that it is the law of the land, and people shouldn't be able to
Just-
have automatic
how about this?
rifles.
Pull
And then
up
you
the fucking
conflated
Second
automatic
Amendment, and let's
rifles
go
with
over-
F-35
let's go over one
jets.
sentence of
I
the
don't know
Second
where that
Amendment
came
together.
from.
North
Let's go
shall any
over one
state,
sentence together. It's one sentence. It's very easy.
nor shall any state deprive any
Let's look
person
at
of
it.
life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. That's 14th Amendment.
Yep. And what does it
What
say
part
about
of that?
equality?
What part of that qualifies the guns that you can have?
Go back to this. The second part about equality.
Okay.
Holy smokes.
That's what they snip out to use for local magistrates and county governments to make the laws of equality. That's what sets a definition. That's what they cite, is the fucking 14th Amendment.
That
The
goes
18th
against
and the
the
18th Amendment was prohibition. The 18th Amendment has been repealed.
That was fucking, oh yeah, that was prohibition.
Fatty, get out of here
There's,
with that
listen,
shit.
listen, there's
No.
plenty of shit. It's not on the top of my fucking head right now. I've got all kinds of
Dude,
fucking
just
shit. that I
say
could
you
pull,
don't
but
want
you know
people
what?
to have guns. Don't try to justify the
Amendment.
morality behind it.
Second
This country
Amendment has to do
the-
with
the-
what?
This country
Militias,
protects
right?
guns for a reason, and you're trying to say don't say it here
To-
because YouTube, and
Fatty,
then make all
to
your crazy
protect ourselves.
statements. You're ridiculous.
Patty, you
I'm
are in the
saying-
militia. You are in the militia. I'm in the militia.
Yeah, I am. Yeah,
So
I'm
we-
in the militia,
10th
Montana.
Amendment, by the
Okay,
way.
go home to mom. Okay, I'm in 2 different militias in North Idaho.
So
Okay, because they are private fucking entities. We are not state operated.
What?
We're not backed
The
by
people.
the city or the,
The
state.
people.
Yeah,
Who
we are
is
the
the
people.
people?
We are a private entity. Yes, we are a scheduled fucking 180C corporation. We're
I'm
fucking
all right. I'm
nonprofit.
lost. You
We're on
lost
the
me. You
books.
lost
Like,
me. You're off in Scott's territory now.
tell me something I don't fucking know. Is what
My
I'm saying.
head is like
Okay?
swelling
It's
with knowledge.
freedom,
like
Charlie.
wonderful knowledge.
No, you're being
Oh.
sarcastic
Yeah.
when we're talking about our.
Oh.
You can't hide from it forever.
That's good.
Should be able to buy their own fleet of F-35s.
Yes, people should be able to buy their own fleet. If you want to follow the way the law is written, absolutely they should.
So now we're
You
living in an oligarchy. That's fucking awesome.
We
Great.
live in an oligarchy.
Have fun.
You know what? Concentrations of power would be
yes,
much better.
we do. Yes, we do. But we don't have a bunch of fucking rich
Uncle Fatty,
motherfuckers
I know that you're a
with
libtard.
weapons.
It doesn't make
Okay?
sense.
We
That's
do.
fine.
Who do you
But
think-
you can't.
It's not
You
about
can't. Don't.
liberal or anything else, motherfucker.
Yes, it
It's
is.
about
I
being
know
a
it's
humanist.
weird.
It's about fucking
controlling
wanting
the
the best for all of
F-35s?
humanity. And this shit
Who do you
that's going
think is
on is not what's
controlling the
best for all of
F-35s?
humanity.
You don't know what's best for all of humanity, you arrogant fuck.
Having everybody at a constant state of fucking
You
war
don't know what's best for humanity, you arrogant fuck.
is what I believe, and I have faith is best for humanity.
And the difference between your arrogance and
And I'll
my
fight for
reasonableness
love.
is that I don't try to get my beliefs into everyone else's business. I just say, leave me the fuck alone. You're the only one arrogant enough to sit up here and say, you know what's best for everybody else.
Okay.
Also,
So have I
Fatty,
yet
it just
begun
seems like
to
you,
shove
you,
my
you don't
gayness
care
down
about
your throat?
history at all. Like you don't understand that governments aren't always the best actors. It seems to be pretty
Fucking
common.
hate the government. What are you talking about? You don't know what I think.
Well, you want them to have a monopoly on power, and that's antithetical to the
Yeah.
Constitution.
How can you say
And
you hate the government? They're the only ones that should have weapons.
Fuck the governance.
Like, really? You understand how self-contradicting your beliefs are?
I'm not sure he said they should have them. He said
It makes
that we're
no,
not
you,
allowed.
but no,
You
your
can't even
belief system makes
hypothesize.
no sense.
With like a sophomore year me, okay? You can't even fucking keep up. Like,
Well, I know that the 18th Amendment doesn't have anything to do with guns.
talk about being
Neither
fucking
does
pearl
the 14th
clutching.
Amendment.
I mean,
The
fuck.
amendment they used to justify gun control is the 10th Amendment.
And they cite the 14th as well. Yeah.
Not for gun control.
Equal freedom. Okay? How do we define equal fucking freedom?
There has been no 14th Amendment challenge to gun control that I'm aware of. Can you cite it?
And there certainly
So,
hasn't been
that's
an
what I'm
18th
saying.
one.
That's what I'm saying, you know?
Well, I mean,
I've had
you're-
forever conversations of this
No,
on
I mean,
YouTube.
I understand you want to
can-
drop
we can
little
go over it
claims
all
in
again.
here and then
We
not
can
have
use
to back
whatever
them
words
up.
we want to use on my channel because I don't fucking care about any of that getting banned shit, right? So I don't like. We can
You're
have this
going to make a
conversation.
claim that you know is going to get pushback. Be ready to back it the fuck up.
Why do we have guns? Why
Doesn't matter
really-
why. We're not talking about why. We're not theorizing here.
we are.
You made a claim. You said these are the reasons why they shouldn't be there. No, that's wrong. You're wrong in that claim.
What I'm saying is there are written reasons. Not that I believe in those written reasons,
So
but
there
are statutes that say what we
There
can and
is-
cannot own.
From a legal perspective, all of the gun regulations should be illegal. All
Yeah,
of them should be.
I believe that too. Yes, I believe the guy up
Oh
here in
my
Chanhassen,
God.
Washington,
I
should be
can't-
able to
I
own his
can't,
tank
dude. I can't with
and
this
fire
guy.
his tank.
Yeah, that's
He's all
not,
over the place.
All over the place.
He just contradicted his entire argument.
Let me break it down real easy, okay? Real fucking easy.
Has it been
I
easy
fucking
yet,
hate-
there, fatty
I
boy?
hate all the fucking officials that have fucking ever been in federal office. All sides. Okay?
In
They're
World of
fucking corrupt as
Warcraft.
fuck.
In
Okay?
World of Warcraft.
I would still, if the fucking shit came down, I would still jump in front of a fucking bullet for anyone that's served office.
Fatty, be careful
that's served
about
in the
your words with
military,
your passion.
or that's been in a fucking that's in America, okay? Because this is America, okay, and we allow everybody to exist.
Whoa.
No, we don't.
If they are not harming us physically, okay, then it is our obligation as Americans to at least leave them the fuck alone, because they're not shoving their gayness down our throats.
That's no. This isn't about that. But I agree. If they're not bothering us, we should leave them the fuck alone. That
But
means
if they-
you should
if they-
leave.
Today, Junior,
You should. Are you today junioring me? You're today junior-ing me. Are you kidding? Have you listened to yourself?
Yeah.
The reason, damn it, I don't even remember what I was going to say. You rushing me is such an.
But I fight for their right to fucking be here. Because that's America. Okay, just because I don't fucking like somebody doesn't mean we go out and start a civil fucking war. Doesn't mean
We were talking about what weapons.
a tyrannical government.
We were talking about what weapons.
You believe? Hold on.
You think if a tyrannical government,
you believe in some
is going to
type
come
of
for us,
fantastic
Fatty,
land where people
that
all
we have a chance.
kumbaya and there's never any type of things going awry.
No.
Okay,
the Taliban
you
has
can live
entered
in that
the chat.
world. That's
I own
fine.
more ammunition than all you guys combined. I will guarantee that.
You're not
Fatty, we're
coherent.
still
It's
on
the problem
YouTube.
That does not mean shit.
It does if you're a felon.
I use the Bible as ammunition.
You're a fantasy world liver. You think that people will someday
Bible's
reach
ammunition?
a utopia where
Bible's always
we all
ammunition.
figure out how to like live peaceably among one another, and we
That'd
no
be
longer
awesome,
have
yeah.
factory farming, and we all have humane animal harvest and great crops.
We can all dare to dream.
Never
yes.
gonna happen,
Yeah.
dude.
But
You're in
don't you
fantasy
understand?
world. I don't
Don't
know
you
what
understand
you've
that
done, but
part
it's
of
never gonna happen.
not bothering other people is that the people you're not bothering would get to own whatever the fuck they wanted, right? Including an F-15.
Yeah. To fight back against a tyrannical government, right?
For whatever, it's not your business unless they're using it at you. That's the
what
reason
Second
that was
Amendment
given.
says, though, right?
That's what the Second Amendment says. Or I guess I suppose that's not necessarily what it says, but that is the spirit it was written in, or so we're told.
Right. Yeah.
Almost,
So
I'm
how come the
like
government doesn't
2
give us-
inches away from calling this guy a troll, and I think he might be trolling because
I don't think he's trolling. I think
the
he's
shit
just
you're
fucking-
saying is opposed. Like you'll say one thing and then you'll say something antithetical to it, and I don't know how.
Would you-
like, how else do you describe that besides a troll? Like, what are you doing here?
Would you take a slug for somebody that you hate? Would you take a slug for Joe Biden?
No.
There you go. You're anti-American right now. You're being very
I don't
un-American
care.
in your thoughts right now.
What?
Take
I
a
don't-
Fatty,
I
are
don't
you
care.
talking about? I don't know what you're talking
America
about.
can
Would
kiss
die
my
for
ass.
for somebody else,
There
and
you
if they're
go.
not, they don't
Even
believe in
better.
their country. That's another stupid thing coming from
No,
you.
it's the
You're
spirit.
fucking
It's
troll.
the spirit
That's
of America,
what
man.
it
It's
is.
just, I'm a
The
fucking
spirit
Eagle
of
Scout,
America is to
motherfucker.
take a bullet for someone you hate.
I'm an Eagle Scout too. How do all the Eagle Scouts end up in felonies?
I mean, how do you not like
Okay, you can be America,
any
pro
civic
America.
fucking thoughts in your mind at all? You've never thought about
No.
like civics?
No, no. You are the one that's confused about
Like
the
basic
American spirit.
civics. The
Don't
basic thought of
interrupt
America.
me, fatty.
Why are people coming to America, bro? Because we are
The
fucking
reason
awesome.
it is not anti-American to not think the president. America's founded on everybody's equal, no kings. Why the fuck would you think it's un-American to not throw your life at the feet of the Emperor God? Oh, I muted you because you wouldn't stop talking over me.
Because you're not American, you know. That's like the frat boy
Is that
way
the
of
way I
thinking about it.
phrased
You got to be American.
What, is that the way I phrased that? What
Yeah,
I
that's
bowed
your
down,
argument, dude. That's the amount of logic.
No,
the argument
my
you carry
argument is
around.
that if some fucking dipshit was sitting up there with a scope, okay, and I knew about it, and I could go step in front of it, okay, that type of situation, like running towards things, you know,
Listen,
be the good
you
guy
can
with
ascribe to
the
yourself
peace, right?
patriot if you want. I don't know how you think you can ascribe that to everyone else.
It's the sentiment, motherfucker. It's real fucking easy.
Yeah.
Did you eat breakfast today yet?
Sentiment you made
The
up.
sentiment that another man's life is worth more than yours because he's in political office.
Any American's life is worth more than mine. It's worth equal. And we don't do that shit in this country. We don't go around sniping each other and talking about fucking civil war, dude. That's not fucking cool. We don't fucking do that. We've never done that. We fight through adversity. We
no
don't
one
fucking
but you
bow
is
it.
doing that right now.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Yeah.
But what does this have to do with the 14th
You have
Amendment?
no clue, dude. You have no clue.
No clue about what? Enlighten me.
About the shit I do in my fucking everyday life.
No, I don't.
That's true.
Right?
I mean, I agree.
Good one. Yeah, no, I don't. You probably smoke a lot of pot. Maybe eat some mushrooms every once in a while. I'm
And chase
guessing
Nazis
that
around and fucking hunt Nazis.
you hunt Nazis, do
I
you?
thought that
Yeah.
I thought you just fought for their right to be here.
Yeah, I do. You goddamn right. I help
What
them
is
get
this,
their
Inglorious
permits. I help
Bastards?
them get their permits for their fucking parades and their fucking wannabe bullshit they do here in town.
So what are you doing when you hunt them?
Follow them
I don't
around
know.
and fucking film them as they're stuffing people's mailboxes full of fucking Nazi propaganda. Because you can't put
But
shit
you
in federal
fight for their
mailboxes.
right to freedom of speech.
Yeah, but not to put shit in federal mailboxes. That's illegal. That's against the law. You don't get a
So you
stuff
found a
mailbox with
legal
Nazi propaganda.
you found a legal technicality to use to violate people's freedom of speech that you claim you're protecting.
It's not freedom of speech when you put it in a fucking goddamn in a mailbox.
Do you see how the spirit of your behavior is self-contradictory entirely?
He's a troll. That's it.
He's
Calling
not
out
a
Nazis
troll.
for who they are, right? Doxing Nazis, right? To make
Bro,
sure
he's
people
just saying
can,
he hunts
can deny them
Nazis.
service, right?
You're gonna
Deny them service of what?
He's a troll, dude.
How do you know? Okay, hold on. How do you know what they're putting in mailboxes unless you open up the mailbox and take it out yourself?
Because they were also putting them on cars,
Do you know it's the
which
same
is
thing?
which is totally legal. Do that. Put them on cars. Do it.
You're you're getting into other people's mailboxes. That's also a crime.
Oh my god.
I'm just saying.
Nazi hunter.
I found
We
one
got him
on
here.
the front of a car.
That doesn't matter
we
what
got a
you
whole-
find where. The fact of the matter is
we got a
you
whole
don't
fucking
know what
thing.
into that
It's
what
not-
went into that mailbox. You don't know what went into the mailbox unless you open the mailbox.
And listen, like
it's real easy.
You're using this label Nazi, right? But are these guys walking around with
Skinheads, yeah.
armbands
Yeah.
and,
Yes,
and
yes,
swastikas?
yes,
It's proper
and
Nazi
yes.
stuff, right?
Yes.
I mean, okay, so
Red
he
laces,
said-
red suspenders, yes.
He apparently, according to Uncle Fatty, and I don't know that he's wrong because I've never been up to where he is. It sounds like he lives in the Nazi capital of the world. I didn't know there was actually any of that around really still. I've personally never seen anybody who was identifiably a Nazi ever.
Me neither. I've never.
But according to Uncle Fatty, and I can't prove him wrong, he lives
I
in
did
the
like
Nazi
30 years
headquarters.
ago. I saw
I've-
two guys. I've seen two Nazis standing with each other. They were walking together. Black boots, red shoelaces, red suspenders, shaved heads. And I can't even be sure that it wasn't just a fashion statement. But those are the only two Nazis I've ever seen my whole life.
Yeah,
And
that
I've
sounds
lived in
okay.
like 15 different states.
So probably it's reasonable to assume that what he's doing is chasing around conservatives, but I don't know that he is. I can't
Yeah.
prove it.
They'll wear swastika tattoos. Yeah. You betcha.
I don't know. It might be they might be Aryan Brotherhood. I know some Aryan Brotherhood.
It's
They're not
it's
actually
not AB.
racist. It's a prison
It's
game.
not AB. It's AN.
Well, all right.
AB.
Somehow you find yourself in the center of Nazism, which is basically a dead language of groups, right? Like it's not really a dangerous organization anymore. It's not really.
The sad part is that they operate under the name of the Church of Jesus Christ.
Are you following around a church?
No, I'm just telling you what the name of their corporation is. The Church of Jesus Christ Christian.
But what their corporation is a knockoff. Is basically they've taken they've taken because the Nazis, like the real Nazis, if we're talking about the enemy that we fought against in the Second World War, right,
Sure.
which you could say was Hitler. Really, it's like I would say that the Nazis the Nazis did actually win the Second World War. What we were presented with was a
To
weird
break this down
fucking-
real simple without saying the N word 1,000 times tonight.
Yeah.
Today,
Crap, yeah.
today when we say that word, right? Today when we say that word, what we mean is fascist, right?
Yeah.
I think we can agree on that.
Yeah.
Or we think tyrant or fascist, right?
Yeah.
But
So
that's
it's- I mean,
but by a group of
it's
people who
definitely a
don't
word
know
that,
what fascism is, though.
Yeah, I know. Like
They,
our
they
country
don't
is a
really know
fascist
what
country.
Yeah,
I
they
think
don't
that
really
our-
know what tyranny is either, because most of the people who use Nazi as a criticism against others are quite tyrannical by the
and they're
objective
and they're
definition.
intentionally using it to bypass people's logic and access their emotion.
Yeah,
Yes.
listen, if Fat Man Nazi Hunter doesn't feel like being good faith, I really don't feel the need to be nice to him.
What do you use to when you hunt Nazis? Do you like
videotape?
Please enlighten us in all your
Do you,
Nazi
do, you
hunting
do you upload your Nazi hunting activities to your channel or anything?
No.
Where like what's a good what are good hunting grounds for these Nazis? Is it Charlottesville? You like to hang out in Washington D.C. Where's like the hotbeds of Nazis where you like to get all your filming done?
I don't have to leave more than 10 miles of
Like
where
Montana or something. He's up
like they're
so you like to film a lot of the same Nazis every day. So you and those Nazis must have good rapport.
What do
They're
you
like,
do
"Oh,
with the
look,
films?
that
Does
man.
anything useful come of
Here
it?
to film us again.
there's only a couple hundred of them that live up here, right?
And what do you do after you film them? Like, haha, I got a Nazi. What do you do now?
Dude, why don't you
Depends
just
on what we
fucking
got.
move? You've got a concentration of Nazis there, obviously. Move somewhere else because most other places don't have it.
And you know what though? Is we've got real estate guys online printed material, right? Advertising nationwide.
No answer for the hotbeds of Nazi hunting grounds. A couple
I
hundred,
think-
really close.
They might have.
Move
They might
away.
be able to.
Move
they might
away.
be able to
Yeah, right.
reach across.
We
They
told
might
mean,
be-
they're not-
motherfuckers to move out of here in 2000.
They're not. There's not really any in the rest of the country.
Got an epidemic of
Half of
Nazis.
them are up here and half of
they're
them are
more
in Central
Jehovah's
Texas.
hunting down.
I'm more worried about getting
The other half
accosted
are in
by
Central
Jehovah's
Texas.
Witness than I am than a Nazi. There's more Jehovah's
Honestly,
Witness.
the more I hear about this Nazi hunting, the more I'm worried about like just regular ass people who might be getting hunted. Like,
Fucking crazy.
what are the odds if you're just filming people and think that you're hunting Nazis? What are the odds that these videotapes that you're doing nothing with are full of just regular ass people?
That wear the traditional garb and play the role, right?
I mean, that's what I'm
Just role
saying. It
players,
sort of
you know?
sounds like a fantasy because I've never seen anybody ever do that ever. In 37 years on this earth, I've never seen it once, not once. I've never heard of it really
would
from
say-
anybody but you.
I'd say 99.9% of Americans don't even know that
We've
they
seen it
fucking
in
exist
film.
in
We've
America.
seen it on movies.
Yep.
We've seen it in movies. Like seriously,
Oh, hold on.
that's the only place I've ever seen it. Is
You
in
guys
a movie.
okay? So you remember the best one, right? Ed Norton played the
Yeah.
played Danny, right?
Yep. American History X.
Right. That's pretty much my.
Oh,
in general,
movie. You hear that, guys?
general,
There's once a movie where there was a guy who didn't like black people.
What?
Dude, you're a fucking idiot. I don't know what you're doing. I like.
Have you ever
Are
seen
you
American
guys in
History X?
cahoots,
Is the question.
with the troll or what? Because
No,
you're not a serious person.
Joseph, I don't think you're old enough to have seen American History X. But
I know who he's talking about. He's talking about Edward Norton fucking curb stomping a black guy. I'm fucking
yeah, but I think he's just talking about that's what it's
Have you
like.
seen anything else in that movie? Do you remember anything else about that movie except for that one fucking 2-second scene?
Yeah, it's about the fucking his little brother and his path he follows. And
The
trying
fat guy singing that song while he's driving the van.
Being in the wrong place at the wrong time.
I remember that it
Great
kept
fucking
going
movie,
to black
man.
and white.
Great fucking movie.
It doesn't change the point, fat man, that you're being a fucking idiot. I don't know why are you this stupid? Probably not.
That
So
movie
you're
was modeled
cool.
after my fucking high school, bro.
Cool, bruh. So what does that have to do with you hunting Nazis? Fucking idiot.
I grew up with them. I've been doing this my whole life. What do you fucking think?
Dude,
What do you
there
fucking
is not an epidemic of Nazis. You're just making shit
Well,
up.
that seems to be where Fat Man comes from.
Hey, you know what?
To be
Let's
fair,
talk
he
about
says there's
perspective,
only
you
a
dumb
couple hundred of
motherfucker.
them, and then
Let's
it
talk about
constitutes
perspective,
half
right?
of the population.
Right?
A couple hundred
So
of them
like,
that he filmed.
so like
10 minutes
500
a day.
Nazis nationwide
I'm real
wouldn't
happy
be an epidemic.
that your perspective has not brought you any fucking bootstepping fucking skinheads in your life. I'm real happy.
I
that
mean,
your part of America doesn't have to put up with that
I
bullshit.
don't think that you need to worry about it that much. It's pretty much an expired threat, right?
Other than the fact that my city
Well, he
councilman
might
has
have
a
to
fucking
because
big
he
swastika
lives
on
in
his
Nazi
chest, right?
headquarters.
Come on.
How do you know about your city councilman's chest? That's what I'm saying. Like,
Because he hangs out at the fucking beach, dude, and he's been in the fucking local newspapers and all kinds
Okay,
of
so
stupid
what
shit.
should happen to this man? What should happen to him with
He should
this?
stop wearing his fucking shirt in public if he wants to represent all of the people here. Because only 7% of the fucking people voted in this county for his dumb fucking ass.
Yo, fat man, what do you do for a living? How do you make your money?
I'm a general contractor. I own multiple businesses. I have 31 employees right now on the books.
Okay, I own businesses isn't not an answer. What do you do?
I'm a general contractor. I build houses. I cut down trees and make furniture. I do all kinds of shit. I repair
Okay.
wooden boats.
What do your
What do you want to
employees
fucking
think
know?
about you?
We're on a first name basis.
Oh, really? So they agree with you with a lot of stuff. Are they like? Do they go on Nazi hunts with you?
Yeah.
So
Some
I
of them
sort
do,
of.
yeah. But some of them are Nazis too. You
No,
dumb
listen.
fuck.
I'm just trying to get a gauge of you. So, like building houses and stuff. What do you know about building houses? Like, what's the first step in building a house?
Do you know Do you know enough about house building to
asking the
prove it
people how
wrong?
much money they fucking
No,
have.
I think he's fucking lying, and that's why I'm
Asking
asking
the people
him.
how much money they have is the first step.
Joseph, you think everyone's lying and making it up, dude?
Because I don't
No, I
fucking
think
give a
Fat
fuck how
Man
big
is
it is.
because he's claiming to be a Nazi hunter, and now he's claiming that his fucking.
I think
employees go Nazi
basically
hunting.
it's given the title, like saying he is the N-word hunter. It's given it basically what he's doing is going around and trying to film people.
I don't care if he's being
camera. So we can
Just because you can't understand it, bro. Just because you, I mean, I know it takes a lot of like existentialism, right? Which we were talking about earlier.
No, I just think you're being
Masturbation. Masturbation. Masturbation.
Masturbation.
Masturbation.
Masturbation.
Masturbation.
Masturbation.
Masturbation. Masturbation.
Masturbation.
The issue.
Masturbation.
Masturbation that proved too much. Not apologizing for her masturbation.
Promotion of masturbation.
In regard to masturbation. Masturbation.
She said masturbation.
She said
Masturbation.
You ever have to spank your monkey?
Well, first of all, we shouldn't do that.
Dr. Elders was not doing that.
The president feels that's wrong.
Not in the peanut gallery. I can't think of a sitting president in a comparable position. Ronald Reagan did when I was in there over 10 years ago.
For many of us, it's tremendously entertaining.
Say, aha! You people understand what's going on here?
Something that perhaps should be taught.
Schools should consider teaching masturbation.
Masturbation could be taught in the schools.
I don't know how many people need to be taught.
We start kindergarten.
You know, masturbation is in a lot of schools.
Many people tell me it's to start at birth.
This masturbation stuff. Too many Americans are masturbating. Al D'Amato is, of course, masturbating. I think Colin Powell's masturbating. Normal Americans. Gays in the military.
Jesse Helms.
Sure, not a Republican. The Democrats? I am not making this up. Well, the Democrats seem to be watching and waiting and masturbating.
What you think about when you masturbate? Think women masturbate and think of married life, for God's sake?
I mean, I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, that's not
You tell me. What do you think? I mean, I don't know.
The M word. And
Masturbation.
Yes, and it happened. Thank you, Mark.
It sure felt good to me.
I went to Catholic girls' school, so I can't say that word.
Anyways, the first step of building a house is either digging the basement or it's
dumb
laying the
fuck.
foundation.
It's getting the
Idiot.
fucking
You don't even know
plans,
what
dude.
you're talking
You're just gonna
about.
start digging without any plans?
Oh, we need to
Improvements?
hit
No,
R&D
you're
and
not
get
gonna figure out
building
what the fucking
plans
budget
first.
is
That's
before
not
you
how
start?
you build a fucking house, you idiot.
Joseph,
The first
right?
thing you do is figure out your fucking budget, dipshit.
Where does this vitriol come from?
Listen,
Get
all
a
of
fucking
this,
clue.
all of this, you're a
it's like
dipshit,
making a
you're an
peanut butter and
idiot,
jelly
you're a
sandwich without opening the
cocksucker.
fucking peanut butter and jelly jars,
Doesn't
right?
Do you
even
guys like know
sound
each other? Do you have a
smart.
personal
Automatic
history?
rifle, 'cause there's no to protect the citizenry.
Did he fuck your wife? I mean, this
Not a
is
real dude. He's not. He's not a real person. I don't know. He's probably got.
Fuck you, you punk ass bitch. You ain't nothing but a no good dick sucking, dick in your ass punk bitch. Bitch ass slave. Still doing paperwork. You're fucked.
can't argue with that. Actually,
So much energy going into.
yeah,
My
like
side piece.
it seems
side piece girlfriend.
personal.
Her nickname is paperwork.
It's not
Because you
personal.
disagree on the
That's it.
Second
I don't know if that's a
Amendment?
good nickname or not.
Like, why is he here? Get the fuck out of here. You're not a real
Uncle
person.
Fatty's been around a lot longer than you have. He
I've
believes
already
his,
You guys,
he believes his shit. He's not
It's
a
fucking
troll.
Friday night.
When he says things that are antithetical towards, like
He's not a troll.
Friday
He
night,
just,
I like Uncle Fatty.
Saturday morning counts, right?
he's just has some kooky fucking perspectives.
I don't think he's lying. I don't think I believe him. I believe what he's saying. I just think, what the fuck? I wouldn't want to live there,
The
man.
thing is, I don't care if you believe me. I just want you to understand that, like, there's fucking Nazis.
We have
literally
microclimate.
I think that,
a half
but I
fucking mile
think
away
that.
from me. Okay,
So, but Uncle Fatty, let me
and they're
put it
pulling
this
all
way.
kinds of weird shit.
Let me
downtown
put it
again.
this way.
all around the country, got
It's
it.
not cool.
Nazis.
It's not, I don't fucking believe in what
Uncle
they're doing.
Fatty, let me put it this way.
So
The Nazis aren't gonna take back over. That's not going to spread in a meaningful way. I don't think you need to stress about it as much as you
It's not
do.
about taking over, dude. It's not about that at all.
Why do you want us to know this? Because he said, "I just really want you to know ... that there's Nazis down the street." Rough.
Fatty, why are you putting all your time in it? Why this much energy and attention into something that's basically died out? It seems like there's other
Second Amendment to this, right?
Huh? Well,
Because nobody will let anybody anymore answer a whole fucking question, right? You get halfway through a question, and I got to interrupt you, and you got to interrupt me, and it's just a fucking cycle, and we're fucking 10 steps off the fucking topic, right? Always.
Yeah, but now we're here, and now it's just the two of us. So why are you devoting that much energy and attention to it? And you can't say you're not, because I've heard you talk about it many times. The first time we met, you talked.
Because they fucking damn near killed my friend's grandma and her son.
And so what happened to the guys that did that?
We ran them out of here in 2001. A bunch of them stayed
So-
around, and they're coming back.
I
No, they
mean-
are back. It's kind of like Carol Ann and the fucking Poltergeist, you know?
That which you resist persists. I bet that if you stop giving them so much of your attention, they would stop being such a big problem.
It's not just my attention, though, is the thing. It's not, you know. Check out Task Force Butler, okay? Just check out Task Force
I'm
Butler.
not.
Whatever.
I'm not going
Do
to.
or
I'm
don't.
just.
I don't care if you do or don't. I'm just throwing it out there, all right? Fuck.
It's 10 hours in. I'm not looking up anything else. The whole thing doesn't
You know,
make sense to
there's
me.
plenty of shit that we can and can't prove, you know? And one thing we
This is
can
a good
prove-
time. Hold on. Let me do this. I would like to remind the audience, you can pay to change panel member's name. If you want to rename Uncle Fatty as Jew Bear Nazi Hunter, like from what's that movie? You know, Inglourious
The Jew
Basterds.
Bear.
You can do that for only $3. You can do that.
The bear.
If you want to
rename
kick Uncle
it
Fatty off and tell him he needs to get back on the streets and start filming, you can do that too. If you want to kick Joseph off because he's not taking this threat seriously, or if you want to call him an inward sympathizer, you can do those things too. It's all in the description box. The all the prices and shit. Also, buy some memberships. Give them to your friends. Donate them. Only $1. Always only $1. For that, you get access to custom emojis. You're all beautiful people, and I love you.
It'll be the best dollar you ever spent.
It will be. So, the machine lies. Talk to me.
Not a dog whistle, by the way, so everyone knows.
Well, I just think that there's a lot of, like, somebody in the chat said that, you know, the basically like Nazism and Zionism are cut from the same cloth. And yeah, I firmly believe that that's basically the case, because the whole theory of the you know, the idea of basically the Thule Society, you know, of esoteric
The what?
Hitlerism and all
What
that
society?
shit.
Say that again.
What?
Someone spoke over you. The what society?
The Thule Society. THULE.
It just happened exactly.
Sorry.
It's all good. It's all good. It's my boy Skeletor. He wants to cut in. But yeah, what's going on, Skeletor?
Oh no, I wasn't. I was just saying that the Anakanazi, that the Anakanazi Jews.
Oh, it's called Ashkenazi.
Ashkenazi, that's it. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, Ashkenazi Jews. Yeah, they're
Yeah, mixed up
predominantly
with
from
Adnan.
Germany,
Getting
from
mixed up.
Germany, Poland, and Lithuania. So they got all this
Mm.
shit. But yeah, they
So-
got up. Yeah.
So you're saying they not only manifest themselves similarly as authoritarian, but that they're also they share a heritage.
Yeah,
No,
because like Freemasonry and the whole like esoteric Hitlerism like is a breakaway sect from Freemasonry, and the whole theory is that they're the 13th tribe of Israel, so they're like Jews. So it's that the Jews that live in Europe are like the false Jews. So the whole theory
Wait,
is
isn't that what
basically
Hebrew Israelites believe?
yeah. Yeah, because
Yo.
because Hebrew Israelites got influenced by Freemasons. That's why.
Machine lies. Listen, your globalist propaganda bullshit is not. It doesn't have. It's not going to get a free fly here. Okay. You wanna paint Jewish people as like ethno Nazis because they want their own state? Not gonna fucking.
I never even said that at all.
It's
Well,
an
they
easy
want an ethno
comparison,
state.
It's an
I think-
easy comparison to get to. That's where you're going with this.
Yeah,
It's
but I think
fucking
you're
garbage.
strawmanning.
What do
I
you
think
want
you're
globalist
strawmanning a lot.
bullshit
Like you
here?
just put a bunch of words in my mouth and you didn't even hear what I said.
It
Like I just
is.
said that
You
the
could've
theory is
said
based
them
on
Nazis.
Here,
You
hold
said
on. Here, hold
they
on.
want their own
Here, hold on.
state, they're
Here, hold on.
fucking
Are you gonna
Nazis. That's
Here, hold on.
garbage,
Shut the
dude.
fuck up for a second. Here,
No,
here,
it's
hold
not.
on. Are you gonna
It's fucking
Are
straight
you gonna
up.
Are you gonna tell me that Freemasonry is not based on the Kabbalah? You don't know
I
what the
don't
fuck you're
know.
talking about. That's the only claim that I made. I don't know what you're talking about. Global shit about Jewish ethno state. I never said any of those things. You're fucking making up a bunch of shit.
You made the comparison saying that Nazis and the Jews are basically the same, not me.
So what does that have to do with what you said? Or how
Nazis
you
and
well,
phrased it?
Zionists, to be
I
fair.
thought it made it very apparent. Like your fucking globalist bullshit has no bearing here. Get the fuck out. They're not
No,
fucking.
you get the fuck out. I've spoken here many times. You're a stupid bitch insulting everybody on the panel, and you're actually a dumb cocksucker, and you actually
You're the
don't have
one
anything
who
to say.
doesn't understand logic. You don't know what you're talking about, and I'm the one informing you that you're not like you're
Can I
wrong.
just
You know the
out?
Right, but you're not informing me of anything. You're just simply stating things that don't have any bearing on what I said.
You're
Right,
both
so
fairly intelligent dudes, right?
me-
You're both fairly intelligent dudes that have actually quite good things to say sometimes, but when you break into this shit, you both look like fucking idiots.
All right, that's a
Both of
fair
you.
statement to make. Let me rephrase this.
I think Skeletor's onto
Like,
something
where's
there.
the
Knower
where's
of
the
things.
comparison lie between Jewish people and Nazis?
I'll just let him have his diatribe. Go ahead, buddy.
Where no, I'm asking, where's the comparison? You said Jewish people and Nazis are comparable. Where does
You
that
you should just give them a link to your channel. Maybe I'll share a screen and just show them your channel.
Yeah, go ahead and watch. Yeah, I actually did a whole series. I actually did a whole series on it, so you could go watch the series.
I agree with Machine Lies. I personally agree with Machine
So your
Lies.
argument is so strong that when I ask you where the comparison is, you say go watch my channel.
I already
That's
told
how-
you the comparison. I already told you the comparison.
Well,
I
he
said
agreed with it.
I said Freemasonry and the Kabbalah are linked, and you haven't been able to disprove it. You're just been barking up a tree that you don't even know what the fuck you're talking
No,
about.
what you
You
said is
said I'm a
you don't even
globalist.
know about
You
that.
said
Freemasonry is
you
somehow
said you also
representative
said
of Nazis?
you also said that I'm promoting globalist show propaganda, which you
Yeah,
which is
you're
moronic,
against-
which is a
if you're
fucking
against any type of
which anybody
nationalism, you
who
are
knows me, for anybody who knows me, that's a moronic statement.
if you're against nationalism or if you want to compare it to Nazi propaganda, then yeah, you are a globalist. And when I ask you, well, where's the comparison there? And you say, go watch my channel, that shows how weak your fucking.
I said you should watch
I
his
told
channel
you the
because
comparison.
you
I
don't
told
know
you
who
the
you're talking
comparison
to.
between- I told you the comparison between Freemasonry and the Kabbalah. Just because you don't want to deal with it and you want to be a little bitch about it, doesn't mean that I didn't make a comparison or make a correct
No,
one. You're a fucking
that's
moron.
not what I said. What I said
You're
is
a fucking moron. You're a fucking moron. Do you know anything about the
I'm the
Thule Society?
I'm the moron putting up
do you
an
know
actual
anything about the
debate,
Thule
and you're the
Society
one
that I
who's
talked about?
using
Do you know
the
anything about what the
Real.
fuck I talked about?
Hey, Machine.
Real.
Hey, do you know anything about what the
Machine.
fuck I just talked about? About
Listen,
the Thule
if you don't want
Society?
to debate it, then just say I don't want to debate
Here,
it.
hold on. Here, hold on. Put me
Machine.
up with this. Put me up with this fucking moron for a second.
Let's go. Do it.
What do you know about the Thule Society?
Explain to me why there are comparable.
What do you know about what I was talking about? You
I
dumb
already
motherfucker.
said. Listen,
What
for
do you
the
know about the
third
Thule
time,
Society?
deaf ass motherfucker, for the third time, I don't know about that.
So why the fuck are you talking about what I'm talking about? You don't know anything about what I just talked
Because
about.
you're comparing Nazis and Jews to
Do you know anything about the Thule Society?
Yo,
So you don't know where I'm
you
drawing
are
my
you are
comparison. So you're a
brain
dumb
dead for the
motherfucker and you
fourth
admit it.
time.
So you're a dumb
You don't
motherfucker
listen.
and you admit
You
it.
don't want to have
Thank
a
you.
debate about it. That's fine. Just
You don't
say
know what I'm
I don't
talking
want to
about. You
have a
don't know what I'm
debate
talking
about it.
about. You admitted you don't know what I'm talking about. You're not qualified to debate.
I'm not qualified, huh?
So did TML just win? Like, if you don't know what he's talking about, you don't know that he's wrong. You don't know how to combat it. You don't understand the context of what he's saying, really, even.
Listen, Flow State. What I did here in this argument, this is classic debate structure. So I said what he said when he made that conflation was wrong, and I provided an example why it was. And then I said to him, if he doesn't want to debate it, that's fine. But his rebuttal to that was, well, go view my channel, or do you know about this? And I said, no, explain
You
it.
objected to something that you don't understand, and you
No.
admitted that yourself.
I made an assertion and I said, if you disagree with me, explain why. And he said, oh, you don't know about this. You're wrong. Okay. I don't know how to make it more simple. If you guys can't understand that, you honestly,
You
don't
don't
have-
understand what he's talking enough to make an assertion that he's wrong.
All right. Well, look, I can fucking Google it in a heartbeat if he doesn't want, if he feels his
Go
argument.
ahead and Google it and come back to me because you'll notice that I was right. That's
Yeah.
all I'm trying to say.
Listen, this
And
is
have
what
a good time
pussies do.
Googling.
When pussies don't believe in their cause, they don't debate it.
I'm not a pussy because I told you what I believe
No,
online.
you can't debate his cause. You've never heard of it.
Dude, this guy's out of his
He doesn't
mind.
I won't change my mind because I don't have to. Because I'm an American. I won't change my mind on anything, regardless of the facts that are set out before me. I'm dug in, and I'll never change.
That's 100% perfect articulation of you, machine.
That was for you.
I get the irony that you guys think you're making.
You never made a point. You never made a single point. You don't know what the Thule
mate.
Society
I
is.
did make the point. I made the point that your conflation is wrong. Your conflation,
Oh,
your
God.
conflation is vested in the fact that
But he never made that conflation.
He said,
You created a straw man and then you attacked it.
You created a straw man. You can back it up.
And it's boring, dude. I wanted to hear him talk about what the Thule Society was. Your shit's boring.
yeah, so did I, but he doesn't want to do it. He just say, you don't know, you don't know, you don't know.
If you're going to debate against it and you don't know what the fuck it is, how do you win?
It's very easy. So all of debate is structured around ontology, and on top of that, there's a structure
Okay.
of logic. And if you want to make an ontological debate on why the Jews are akin to Nazis, usually it's going to go something
That's
like
the straw man.
well,
That's
Reagan
the
is
straw
okay.
man.
They want to have a
And-
complete
and you
purity
don't know-
amongst the race. Yada
It's
yada.
usually
yada.
gonna go something like, I mean, you're gonna make his argument for him.
Yeah, because it's that simple. He won't even make his own fucking argument.
You wouldn't let him. We had to hear you just
You-
get in your fifis about
You
Jews
made
and
a
Nazis.
straw man argument for him. That was not his argument. That was yours.
Well, listen, if I get asked the guy 100 times to make his own argument and he just wants to say, go watch my channel, then I'm going to sit here.
He
and-
didn't say that. Flo
Listen,
said
if
that.
if I
I
want to
said that.
kneecap a guy for not making his own argument,
And
I'm gonna
Flo said
kneecap-
that because you accused him of being a globalist.
sorry.
That's
When
why.
I put everybody up, I dropped you down too. That's my bad.
And also, you're asking a creator to sum up who knows how much research into a few sentences that will convince you that he's right.
Dr. Fauci, am I not allowed to go against the COVID vax? You guys are being
I mean,
fucking
I was hoping
ridiculous
that's
right
what he
now.
would do. I figured that's what he was about to do because it sounded like he was about to explain himself.
Well, that's his fault for not doing so. When being
No, it's
requested
your fault
to do
for
multiple-
not
I
understanding.
mean,
the
sure, he
information
shares
that
responsibility
he was
because he
providing.
engaged in that stupid shit with you, but you're the one who interrupted him with some stupid shit.
He gave
Well,
you a
here,
30-second
let's clear the
rundown.
air and let him make his case. Is that fair?
He
Or is
gave
it
you a
just
30-second
hard on
rundown.
Yes,
that you
please.
didn't
I mean,
understand.
I don't want to speak for the whole panel, but I would like to hear what he was about to say.
And why not treat each other with respect when speaking to each other and stop calling each other idiots? Just respect the fact that you've got different ideas and listen
This
to
isn't
each
a
other.
black panel, sir. We only do that on black panels.
No, he's right.
Sir, respectfully, I digress. My mic is muted.
Well, in terms of the, we were on the point about the Black Hebrew Israelites and how, basically, in the front row of the Nation of Islam, you see the Ku Klux Klan there, because they formed an alliance with them, and basically the alliance is based on the fact that they share similar heritage from Freemasonry, because the founder of the Nation of Islam, a lot of his teachings came from Freemasonry, so basically the whole theory is from an idea called British Israelism, and the theory is that the Europeans are basically part of the lost tribes of Israel, and the nations that were there in Europe that claim to be Jewish are actually the false Jews. They share no racial heritage with the original Jews, because the idea of nations actually comes from the Bible, and it's developed through the Kabbalistic text that talks about basically Israel is going to be punished by Edom, which they see as Rome, which certain of the Kabbalistic rabbis conflate as basically Europeans.
Yeah, okay, so I heard all that. How are they the same as Nazis? Still waiting for that key part.
Because the OTO and the Thule Society are a breakaway sect from Freemasonry, and that's where the theory comes from.
So your argument, once again, is complete bullshit.
How is it bullshit?
Trying to put some type of slap tag on all of Jewish Zionists as black, whatever, or Freemasonry, even if they have their roots in that, is still
I didn't do that. You didn't do that.
ridiculous statement.
I didn't even do that.
Are you
though.
Jewish?
I was just talking about the origins of the Nazi shit from the Kabbalah.
I love the way he dismisses anything that he hasn't actually learned about himself.
I
It's
know.
like, you're making that up, man. You're making that up. That's bullshit.
I didn't say it was
Wow, dude.
It's like the pinnacle of ignorance.
Because I understand the origins of Zionism from Theodore Herzl and about Jewish nationalism and how he was a secular Jewish person that was from Switzerland. I understand all of that too. I talk about all that too. So I understand that Zionism is much broader than that. I'm just telling you about the links of the Thule Society and esoteric Hitlerism to the theories of the Kabbalah.
Okay, that's all fine and dandy, but then if you wanna parse out what type of linkage there is between Jews and Nazis, then say it. Like, what are they doing, or
Well,
what way do they-
Hitler's wife was a Jew. That's been admitted. Her mum, she wasn't a practicing Jew, but she was technically Jewish because her mother was Jewish.
Okay, that also has no bearing in the argument here. And since the machine lies has already conceded my point, basically.
Which point did he concede to you?
He conceded that what are you making, like a founder's argument?
I don't know what you want to call them. You're making absurd arguments and trying to lean into technicality. I was never a debater. I was too cool for that shit. You lost the point.
I don't know. Yeah,
The
I don't
point
think
was
I
that-
conceded any points to you, my
Nazis,
friend.
and I'm asking, how are modern day Zionists Nazis? I still haven't heard it.
Well, both of them drink water.
Oh, there you go.
Like you're just making this claim that nothing that he explained some shit to you that you don't understand, and then you're going back to how are they alike? How they're both alike as they drink water. You think that they can't have any similarities at all?
Oh, no, like our Native Americans, fucking Nazis are.
They're all the same because they all drink water. You don't even understand the premise enough to make a rebuttal against it or respond. You're just denying it flat out.
Quite well, and that's why I asked him in what aspects, if he wants to start parsing out what aspects of being.
Is that like a chair against the wall argument?
No, it's not. It's saying he won't.
Is that an eagle has landed argument?
If you want to make a colonial type of argument, why?
This is classic debate tactics, okay? I castle the knight.
Okay.
So what's the connection between Freemasonry and Nazis, the Nazi party?
If you hear that, flow state, get after him. He asked a simple question like I was.
Who built the Mormon church, guys?
Yeah.
Who built the Mormon church?
Fatty, don't add in
Mormons.
another element.
The Freemasons did.
Well,
There's-
I'll say it like
they were
this.
affiliated.
I'll say it like this. This guy who founded the Thule Society, Lance von Liebenfeld and this other guy, Zabutendorf, they were influenced a lot by Freemasonry.
Oh, influences now make you Nazis.
He didn't say make
Yeah,
you.
but that's
he
the
didn't say
Thule
they were the
Society
same.
line.
He was talking about the influences the whole time. Your
It's
straw
totally-
man game is bullshit. You're
No,
disingenuous and arrogant.
It's sands, little morsels of sand making a heap, and that's his way of going about the argument.
And what's the
Hey, don't-
connection between the
Stop
Thule
paying
Society
attention
and
to the
Zionism?
structure of the argument and pay attention to what's actually being communicated.
Okay.
Guy talking about
You're playing
buried in
debate
boulders.
games, but this ain't debate class.
This, like,
Those are
I'm
boulders
not trying
coming
to
at you, bro.
play
That's-
debate.
And if it were, you wouldn't be
Crazy.
winning anyways.
Machine Lies, what's the connection between the Thule Society and Zionism?
The Kabbalah.
Meaning they
you
both derive their
Exactly, yeah.
philosophy from Jewish texts.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
So now, how does that
Which
square?
I understand that's ironic, but I can't do anything about
Is
it. It's just a raw fact.
I mean, you can.
Is the Thule Society unaware of the Jewish origins of their cultist beliefs?
No.
Or,
How would he know? I mean, who
no,
knows?
they're not. No, they're not.
They're not?
They're not unaware of it. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, they're not unaware of it. They just believe that they're spiritually more Jewish than the Jews. I mean, it's hard to explain, but like, yeah, that's literally what they believe. They believe that the Bible is like Hitler thought he was fulfilling the Bible, right? But just in his own fucking way, because they interpret the Bible in an esoteric way, right? They interpret it through the generation of the races and the curse of Ham and all of that type of stuff.
it would at the very least have to be the opposite of the same coin, right? Because Hitler and the Thule Society believed the Aryan race was, and then the Germanic origins would have nothing to do with the Levant, right?
But you can have the same ideology in different groups, and it would manifest similarly, just with different groups. You can have,
Sounds like ethno-nationalism,
right? That they
which
both
is also co-opted nationalism.
Well, it all goes to this lady, Helena Blavatsky, and like where she because she had this whole theory called anthropogenesis, and she talks about the Aryans and like the origins of the Aryans. So she wrote this book called The Secret Doctrine that was basically an interpretation of Freemasonry. So basically a lot of the stuff that influenced these guys like Zabutendorf and Lance von Liebenfels, who wrote a work called Theozoologica, basically detailing where like the different races of like humans came from, like different animal species. So like they combined, like basically what they did was they combined like Nietzsche's like neo-paganism with evolution with like Freemasonry, and so 1/3 of that is basically founded on the Kabbalah. I mean, but anyways.
Joseph is a sore ass loser.
Hey man, I don't know. At a certain point, you just need to say like, no progress will be made. I understand where he's coming from, trying to.
Do you?
I think I do, and
at a certain point, you've got to
Can you
say.
steel man his
I think
argument,
what's
even if you don't
revealing
agree
is
with it?
when I forget, I don't know which person said it, but they're the opposite side of the same coin.
That was
I think
me.
that might be somewhat reasonable to say, but
Yeah, I like what he
it's
said there.
implicit in that statement that they are not the same thing, and
Well, it's the same point.
Still waiting to hear how they're not.
No, it is the same thing. It's just on a different side of the same thing.
Right, and that's why I brought up trying to say that like nationalism versus globalism. It's to say like if a country seeks to have a national identity in some way, there are motives where they're like Nazi adjacent, where they want to cleanse the earth or cleanse their borders of people like that. And the argument can be made. I mean, I'm well aware of that fact, but to say they're Nazis is just a wild claim that has no grounding in
actually not what he said. That's the thing.
Yeah, like the whole like Nazi party was like basically the Thule Society. Like they were the same membership.
Okay.
So it's literally like a relationship.
Yeah, but I don't think that.
I'm a bit disappointed they didn't have the "those who die are justified."
Yeah.
We're in the
Oh, the
bed.
fuck you! I won't do what you tell me.
I
Oh,
was like felt it coming and they cut it out. Yeah. At
Quite
the end.
fitting for the
At
contrast.
the same time, though, it would be fitting if North
same
Korea
the
were to
whole
remake
office.
it. That would be the part they'd cut out.
Yeah, I didn't miss the synchronicity there,
Yeah.
Daddy.
With what?
The synchronicity of the burning crosses in the song, and then the subject matter.
It is all right. That one's old school though. There's a few there's some better ones.
And they,
It's a good one, though.
I
I will.
turned out to be a bunch of cocks anyway.
Will, talk to us.
Hello.
You know it.
Yo, Will Freeman, how's it going, man? Salute to you, brother.
Welcome.
What's up, Richie?
Yeah, man.
Oh, we're just fighting.
Yeah, I was trying to decide whose side I was going to join in on, but I couldn't give a shit about either side at the moment. So.
That's reasonable. Mindful exposures. Did that song wake you up? Were you listening to me in your sleep, and then that song came on and woke you up? Is that what happened? She said earlier. Imagine having that song as your alarm clock.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome.
Start your day off right, comrade.
So you guys were talking about theosophy? Helena Blavatsky?
Yeah, like how this guy thought like this fucking races of the world came from the Nephilim. Like if you guys watch the popular movie Hellboy, they got like those
Love
fucking.
that. Love that movie, man.
You like that movie, Skeletor?
Thank you, Katie K.
Yo, I just noticed that cat there.
Oh yeah, the stay. That's my stay negative. It's staring at Will. It's about to eat Will.
Relax.
I armed myself.
Will. But Will, what's Will carrying there? What the frick is that in that?
That's Lucille.
That's that dude. Who's that? My
Negan.
My girlfriend's daughter said that I remind her of Negan.
Yeah, I can see that.
It's quite the compliment.
I think it's both. Maybe I don't know. I didn't watch the show that far into it, but I saw a compilation. Katie, my girlfriend, showed me a compilation of Negan. You know, like
straight
Negan
out
funny.
praising you. Yeah, they're calling you Studley. There's no getting around it, man.
Right on.
Negan walks the path of redemption in later seasons.
What seasons is this? What show?
Walking Dead.
Oh right. And the funny thing is, that's an English guy.
No.
You're
talking about Nick,
the actor is an English guy. The guy that plays that guy.
That's House. House is an English guy.
Oh, here we go.
He's not English in The Walking Dead. He plays an American guy in The Walking Dead.
No, you're confusing with House. I'm just kidding. I don't have any idea. You're probably right.
The kind of the main protagonist guy that's always pouting a little bit.
Right, he's
Oh,
right.
yeah.
Rick is a British actor.
That's when I quit watching it. Was when he started getting pouty.
Well, he got bitched out. I mean, he got punked out completely by Negan.
I have not heard of Gary Waterman.
I'm getting mixed up then, right? Yeah. It's a different character.
I figured you were.
Who's the guy with the crossbow?
That's Daryl.
Daryl, right. He was cool, man.
Everybody knows Daryl.
Yeah.
Daryl was the best one in it.
His brother was a douche.
Yeah.
In Boondock Saints.
You son of a bitch. Are you
Oh
saying
yeah,
one
the
of
freak. I
Boondock
forgot
Saints-
about that. Yeah.
Are you saying one of those guys in that movie? Wait a minute. I forgot what the insult was. I'm high. They were brothers in that movie, right?
Yeah, but they're like the Nazis.
What?
It was an
You mean
inside joke from
Catholic?
like 5 minutes ago.
This is a good one.
Who are you yelling at, Gary? Whose name is this? Fuck authority.
Fuck authority. Who's that in the middle?
Oh, that's
See,
Uncle
I don't-
Fatty. Uncle Fatty's the one with. Hey, Uncle Fatty, where's that? Do you have that dance thing of me handy that all the chicks like?
Uh-huh.
All right.
See, I think it's in here somewhere.
I tried. I screen recorded it off Mel's, and but like when I went back to chop it up into a usable thing, I realized that everybody, that whole panel was talking over it. So Uncle Fatty is probably anybody who's interacted with him before, I would assume, has a little bit of an AI. Uncle Fatty has AI'd you. My AI just happens to look really fucking good.
I don't think Uncle Fatty's AI'd me. Can you AI me, Uncle Fatty?
I'm gonna get AI'd.
I said to Sasquatch because like he was talking about proving to you that he was actually a ex kind of professional troll, and how he went about doing that. He was telling me about that, and I said to him, "Oh, dude, do me. Like,
Dude,
what can you dig up on me? Find something, please. Do a proper troll thing on me. Dig proper. See what you get. I want to know, because my trolls are pathetic."
Yeah, most of my trolls are pathetic too. Actually, I don't. They're all pretty pathetic. Now that I think
Well,
about
I'm
it.
just getting started, Flo. Give me a chance.
All right, fair enough. I mean, if Uncle Fatty was a troll, he would be a good one. I don't think he is, though. We Are Not Men is not a great troll. There's very standard operating procedures with We Are Not Men, which is to ask questions about that he knows the answers to, but the point is to get one thing to say, something that he knows will piss the other side off.
Are we suggesting that this isn't going to be a circle jerk? Because that's what.
I mean, if we are, Fatty's in trouble. If it is, Fatty's in trouble. So
Pivot,
for Fatty's,
man.
Pass.
I mean, it's not gay if you jerk off on him. If you get jerked off on, it's gay.
Right.
I don't care what's classified as gay.
Because you say no homo first. The power of no homo is strong.
Is it basically saying like somebody would be a good troll, but you don't think they're a troll? Isn't that
Saying that
just another way of
somebody
saying
would
that
be a
you
good
think they're
troll?
retarded?
Yeah, basically. Yes. In a way.
I think the best trolls around are usually highly
Sincere.
intelligent. I
Well, I think the best trolls are
to know
sincere,
how
sort
to
of like
fuck-
the best lies are the truth.
The best trolls are slightly autistic. No, they've got an ability to catalog information, and in their
I think they just have an ability to know what I don't want to say triggers, but what really gets underneath someone's skin, or find some type of opening in some person's logic that they know they're uncomfortable with, and they just exploit it.
They exploit that opening.
Oh fuck yeah!
Exploit that hole.
Oh yeah.
yeah, and especially if they can get a rise out of you, they just want a rise.
Doesn't take much these days, though.
The
I
best
see most of
lies are
them
the
go
truth.
for low-hanging fruit.
You can say something that's true with an inflection or in context where you know it will be interpreted in a different way than you're stating it in, but you can never be called out for lying in that situation. There's a misinterpretation of the truth, but the misinterpretation was intentional.
That's kind of doublespeak.
Yeah, but it doesn't need to be a misinterpretation. Sometimes you're getting trolled, and the point they bring up is probably the reason it lands is because it's true. It's not a misrepresentation.
No, I was responding to a comment down there.
Oh.
And I think We Are Not Men knew that, but blah blah blah. So guys, I'm mostly just waiting for Uncle Fatty to find that clip if he's got it, and I'm about ready. Okay.
About ready to bail.
I'm about ready for it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go live with some music if anyone wants to come and have a listen.
Yeah, badass.
Well, start it up and I'll send him over.
Let's see.
I'm gonna have to stop this one to do that. The only thing.
Fucking send.
That's a pretty good impression of you.
Where is it?
Good one.
I can't see it.
Damn it. I'm gonna have to fucking email it to you or something. Fuck one link.
All right, guys. You guys have a good night.
Well-
All right. We'll see you later.
Yep. Hey, take it easy.
Have a blessed day, buddy.
Take it easy, man.
On.
Right.
No, you
I'm gonna
saved
be
it
live in 1
fucking raw.
second.
Who are you talking
Save
to?
it
Are you
raw.
doing an M? Are you talking to this? Are you talking to the shadow people now?
No.
Work for the machine lies? I am the hose steak. probably true. I fell into a burning ring of fire. Blah, blah,
Right.
blah.
I am live on my channel now. Thank you very much, boys and girls. Love you, Flo. Fucking awesome stream once again. Machine Lies, Denizen, Uncle Fatty. Thanks. See you later, guys.
Salute. Be good.
Love is a burning flame. It makes a fiery
ring. Uncle Fatty's doing hard work.
Love is like
Well,
hemorrhoids.
it got saved in some weird fucking formatting.
I heard it for a second.
And it's
Here.
slowed and queued and shit, so it won't.
This intermission brought to you by Word Wizard.
I need every bit of money you can bring me. Pay me.
I need my money. I'm at the bank about to withdraw all of it.
All the money, all the banking, all the jobs, all the material things. I love spending money. And all these people here know I love spending all that money.
Make money, money, make money, money, money. Bitch better have my money.
What was that? Are you going to share a screen, Windsor? Or?
I think it just emailed to you so you can.
Oh, is that what that ding was? I heard my phone go off.
If it's the right one. If not, it's the link that you can copy.
All right. I'm going to have to probably just upload this straight up.
Fucking goddamn computer did an auto update.
Remember, kids, Nazism and Zionism follow the same basic ethos.
Yeah, but you implied they shared a similar heritage earlier. And that's what confused me.
And bloodline.
Theologically speaking, yeah.
Well, theologically, how would you connect the Greek texts of the origins of the Aryan race to the Kabbalah?
I don't do it, but Helena Blavatsky does it.
I've got a good one. He's playing it on his show.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Big Liz has a crush on Flow State.
Who does? Who doesn't, he meant. Who's got final thoughts? Say your words and get the fuck out of here. Everybody go.
If you two fellas here are interested.
Yeah, Mr. Mia, I told him about the fake JS. But yeah, they don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear your boy.
Hey, all the rest of us were cool with it.
I got some
one guy thought he saw a toe hold into an easy win.
Well,
Yeah, no,
I got like the whole thing I did during the start of the war, where I started the whole series on it. So I think I did almost like 30 hours of material on it.
We're not, man. You act like you weren't here already a few times.
Yeah, but low key, I'm not here that often. But I just want to let people know, like, there is comparable material there. But,
we're at your channel.
Yeah.
Yep. The Machine Lies. Here, I'll drop your link.
I got.
And then everybody's link. If you see anybody here you want to see again, and you don't have the link, you can't find it. Like, check back in a day or two. And I try to put the names in the description boxes after the show of everybody. What did I just do?
There's a 45-minute interview that was posted quite a few years back from the preacher up here.
With the Nazis?
with Reverend Butler. It's just a one-on-one interview. It's about a 45-minute video that I would love to do a breakdown of about 15 minutes of that on the Bible verses that are used, just kind of the way they justify their view through and because of the Bible and the lineage and the timeline.
Right. They use the Bible. It's totally ironic. It's crazy. Like they use a
lineage and
literal
timeline.
Jewish text to
Exactly.
like justify
It all goes
like
back to
their
the Kabbalah,
hatred
to
of the fucking Jews. Yep.
Yep. The original tribes, the two brothers. I mean, it's
Somehow I missed the reality. Flow State, keep the stream rolling.
But
hell nah. I've been going on 11 hours. I'm going to fucking, I don't know what time is it. I'm going to lay down for a little bit. I'm going to take, it's my bedtime because apparently now I'm on this sleep schedule.
Flow State rolling till 6 in the morning. 6 in the morning.
All right. Let's see. Denizen, say your piece and get the fuck out.
Jews are Nazis because they're both Freemasons, and it was the Freemasons who wrote the 14th Amendment in order to take away our guns rights. You know what I'm saying, man?
Good
Fuck
points.
yeah,
Good
peace.
points. All excellent points from a perfect scholar. No, it's not my turn.
It's nutty like squirrel shit.
Go ahead. Tell the people.
Well, you know, there's this one guy, this one time, he went up this hill with this gal named Jill.
Was she hot?
They both had $1.25.
Oh, man.
Jill came down with $2.50.
All right. More words of wisdom from Uncle Fatty. Hold on. Don't you go anywhere. Got to do this shit manually. There we go. Machine Lies. Tell them why you're gay. I mean, what's up?
Well, I'm totally not gay, but the whole thing about it is that Blavatsky actually referred to the religion of the Indians as the fucking Oriental Kabbalah. So it was like she mixed Indian and Jewish belief systems in a very interesting way, and that's why Heinrich Harrer, in that movie, I think it's called 7 Years in Tibet with fucking Brad Pitt. You know, he actually tutors the Dalai Lama, and that's why the Dalai Lama uses the swastika symbol. And yeah, it's all fucking connected to the Tibetans and the whole spin-off of Hinduism that they practice, and the fucking whole shit that's going on in fucking Germany, where the esoteric Hitlerism is based off of Blavatsky. Anyways, y'all have a good night.
My head is like swelling. It's knowledge, freedom, Charlie.
Like wonderful knowledge.
Well, you're being sarcastic when we're talking about our. You can't hide from it forever.
Yes, win for TML. Thank God all those fucking weirdos are gone now, huh? Now it's just you and me. Just you and me. Thought they'd never leave. Take off your pants. It's because you're a slut. Your name shouldn't be difficult, Denizen. It should be easy, Denizen. Oh, I will. Team L for the win. Not you. Well, I mean, if you're not a man, then maybe you too. Go ahead and take your pants off since you're not a man. Let's see that vagina. Nope. You and me used to be together every day, together, always. And I really feel like I'm losing my best friend. I can't believe this could be The end. Not all losers. You're a loser. Richard singing another song to Gary Baxter. I'm singing a song to you. You didn't know that I had the voice of an angel, did you? I haven't been drunk in years. I've been drunk in years. It's a lot of work getting drunk. You got to be dedicated to the cause. I'm fairly big. I'm 6'2", 200 pounds. You know, I got a fake ID when I was 15, and I'm mostly German. It's a lot of work to get drunk. I don't really find myself accidentally drunk. No drugs, sir. Just desire. I just desire you. Well, that makes one person on earth who likes it when I sing. I don't think I've ever heard that from anybody else ever. Non-man knows nothing. That's her. Normally my big fat head's in front of her big fat boobs, but whatever. My eyes are all wonky. You're all wonky. I don't know what to tell you. This is the look of desire, sir. Or ma'am. I apologize because you're not men. 2 people like my singing? God damn, I never thought that would happen. Shh, Richard, don't give away my secret. Pretty high on cigs. Shh. You're going to be on drugs if you leave your drink around me. That seems like a good guess. That is, yeah. If you're a manosphere guy, we are not men. I mean, I don't know. You might not enjoy this channel a lot, but you've been around here quite a bit, so maybe you do, anyways. So I'm gonna kick off my career as a singer. Look at who knew that I had so many women who liked me singing to them. You're just jealous of my singing. No, I'm not singing with Z. I can't sing with Z. He's too temperamental and flitty of a person. I can't. He would cramp my style. I have a very laid back singing style. He's just not very laid back about anything. What's he jealous of? Don't give a fuckism. It's pretty tired, or it's pretty tiring trying to herd all you cats. Oh yeah, I can't. I guess it's the wonky eye kicking in. Maybe it's the lack of a question mark. That was my thought too. I think that who knows? He might be his own daddy. You know, like the "I am my own grandpa" thing. Could be. Could be. No singing for Z. I couldn't sing for Z. Even if I wanted him to be in my band, he has me blocked. So pretty emo of him. He's kind of temperamental. But you expect that. I mean, from Z, you know that Z is going to be temperamental. He's kind of ragey, kind of fussy, and talks with his hands a lot, singing show tunes and playing piano and doing this with his hands. Oh, you have perfect pitch. I didn't know that. Yeah, I don't even know when you say that I have I need to work on voice control. I mean, my pitch and memory of melody. I don't even really know what the pitch or the melody is. I know that they're parts of the song, but he says it's because I don't like Joshua. I don't dislike Joshua. I just think the kid has weird energy and I don't want him around. Like, I don't enjoy being around him. I don't have any animosity for him, but he who knows? That's what he says. At first I thought it was just an attention or a bit thing, right? I thought he was drumming up some entertainment or some content for his channel, because I wasn't the only one he blocked. He blocked a handful of people. I know that Harmon got it, and I know that I think Chuck got it. I don't know who all he blocked, but there's a group of us. Lindsay has a theory that it's because I was hitting on Christy Lee dolls and doing so successfully, I might add, because shout out to Christy Lee dolls. She was in my chat the next day after having spent a year and a half saying that she hated me. She finally said she hated me because I reminded her of her ex-boyfriend, which means that she doesn't actually hate me. She hates him, but she probably still cares about him in a way because she's still hung up on it enough to where she's taking it out on other dudes, reminder of him. So really what I heard is I'm wide open to being seduced. And I was right. That's okay. I'm not worried about it. I was worried about RBR blocking me. That was worrisome. Fix your name to We Are Not Men, like it should be. Gonna try to get a rise out of me. It's not gonna work. I just don't give a fuck right now. I really don't give a lot of fucks ever. Sometimes I get frustrated because I'm trying to manage shit, but like I don't really give a fuck. I don't try to self-apply that title ever at all, really. I don't see a purpose for it. It's sort of tainted. Well, I was about to, and then all the ladies were like, I like when you sing to me, and it's sort of like, I'm sort of floating on a cloud of my own awesomeness. I just learned I'm awesome at something else, which makes Are We Not Men jealous. No, you are not. Thanks for asking. I would do a poll, but I'm lazy. Who was one of those girls? We're Not Men? No, that's not one of those girls. Sometimes I just like to have a little alone time with just the two of us. Just me and you. One of you's already emailing me or texting me. It better be nudes. Better be nudes. I mean, it was it. She responded very well to being flirted with. I did a little bit of aggressive flirting, and that's what Lindsay thinks pissed him off and had him block me. I could see that. I mean, they do have a weird flirty relationship, even though, who knows? I don't know what their relationship is, but it's got that element to it. you know, there's a phrase that pimps use when a hoe chooses. Not that Christy Lee Dolls is a hoe. I didn't mean that. But when a chick chooses a better guy, Italians and Crystal thinks it's really about Christy Lee too. He didn't even know that I was blocked. He is butthurt about life. You ever done Opana? We Are Not Men? Probably not, because you suck. No, Jack Talcott's just zesty. It's okay. He can ask questions over and over and over again. Over again. Maybe. I guess we'll never know. They're really trying to make me give a fuck, aren't they? Non-man, do you want to come join the panel? Just you and me. Come on, non-man. I'm just trying to seduce you. Get a little bit of that divine pussy. Actually, there's 106 people watching. I'm streaming to multiple places. Just went up to 107. So the just you and me got a little bit bigger just now. Not all women are cheaters. Lots of women are not cheaters. That's a false statement to say that women are cheaters. Humans are cheaters. Not every human is a cheater. But it's not a women problem. It's a human problem. And just because... yeah, I forgot where I was going to go with that. The alpha male flow. The even flow. I kind of like RBR. You can keep saying that. You can keep believing that. And maybe I am. Maybe I'm not. How are you going to resolve that gap in your knowledge? Talcott talks with his hands, but he doesn't flip. Like there's sort of an effeminate flip. He like evangelizes with his hands. He doesn't like his Jack talks with his hands, but he doesn't have zesty hands. He has pious hands. Who is that? I don't know who says that in chat. I feel like I need to end my singing career on a high note. It's the only high note I've ever had. Why would I fuck that up now when I could just retire a good singer? He might not. We'll never know. You'll never know. You're always going to have this gap in your logic. We'll never know. Why don't you come up with, click the link and come talk to me, not man. He's okay. I can block him if I want to. All right, Richard. Come on. But and only Richard, not the other guy. Or the other chick, whatever we're not men is. Actually, now I'm kind of curious if We Are Not Men has any content. Do you have content on your channel, Not Man? Not Man. Let's see. Let me put a new tab. This content's probably all red pill shit. Fucking women are evil and I don't get laid. Richard, do you want to sing a duet with me to We're Not Man?
Sure, why not? Peace and respect, brother. How you doing? I mean,
I don't
aside
know.
from being obviously exhausted.
No, I'm on drugs and retarded.
Yeah, that's it.
Don't
That's
spoil.
it.
Don't ruin it for him.
I'm sorry. I was just wrong.
Right.
Okay, so here's what I was talking about. In your saying, first of all, the pitch is really good, which means you're hitting the right notes. Okay, and that's important that you can make your voice, because not everyone can. You know, a lot of people sing like "Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream." It's just the wrong notes. It's just not the way it was written. Okay, and then there's memory, like your ability to memorize some kind of a tune, and you know where they are compared to each other. But there's more than that to good singing. There's also the inflection, just like you use inflection in your voice to express this part's important. This part's kind of subsidiary. This part is the emotional sexual part. This part's the whatever. Okay. So you're a person who's really in contact with, you know, those ideas in your head and in yourself, but and you probably could be good at, or maybe already are good at. I haven't really heard you sing. That snippet was not an effort. That was not you trying to sing. That was you pretending to sing, and not at your best.
I've never actually tried to
sure
sing.
You could do much better. Name a song you love, and I mean one that really hits your heart.
All my favorite songs aren't really singing properly. They're more like yelling.
I don't understand. They're
like "Got the Life" by Korn is the best song ever.
Oh, okay. I'm not sure that's
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's not no, that's not a good thing to talk about.
Are you judging me? Did you just judge me?
No, I'm not judging you. I'm just saying it's not a good example of the kind of thing I'm talking about right now. It's not a good example.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Like I like mosh pit
how about a
music.
sappy love song? Name your favorite sappy.
I mean, I
love
could do. I've got that No Doubt song in my head. The one I just sang.
Okay. Which one?
I don't know a lot of. I don't know sappy love songs. I don't listen to that shit.
Oh, You and Me.
Used to be together.
Always.
Yeah, that's No Doubt.
That's No Doubt. Okay, I'm not good at that. Okay, so all right. Now, in the part that you sang before, what is the artist trying to express to the audience?
Sadness.
Oh, okay. Now, when you sang it, do you feel like you were trying to express sadness? No, you were just hitting the notes at the right tempo.
Right.
You weren't trying to sound like it's sad, right?
Right.
Okay. So that's the difference, right?
I'm not really sad though.
No, you have to get into it. You have to commit to it, like telling a joke. If you don't act like the joke is your story, people are not going to laugh. If you just say the words in the right order, no one's going to laugh.
Right. You gotta deliver it. You gotta have timing and shit.
Right. You got to commit to it.
Hi, Sparkle. Sparkle, I guess you're a stowaway.
Hello. Yeah, well, I noticed you were still alive, and I was like, okay, well, let's see what he's doing.
I
11 hours.
I kicked everyone off the stream like 15 minutes ago to end it.
Well, I guess Richard and I are here.
I know. I said, Richard, only Richard can come up, and then here you are, and here I am with you up here.
Not a big rule follower.
Not even my own. You're making my enforcement look sloppy in front of the people.
Terrible.
I mean,
no discipline.
So how did your stream go? Like, what did you guys talk about? I mean, I can obviously go back and watch it, but what's the highlights?
Well, the sex mostly. The sex scenes were the best.
Of course, sex scenes all the way.
I also really enjoyed the parts where people gave me money.
Well, that is good. Money is good.
Richard's trying to. I also liked all the girls in the chat saying that they like my singing.
Actually, was okay.
Normally, when I sing, if you ever like karaoke and shit, if you ever see me do karaoke, I almost always do. I would do anything for "Love" by Meatloaf because it's like 12 minutes, and I'm at that point I'm drunk enough that I want to like be aggressive.
So what do you think it was that Meatloaf wouldn't do?
I don't even try to wrap my mind around that because it aggravates like the logical part of my brain so much it like itches my logic center that even has those lyrics there.
I saw an interview about that, and he said what he was trying to say was that he was trying to leave it where anyone could relate to it, where anyone could say, I understand that, and the thing that I would not do is the following.
Well, that's bullshit because then you wouldn't do anything, and I can't relate to his poor use of logic.
Actually, it bugs me too, which is why
I know it does. I know it does.
Hold on. I think it's supposed to be person specific, right? I would do anything for love, but I won't do that. Okay, what that is depends on the person that's listening to the song.
No, but the second part of it voids the first part.
How? I haven't listened to the song in a while. I don't remember that.
If you won't do that, you won't do anything.
Okay. Wow.
There's something you won't do. Sparkle, how do you not see the flaws here? It's like
no, I
can't not see it.
The flaws, but I didn't know the other lyric was part of it. I haven't heard the song in forever. I just know that lyric because it's so goddamn famous. That is a flaw, yes. But you know what? That's his music.
Gary Baxter, I know you lick asshole.
Jesus Christ.
Twilight Sparkle or Midnight Sparkle, you ever licked an asshole?
No.
I tried it once with my long-term spouse.
I knew you did. I knew that about. Go ahead. You seem the type.
Okay. I mean, I wanted my partner to be happy, so we had to try it.
There's
just
a lot of
to see if
things that
she
are worth
would like
doing
that.
just to check off the bucket list.
Right. So it was for her bucket list, not so much for mine, actually. But I was willing to, I don't know, go the extra mile for my partner.
I can't judge you for that.
Right.
Midnight Sparkle, when are you gonna check off your bucket list? You need to go find somebody whose butthole you can lick.
No argument here. I'm just like, I don't know where to look.
You should.
Have you
start
asked
with
Richard?
Jesus Christ.
You can ask. I'd be
There's
polite about it.
108 people watching right now. You haven't asked anybody here, have you?
Have you ever asked anyone at all? That's the greater question.
No.
Okay,
You
well,
miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
This is fact.
You're bouncing right off the rim. Well, I have bad news though. I'm probably not going to pursue singing. I've gotten the little bit of narcissistic supply that I needed from it already.
Okay, what the hell is that? Like some kind of fear of failure?
Not really. It's more of like it seems like an unrewarding effort.
No, that is just not true. First of all, certain songs of certain meter are going to agree with your metabolism, and you're going to feel good while singing. Just because the breathing exercise of the song.
Oh, you're probably
right,
right.
you know.
No, I had never considered that. You're probably actually right.
No, it can be very healthy to sing.
Music therapy is a thing.
I did not know that. I'm just speaking from my own experience. Never mind the fact that we need acceptance and love from other human beings, unless you have some kind of mental issue, like you're some kind of sociopath.
Somebody who doesn't lick buttholes, Sparkle.
Well, that's a problem. Yeah, Sparkle has a problem. Yeah, so it's a way of expression, and it invites, or at least accepts, love and acceptance from other people, which is important to us.
You know, I had never really thought about the benefits of singing, I suppose.
Mm-hmm. Plus, singing exercises are very good for your core strength. Like you'll actually become physically stronger for using muscles you've never used, consistently your entire life. Also, just like right now, I'm just speaking in my normal speaking voice. However, because of my experience singing, I can actually bring my volume up with not extra effort, really, or I can bring it down and make it quieter. And all that has to do with the training I received in singing.
I feel like I have the ability to bring my volume up pretty well.
I mean, okay. So people
you know what?
Bring your volume up naturally.
Let me phrase it this way. You're right. You have given me a lot of good reasons.
But there's a but.
I'm tired.
I can see your butt.
I'm tired.
you are just showing your butt, man.
Yeah, it's all up in there because somebody needs to check his bucket list. I just
Jesus.
I'm just saying. Maybe I'll do it on a different stream.
I know the territory I've been around. It'll all turn to dust. It'll all fall down. Sooner or later,
I am so
you'll
jealous
be
of you.
Screwing around. No, I won't do that. See, it says what he won't do. He won't be screwing around.
Well, I don't believe that he would do anything then. If I can't believe that if he's lying about doing anything, he's probably lying about what he won't do too.
Well,
I mean, if he says he'll do anything for love, but he won't screw around, isn't that good? He won't screw around. Like he's loyal to the woman he's with.
I hate karaoke streams. I think they're so boring.
Well, then stay away from Wild Hearts channel. All he has is karaoke streams.
I don't think I've ever been to Wild Hearts channel.
Right now is a bad time to go because it's at a low point.
Yep.
I am not starting a new stream. I would start a new stream, but
You need to go to sleep.
I would start a new stream, but We Are Not Men is being mean to me and hurting my feelings and saying really rude things, and I'm embarrassed now. I feel bad. Okay, you made me feel bad, you fucking jerk.
Super sensitive flow.
What a dick. God, I hate you guys. All right. Twilight Sparkle. Tell us your final thoughts.
Well, my final thought.
Good shit from Twilight Sparkle. We love Twilight Sparkle.
That was
It's always a pleasure when Twilight Sparkle comes up here. I keep calling you Twilight Sparkle because that's My Little Pony, and my daughter is of the age where I know all the little ponies. That is Midnight Sparkle, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, Midnight Sparkle. I forgot. Put your channel backstage. I couldn't find you, and I was trying to tag you in the other video. Thank you, Midnight Sparkle.
Have a good one, bro. Get some sleep.
Any final words for the people?
Yeah. Reality matters. Accept it. Ancient religions are talking about spaceships.
Based. Super based. Thanks, Base Richard. Richard is so based. All that base. All right, let me get you Demolished Doctrines channel real quick. Hold on. There he is. There he is. There he is. Had a really good time hanging out, just the two of us.